love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just give me up. Don't be scared. Back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate, I attack. I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. Don't be scared. Just give me up. Don't be scared. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. And I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
We hope your weekend is cleared, that you have some snacks ready, and most importantly, that you are excited here because the AFDC is back and it is better than ever. And things are gonna get real spicy today.
2.3, 2.2, oh my god, the whole talent might have this. There are 29
Look at that! Go, put your finger back on that release spirit! Put that back on there! You release spirit immediately! Release spirit immediately! Release spirit immediately! Go and take out the mobs! Wait a minute, hold on, I have doubted again. 1 second. They timed it just. Oh my gosh!
Go.
0
Oh my
seconds!
goodness.
Literally 0 seconds!
I've never seen a 0-second clutch before.
Yeah, they got the +2, they've got the
Oh my
+2.
gosh.
The Marines are, oh no!
No!
They might still have
Oh,
this
yeah.
up. They might still have this up.
Oh, it's him, he's
Hold
at 1%. We expected to see more priests than we have. See, we got the Resto Shaman now, we've got another team running the Resto Druid, we've got Paladin in the mix. There's a lot of fun and flavor.
You know, I cannot believe everything we've been seeing. From the Navy to the Marines, or to the Army, this is insane. The Coast Guard has been doing insane. Everybody's been doing insane.
so satisfying to bring home number 1.
They have it. They have it in the bag. They're doing a DPS a second. 1% of health a second. Koromar is bouncing around all over the place. But the Marines at the last 10 seconds plus 2. This 25 iron dots. You're no longer racing against the haywire, but you're racing against the potential for a +3.
Go, 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 Pop Lust. Use everything you have. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. I don't think they're gonna make it. No!
Coast Guard just barely missed it.
This was the most amazing Keystone event in recent history.
Hello, everyone, and if you celebrated, happy Easter. Today is the final day of the AFDL, the Armed Forces Dungeon League. Today, the question will be answered. Is the Coast Guard going to be able to take the lead that they've had this entire weekend and turn that into a win? Or will one of our 3 other teams, the U.S. Marines, U.S. Army, or the U.S. Air Force, be able to make that reverse sweep happen and get that victory for themselves? Well, we're going to find out. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me is, of course, the ever-amazing Lithy and Marialia. So, Lithy, let's go ahead and start off with you. Yesterday was kind of a crazy day. There was a lot of action that happened in the first initial half of it, and towards the second half, things stalled out a little bit, but then some steam was found. What are some of the opinions that you have on that?
Was a day filled with attempts and depletes, comp swaps, and more wiping. Very interesting day, quite honestly. We saw Halls of Valor introduced as our 4th dungeon, the new dungeon yesterday, and teams took to that quite quickly and quite successfully, if I can say so. All in all, I'm very happy with how yesterday went, and it also kind of crystallized out a little bit of the more finer performance differences between some of the teams now that we were kind of getting really to the more high-level keys for everyone.
Oh, yeah, those high-level keys. They were fun to watch, but you could definitely tell that there were some issues that they needed to work through in getting used to the more punishing mechanics and how any singular misstep is amplified tenfold versus what you would see even like a 20. So, Marialia, Lithy mentioned it. We had our 4th new dungeon yesterday, but there's a new dungeon today here on the final day of the AFDL, and that new dungeon could maybe create some comebacks.
Yes, I am happy to finally be able to share with you the 5th dungeon of this weekend. Let's bring up the map scoreboard so we can see what it's going to be, and I will catch you up on where the teams are at right now. Sadly, none of you guessed it correct. We've got an Azure Vault for everyone to enjoy today. It is going to be fortified, spiteful, and quaking.
Man, Azure Vault is gonna be spicy, because if we think back a little bit to the MDI, we've seen some interesting routes come out of that.
I think the most notable route that you can get out of it is obviously the snapping in Azure Vault. You can bring mobs down into one of the lower platforms with you to save a heck of a lot of time. Whether or not any of our teams are actually going to do that is obviously going to be seen, but even still, right, there's the platform that you can skip. You can just jump down after you take care of the second boss of Azure Vault, and you just pick up a little bit extra in the first half of the dungeon, jump down into and skip a good big chunk majority of Azure Vault.
It's a frogless route nowadays, and I can appreciate that.
Yeah, yeah, who wants to deal with frogs jumping all over the place and dealing with all of the animals of the world, right?
Apparently fairy tale princesses, but I don't think we have any of those in the groups today, right?
I don't think so.
No, not today. But we do have players who are feeling the pressure. If we take a look at the scoreboard, just sitting comfortably at the top here is the Coast Guard. They have performed brilliantly all weekend, making excellent strategic choices. And frankly, it's going to be an uphill battle for the Marines, the Army, and the Air Force. They all have about 2 hours of their playtime today just required for catch-up. So they're hoping that the Coast Guard, clear a couple of Azure Vaults and then just brick everything else. That they don't actually manage to get those 25s, 24s any higher, and they just stonewall and give them the time they need. The Azure Vault is a shorter dungeon. I believe it's the 4th shortest of the pack, so it sits right in the middle of, all the different key times for this. So there's likely to be probably time for 4, maybe 5 runs of this, get it up to that 21, 23, 24 to match.
I'd love to see it, honestly. I mean,
I'd
if we're already
go ahead,
talking
Lippy.
about time of day here, Sam, right? Gotta be done with these keys before midnight. Otherwise, that lead for Coast Guards might be turning back into a pumpkin.
Oh, could potentially. I mean, Azure Vault, a fortified Azure Vault. Oof, and that's gonna be tough. The affixes themselves are kind of Quaking's all right, and Spiteful is. I think really the only affix they have to worry about is fortified and having to chew through all of that health on all of the mobs, so that's not going to be easy. Coast Guard, though, I mean, they're pretty comfortable across the board.
Oh, yeah.
Really, they are. A 24.
I mean,
A 25 on Shadow Moon. The only team to have accomplished that. And tied in 2 of the other dungeons.
Yeah.
With Ruby
Right.
Life Pools being a 4-way tie, and Halls of Valor just tied with the U.S. Army.
the Coast Guard depleted it by less than a second, which kind of means it's not a deplete because Blizzard has the pity timer in. We had the whole situation there yesterday. That was an impressive run, and it wasn't even a clean run to begin with. So maybe, and this is where I'm gonna lean out of the window a little bit further, maybe we'll see a 26 Shadow Moon coming from the Coast Guard today.
6.
Oh, I don't know about that, Lithy. I think the 25, they proved they could do it, but it's a real challenge. We know that they prefer running healer lists so far this weekend. The 24-25 Shadow Moon, and I believe the 24... Did they even have a healer on their 24
Algothar?
No.
archive? No, they didn't. They ran healer lists. So they would need to bring the healer back in for the 26. If your team is more comfortable running a 4 DPS comp, then maybe it's not worth it just because of comfortability.
Maybe. That's a big maybe. I mean, the Coast Guard so far this weekend they're very comfortable, right, with what they've done. The Algothar Academy being accomplished at a 24 level, and Lithy, they came back to it. They came back to the tried and true 4 DPS method. Because really, who needs a healer these days? When you could just, you don't need to be healed if everything is dead. That's the biggest lesson I think we need to learn here.
It's also a thing of having a lot of solid off heal, which they do in their comp, but the other part
Those
being
rings.
dungeon design wise a dungeon that allows you to play around taking damage quite a lot. There is a lot of damage in this dungeon that is just completely avoidable. So being able to bring that 4th DPS in, keep mob packs under control, get more kicks in, is gonna be a lot easier to handle without a healer, just killing things off faster than with a healer. And if you're practiced at it, well, as you can see, Coast Guard just flying through that Algothar, and quite honestly, that's gonna give them a really solid head start going to Azure Vault today once again. We've already seen them +3 a dungeon with 4 DPS that another team with a healer was able to only +2.
Yes, and I just want to make a quick catch up there. There was a visual glitch on the scoreboard. I went back. We double-checked all of the completed keys. What you can see on screen now is correct. Coast Guard have 94 points. The U.S. Army are in second with 88. The Marines have 87, and the Air Force have 87. So a nice cushion between the Coast Guard and the Army, but anyone could take second place, and it is still absolutely possible for the Coast Guards to be upset by another one of these teams. I'm incredibly excited to see where they're going. I got the teams readying up. We are 3 minutes away from game start. Sam, are you excited?
I'm very excited. I think I'm going to put the predictions in right now. The Coast Guard, this is their moment. No more second places for them. It is time to shine. And the Coast Guard, well, they've been a beacon the entire weekend, the entire way through, lighting the way forward for the rest of the teams to follow in their burning wake. Coast Guard, and you know, once again, no bribes happened in the background. I'm not biased in any way, shape, or form, but
that's a weird thing to say, Sam. That's a really weird thing to say out of nowhere.
Well, you missed it yesterday, Lithy, but Sam had an interesting costume change.
I saw the
Wardrobe,
jersey.
yeah.
I did see the jersey.
Oh, that's right. You were there when it happened. It was just a bit strange moment. I'm having trouble remembering it, in fact, whether it actually happened or I'm imagining it.
You were imagining it, yeah. It was deep-baked, Photoshop.
Definitely.
AI enhanced.
Right, right.
Definitely. What about yourself, Lithy? Who are you feeling might be able to take home the win this weekend?
Quite honestly, the advantage the Coast Guard has across the board, not just one dungeon, across basically all dungeons, that is very tough to beat. It's going to be a crazy hard uphill battle for all three teams trying to catch up to the Coast Guard. Because, man, these guys are good, they're fast, and they're efficient. So, really, honestly, Team Coast Guard is the team to beat, and the best team to beat them is themselves. So if that doesn't happen, well, then they probably have the win in the back.
Okay, all right. Mary Elliott, we got 2 for the Coast Guard. Where are you leaning right now?
I gotta follow the math, and I think, you know, my gut says let's go Coast Guard, but there is a world where they upset. It's a 34-minute dungeon. Let's say they 3-chest, right? To 3-chest Azure Vault, you have to get it done within 20 minutes. I think it's very expected that they'll 3-chest the 15, 3-chest the 18, potentially even 3-chest the 21 based on their, you know, runs so far. Let's be pessimistic. Let's say they 2-chest that. That's still an hour and a half for them to kind of hit that baseline. If we assume everybody gets there and then Coast Guard just stops, they just fail everything for the rest of the day, Army could take it. They definitely have the potential to come back. The Army, their biggest challenge today is going to be not defeating themselves. We saw it yesterday. We saw it the day before, where they just hit a wall and they keep trying to break through the same key over and over. And instead of, there's just something not working there where they need to either step away or try something new. I don't know what it's going to be, but the Army's worst enemy is going to be themselves.
Okay.
Back-to-back champions?
Poetic.
Maybe. Who knows?
Maybe. Who knows? Who knows, right? There's a lot of excitement here on the line. We've had 2 first-place teams in the form of the Army and the Marines, the perennial second place, the Coast Guard, and, of course, the Air Force, who's been sitting in 4th place the past 2 AFDLs, looking and wondering, man, what could something not 4th place look like? And that is a really good potential for them as well. Hey, I gotta say it, you know, it was right there. I know, a little cruel, but hey, you know,
But they're always so close. The scoreboard is always so close. Like we said, they're 1 point off tying for second right now, and it just is heartbreaking.
Okay, I was a little bit off. Apparently the Air Force was 3rd last time, so I'm the one who's a little crazy.
They were flying a little bit under the radar there, Sam. Don't worry.
It's too early for that, Lithy. We haven't gotten into the game.
You know,
we haven't gotten into the gameplay yet. I can't take it away from the Air Force.
Yes, we have.
Can't take it away from the Air Force.
The hour mark has started, and I've got teams with keys. Let's bring up the quad. The Air Force are already in their dungeon. They are way ahead. Everyone else is still grouping up, checking their dungeon tools.
Oh,
but
no.
the Air Force is saying, Sam, we will prove you wrong.
I'm okay with that. Prove me wrong, please. And we're seeing a little of the Coast Guard's MDT route, getting that ready for Azure Vault. And I like that. Plan ahead, figure out what you want to do, how you want to go about accomplishing it. Marines Halls of Valor, looks like that's getting started. And of course, their Halls of Valor is going to be at that very lovely little 21. So a nice, thick, juicy Halls of Valor. 2 teams, though, inside of this Azure Vault. U.S. Army, not looking to wait around for the Coast Guard, has already started, and a nice big gigapool in this initial early room. We're probably going to be seeing that a lot today, even in some of the higher keys. Get that taken care of quick. So it's not really much to worry about. Affix-wise, for the Air Force, that 25 Shadow Moon, Liffy, has been taunting them ever since yesterday. They want to get it done so badly.
Man, they started the day yesterday with the 25 Shadow Moon already. They're trying it again today. I'm really hoping that this is gonna work out for them. It looks like they've adjusted their route a little bit, though, and they are skipping this first massive trash pack with the blueberry. They might go back to it after these spiderlings, but if they actually change up the route here, they are skipping the pack that caused them the most trouble out of the whole dungeon of the past 2 days.
Do you think they may have gone into this dungeon, Lithy, last night and just was practicing it over and over again, looking at the routing, seeing what's really worth doing? Maybe we could skip something here and there and come back to it later, or and optimize the route a little bit more?
Maybe. Possible. Likely. At the very least, they've put some thought into this route and talked about, okay, what can we do to make this easier on us? What is happening here? Maybe they studied a little bit of the routes that are being run by the top end and plus pushing teams. Because why not? I mean, the routes are out there. You can find them, you can grab some inspiration, and it might just help you. And quite honestly, we know already that the Air Force can time this key. They just need to play clean. And so far, they're almost at the first boss. No deaths. But we are talking about Tyrannical, and it is really the good old Sedana Blood Fury that has given them the most trouble out of all these bosses so far.
Mary Elliott, you were here yesterday, though, when the Air Force got heartbreakingly close to it.
Oh, it was just back-to-back heartbreak towards the end of the
It
day
really
yesterday.
was.
Like, everybody was within seconds of their timers, and it's the sheer number of deaths. Like, I'm taking a look at the stats from yesterday. Over the course of the day, there were 414 deaths that I have registered here. That's a cumulative time loss of 34 minutes for all of these teams.
Yeah, that putting that number into perspective, right? that hurts. And the Coast Guard, though, when we're talking about the end of the day, and every team was having heartbreak, the only hearts they were breaking were all of the hearts inside of that Alcathar Academy, as they were destroying right through the Echo of Dorgosa to be able to take the win, that 24 that they had now, blazing through this 15. And I think something that is not out of the ordinary here, Lithy, for the Coast Guard, that 4 DPS composition once again. And they could probably push this to a pretty decent amount. And I'm trying to think, there's a lot of avoidable damage in here too, except for maybe on the second boss where potentially maybe in some of the higher keys, that's where we're going to start seeing the healer be very useful.
It's gonna really come down to more of the question of, is the healer required rather than useful? Is it useful? Yeah, absolutely, always. As we have one of the DPS go down actually for the Coast Guard right now. It's really all about, for these guys at least, is it doable without a healer? And if it's doable without a healer, so far these guys have run the key without a healer. And considering the amount of off-heals you have in this lineup with the Enhancement Shaman and the Red Paladin especially, quite honestly, I am not too worried about Azure Vaults in general. Yes, Azure Blade can get a little bit tricky, but the most of the damage avoidable there, most of the damage there is actually avoidable through kicking and dodging orbs. the only big issues will be things like tank dispels, and of course with Telash and his frost bombs, because that's a decent chunk of damage on a high level. But it's not tyrannical, so hey, what do I know?
Yeah, well, the good thing too about the frost bombs now is that there's a little delay before they start damaging you. So if you can get out quick enough, then you could potentially avoid that damage once more. And then when he goes inside of the shield and you need to get into the bubbles, you shouldn't be taking too much damage. And I think also that's why they may have brought the DK, the unholy DK, and just get that little extra AMZ. But for the Coast Guard, they're perfectly fine. Same for the U.S. Army, though. Both these teams blazing through this 15 and a breakneck speed. The Air Force, meanwhile, looking very good on their 25 Shadow Moon Burial Ground. Sedana Blood Fury, less than 15% and only 1 death suffered so far.
Yep. That's a good point to start in. We got another Dark Eclipse coming in. It's gonna do some group-wide damage, but immediately topped off. You can see the Shadow Priest's Halo coming through. Everything there to support the healer. And that's gonna be it for this boss fight. 1 death down, 6 minutes 38, or 30, no, 40 seconds something. It is now coming in for the kill timer, and when these guys depleted the 25 by like 30 seconds or something, they killed this first boss 13 minutes into the run. So, I mean, I'm not good at math, but 6 minutes 40 is a lot faster than 13 minutes in my book, and that should be enough to finish this key in time, especially because so far it's been a very clean run, and they've not had any troubles with anything after Sedana.
You're our statistics and numbers expert. 13 more than 6, correct?
Yes, 13 more than 6. I'm actually looking at their last attempt because they were 6 seconds ahead of their minus 13 pace on that attempt as well. You can actually see here, you can tell on the timer, they were 14 seconds slower to kill Saldana this time than their last attempt. So roughly on par with their heartbreaking loss yesterday. If they can keep this up and if they can avoid the avoidable deaths, there's no reason this key should not be timed. Players just need to focus on their positioning and not take unnecessary damage.
Unnecessary damage. I don't know how to do that if I was a DPS player, so that's probably the reason why I wasn't invited to join any of these teams. Also, not in the military. But regardless, the Marines, seems like they're on the trash pack right just before Herja. The U.S. Army, Coast Guard, kind of still in similar places on this ring. It looks like the U.S. Army still, I believe, on the upper ring. But for the Air Force, well, our first reset of the day.
That's absolutely the right call from them. I'm taking a look at their last failed 25. They had 14 deaths, and I think they're taking a page out of the Marines book, intentionally or not, to say, we have threshold barriers that we must meet. If we get to a certain point in the dungeon and the certain criteria are met, like we have too many deaths by the end of Saldana, or we have too many deaths by the time we reach Nihilish, or we have, whatever they set as their markers, it's worth just going back and resetting. The Marines have used that strategy to amazing success, coming back an incredible number of points yesterday, and it worked for them brilliantly back in October's clash. So I think this is definitely the right call from the Air Force. You're only 1 boss in. Go out, go in, give yourself the best setup so that you don't have to try and make up for mistakes later. You just get a clean
The big
run.
problem with the point where they just flopped over, right? It is all this trash after Sedana going towards Nihilish. You don't have a respawn point there. So you go back to the start of the dungeon. They've skipped a major pack on the way, and I just assume that their pots would still be on cooldown. So they are faced with the option of a solid, I want to say, 2-minute run back to the pack they just wiped to, or even theoretical a longer time of refighting that first pack that they initially skipped. So basically, they've wiped in the only spot in this dungeon where it's literally impossible to recover a run from a wipe.
It's those little unfortunate moments, right? When that just crops up, Lithy, and you look at the math, and they've done this over and over again, and they've realized, okay, yeah, there's no point. Reset now. Make it quick. We'll come back in. We'll do it again. Good recognition here from the Air Force. And I've also been seeing some notes from our production crew that the Air Force did something interesting on the ad that spawns from Sedana Blood Fury here. And when the Air Force does make it to Sedana, I'd love to be able to full screen them and see just exactly what they did. Because apparently it was like pretty cool. So I like pretty cool stuff. And I think chat and everyone involved likes pretty cool stuff. So we'll see what the Air Force had cooking.
I hate cool stuff. I don't want to watch cool stuff.
Lithy, you love cool stuff. Don't lie.
Yeah, I love cool stuff.
We know that's a lie because you're here.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to make some fun.
See, look at that, Lithy.
I hate fun.
Oh my gosh. I'm up here with a bunch of party poopers. I hate
Takes one to
fun.
know
I
one.
hate cool things. Oh.
The Marines doing the dance on Herja. We did see a couple of teams struggle with this boss yesterday, so you know it's not a terribly high key compared to the rest of the groups, but this is one of the dungeons the Marines have no choice but to complete if they want even a chance at second place, let alone the title. They are currently 2 keys behind everybody else.
Rough. But we do have to remember for the Marines, disaster. It was disaster after disaster after disaster leading into this weekend. Roster changes, people dropping out. It was just the Marines having to try to make something work, but right as they're making their way to Sedana Blood Fury, our poor little Retribution Paladin has felt the retribution of these mobs leading into it. Thankfully, they can still get the revive off and have an opportunity to still save things up here. But it's these little things that happen, right, Lithy, where
That's
little bit of time here and there.
that's the one mandatory death you have to bring in. You know, you don't beat Sedana without a blood sacrifice. This is it, and well, now you can go into this fight and actually just murder her straight up. 3 minutes 10 as we start off this encounter. So, last run, she died at 6 minutes 40. Let's see if they can beat their new best, or if they can beat their old best and claim a new best. Of course, you gotta kill off these defiled spirits. Very easily done if you have stuns and the likes available. And of course, all of these daggers and pools coming in. Here's Sedana doing massive shenanigans, and of course you got the Dark Eclipse. Look at that! Oh, I love a Retri Paladin just popping the bubble for DPS uptime. That's fantastic.
Gotta stay on them at all times. Quite seriously, every little ounce of damage that you can eke here is gonna make up the time that you lost and having to hit the revive, the 5 seconds from the first death. Everything here is so important that you have to hit. The Defiled Spirit comes back out. I believe this is where we want to take a very close look at what exactly is happening here. Every single stun CC known in existence of World of Warcraft kept that Defiled Spirit locked it down and prevented them from moving pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, it looked kind of like watching arenas against the Rogue, you know.
Very relevant right now too. I think for the Air Force, with the way that we've seen them improve over Shadow Moon Burial Grounds has been very impressive. You can tell that they've obviously learned a lot in how to optimize taking on this boss and being able to win here. Another Defiled Spirit comes down, and the immediate, just right on top of that Defiled Spirit, Hodge, everything. You just get rid of them quick as can be.
Exactly. Just finish them off, because if you don't, bad things are gonna happen in the meantime. Another Dark Eclipse, the Dark Communion coming in 35, so that's another Spirit, and in between you want to get as much damage as possible onto this boss. We're a minute 10 away from a new fastest kill. And look at the damage going out on the whole party. Dartu and Skunk dropping down to 10%. But everyone is kept alive. Big heals coming through from the Resto Druid. Also very interesting to see how fluently Darto and Skunk are changing the healer position between each other. Skunk on the Disc Priest and on the Resto Shaman. Very successful over the course of yesterday. But of course Darto also coming in for the first time yesterday on this Resto Druid and the Whispers. The Whispers do so much damage. Unless they're named Sam Whispers, then they're not even level 70.
I've been looking very closely at that turn at that mob. When it comes out, there was a point where that mob had like over 20% HP and they executed it.
Yup, Red Paladin.
And so yeah, the Red Paladin I think is just blasting them through. From what I'm understanding, it might actually be using Turn Evil to make that happen or something going on there. So that is saving them so much time.
It's definitely working out well. Now, we didn't get a new personal best on this boss kill. She died at exactly 640 once again. But we get another shot at this pack. And here, as you can see, the mind controls. Those are the things that get really nasty if you're not careful. And luckily, Driss gets taken out. Rending Void Lash does a lot of damage, so needs to be interrupted. And these explosives are taken care of quite nicely as well. All in all, a clean pull. But we've also seen this thing bigger in previous attempts. So they're going safe and secure through everything. And for the moment, it is working out quite nicely for the Air Force.
I would really like to take a quick peek back at the quad just so you can see the Coast Guard are blazing through their 15 Azure Vault. They are already on the final boss, 16 minutes and 38 seconds in. The Army are 18 minutes in and still have 2 bosses to go. So this 4 DPS setup, again, is making a huge difference in their ability to 3-chest these early keys.
I mean, honestly, it's not surprising, right? the extra DPS, it means you can get through it quicker. You're doing more damage. You are blazing through the health bars much faster. If there's no... listen, right? It's a very simple concept. 100 to 0 as quick as you can. That's what you need to do to the bosses.
And keep your health above 0 as well.
You know what, Lithy? I feel like you should write the World of Warcraft tips. I think that's a very useful piece of advice for a lot of my pub groups.
I applied. Blizzard didn't hire me. Nothing else I can do, man. It's their loss, honestly, but...
It is.
Yeah.
Very much. I'll tell you what's not a loss is the Coast Guard's 15 about to become an 18. And in the same breath, the U.S. Army looking like they're going to be in the same area as well, getting that key taken care of. And honestly, not too far behind the Coast Guard either. It's still, they're still relatively close to each other, but obviously with the Coast Guard getting theirs done earlier, means that they can get back into the key quicker, means they can keep pushing this 18 even more.
Yep. No, really good time coming in from the Army as well. They're about half a boss fight behind the Coast Guard, so this is going to be +3 as well in the meantime. Marine Corps wiping it up on Fenrir. The big dog took off a leg and ran off with it, so that's going to be a reset. At least they can res up right here and start into the boss fight again immediately. But still, that's a harsh setback on this 21, and you'll definitely, well, maybe not definitely, but you are running risk of losing a 2-chest because of that.
And for the Marines, they need everything that they can get on Halls of Valor, every single like advantage, right? When you take a look at what they did yesterday, they're tied with the Air Force. They're both sitting at 20s completed so far. And so, obviously, if the Marines are able to get this one done, they'll be at a 21. They'll be ahead of the Air Force inside of Halls of Valor. But they'll still be behind the Army, and they'll still be behind, of course, the Coast Guard, who are both sitting very comfortable at their 22s. So, if the Marines are going to be struggling here, as long as they can get to that, I guess, 22, and then as long as they can time it, that'll be good for them. But then the question becomes, with the way that things are looking in this 21... that 22 that 22 is not going to be easy.
I mean, when was the 22 ever easy, Sam?
Well, I mean, if I'm in it, it's going to be a cakewalk, Liffy.
Oh, yeah, true. No, yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
guys carrying you usually are pretty good. I feel a little bit bad for that one. Sorry, Sam.
That one tore deep, Liffy. But you're not wrong. That's the part that hurts. Is that you're not wrong. All right, so it's back on to Fenrir though for the Marines. The Marines are fighting to get their leg back that was ripped off. And listen, we know that Fenrir tore off Tyr's hand, but we're not Tyr, okay? We're not even gonna pretend to be as cool as Tyr. So it's our legs this time, and we need to get that back. The Marines need to get that back anyways. Ooh, really good Warlock A. Brings him back over. Try not to get hit with the... Try not to get eaten alive. And yeah, nobody's getting eaten alive this time around.
Oh, well played. Also, a little bit interesting to see, honestly, that the Marine Corps is one of the few teams not running a Paladin at all. Especially in Halls of Valor, Paladin brings in so much incredibly useful utility. Especially for Fenrir, you can work so well around the Bob, for example. But all in all, this still seems to be working very, very nicely for them. And with 40 seconds to go, that 3 chest is probably going to be gone. But after that, it's not too much. Actually, I say that. It's about, I think, 14 or 24% of trash left. Not 100% sure. And of course, 2 bosses. God King Skorvald and... good. Okay, yeah, I can't really call Odin a boss, honestly. That dude is just overrated.
Whoa. Odin's overrated. Wow. Okay. All right. Liffy coming out swinging. Our poor shaman here can't take the Warlock Gate, so had to dip their toes in the water. Or we're seeing people running around it. We're seeing having to jump into the water to get across this little babbling brook. The Air Force, we got to give it to them, has taken down Nalish, but I don't think we were really expecting anything different. But the most important thing about it is that they've made up some a pretty decent amount of time that they needed to, where in their attempt to go to Nalish, they suffered 1 death. Now, they have only had the 1 death that we saw happen to the Ret POV that we have right now for them. That's pretty good. That's not a bad thing going on here for the Air Force. And if they can keep this momentum going throughout Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, hopefully, we're not going to be seeing them suffering the same fate that happened last night.
We do sure hope so. But they're pretty well into the key, and as we talked about already, right? Once you get past Sadana Blood Fury and this first pack after her, the Air Force has been clean as hell, but of course also the trash afterwards. Really not all that challenging. The most dangerous part really is the caster trash around Nylash, and after that, Bone Maw really doesn't offer any challenge in terms of trash, as long as you get the interrupts in on the bats and the spiders. And then you're already on to Nazul, unless of course you wipe to the double blueberry pack, which we've not seen. I don't think we've seen a single death to the double blueberry pack. I'm not 100% sure on that though.
I'm sure it's happened somewhere that we may just not have seen. It's bound to happen, right?
We've definitely not seen one on stream, if I remember correctly, but I can do some digging.
I gotta feel like somebody has to have died. At least one person has to have died.
Probably someone on the Coast Guard, like a Hansmith Shaman or something.
Oh, okay. We got to make sure the Coast Guard stays humble throughout this entire event, right? They're 4 DPS. The 4 DPS, that's a lot of ego in one party. So you got to make sure to bring it back. You got to reel it back every chance that you can get. I'm liking the pulls here from the Coast Guard though. Big pulls, big pulls that you can get away with, and these lower keys. And get it done quick and onto the first boss of Laymore, who still gives me a small form of PTSD to this day, because I remember in the beta how crazy he was, even with no affixes. This was a tough boss. and I did not have any fun with. And wait a minute, what happened to the U.S. Army? Did they run into some issues with their Azure Vault?
The army?
Yes, it does look like they are resetting their 18. I blinked and I missed it, so I don't know what caused the reset. As soon as we have the logs, I'll be able to take a look when those come in. But that is not what they want to happen. Coast Guard are breezing through theirs. They had actually made up time because Coast Guard waited so long to start their 18 that they started it less than 40 seconds before the Army started theirs. So having this reset puts them definitely off pace.
I mean, then again, it's really just a minute or two that they've lost, right? Because the Coast Guard now with 4 minutes into the dungeon, sitting at the first boss. There's probably something wrong there at the first poll, and at that point, since they already saw how tight the 3 chest timer got for them on the 15, decided for themselves, okay, yeah, we'll just quickly reset. This is like 2 minutes that we're losing. It's not gonna matter over the course of this last day of the AFDL, and we'll just get right back into it. So let's see if they can clean this up at the start of the dungeon. Of course, it's a new dungeon. You haven't really touched this all weekend, so some grooving in definitely necessary.
Getting the warm-ups activated as well. We've been going for about 30 minutes now. It's already been 30 minutes, by the way, everyone. Hard to believe that time is flying by this fast. But when you're having fun, well, it's the only thing that makes sense. And yeah, for the U.S. Army, it's you got to get the +3. The amount of time that you are quote unquote wasting, right, in hitting that reset is kind of small potatoes in the long run if you don't get that 21 and then you have to go and do the 20, whereas the Coast Guard have a 21. They're going to get that 21 done, probably 1 or 2 chests it, and then they'll have a 22 or 23, whereas the U.S. Army still struggling in that 21 that they will be having. Not struggling, but wishing it could have been 20, wishing it could have been a 21.
I'm going through some of the just breakdowns from how much time has been spent in versus outside of dungeons. And I've had to check this 4 times, but the numbers are coming up the same. According to this, the Coast Guard spent more than an hour and 14 minutes not in a dungeon yesterday. An hour and 14 minutes. The Army spent 56 minutes comparatively. Now, this takes the overrun time, so those of them who finished dungeons, for example, the Army ran 24 minutes over regulation time because they were inside of a dungeon, so it takes that into account. But that's a lot of time to have missed out, and I really hope they don't maintain that today.
Wait.
I'm just shocked by those numbers.
Just so I understand it correctly, the overrun time is in there, so the 25 minutes that went over time at the end of the day, we subtract from the hour 15 they've not spent in the dungeons, right?
Sometimes I hate math. All right, so if we have 5 hours in a day, right? That 5 hours, yes, you would subtract the 24 minutes. So based on that, the Marines only ran... Oh, okay. Nope, I found where... The Marines only overran by 4 minutes because they had the early failure and they lost an hour and 14. The Coast Guard, they had 20 minutes, but they also ran 20 minutes over. So that's already taken into account. They spent 20 minutes not inside of a dungeon.
Okay, that sounds about more what I was expecting.
That sounds much more sensible.
Yes, because...
the Army is still showing 56 minutes not in a dungeon, and
Well, the Army...
I just can't believe
Army
it.
did reset a lot, and if you throw in like 1 or 2 10-15-minute breaks, bathroom breaks, etc., over the course of 5.5 hours, if you include that end of the day run, basically, you amass a decent number of minutes of AFK time. But yeah, no, honestly, almost an hour of just nothing seems odd.
It does. I do know that they spent an hour and 43 minutes on their failed runs, which is a lot of time as well.
Yeah.
Coast Guard lost an hour and 23 to their runs, so that's at least comparative. But I'm just amazed. The Marines, they only had 40 minutes of failed runs. Now, unfortunately, they're stuck at lower keys because they weren't able to push as many threes as some of these other teams. But it's amazing how much hitting a wall loses you just blanket time. You don't realize how much time you've lost until it gets put together in a spreadsheet.
Yeah,
like
I
this.
mean, you look at what the Marines are doing, right, in this Halls of Valor. 30 minutes on this one key that they've done. Obviously counting in the deaths and everything, but it's still a 30-minute key. That is a long time. That's the only dungeon they've done so far today, and we're already at 4 hours and 30 minutes left on this timer. Long keys like that'll do you in. And if you're not able to time them, you go all the way through, like what we saw happen a lot on Halls of Valor, unfortunately, for some of our teams. It just adds up over and over again. And Lithy, those are the kind of things that it's just you got to strategize ahead of time, right? When it comes to long keys like Halls of Valor or long keys like Azure Vault.
Not just the long keys in general, you want to know what you're doing ahead of time, especially the shorter ones, because everything just comes at you so much faster. There's so much more that can go wrong in this short time frame. So you just want to be sure of what your game plan is going in and not discuss, do we pull this pack, do we pull that pack while you're in the dungeon. So at the same time, I don't really feel like we've seen any quote-unquote issues with that for any of the teams so far this weekend. It all seems fairly, at least somewhat well coordinated. Some issues we've seen once we get into these higher levels of keys where people have started to swap around comps a little bit, tried different approaches towards routes, especially thinking about the academy runs that we've seen over the last 2 days. But outside of that, everything seems to have been very well planned out.
Which is impressive as well, considering you got to make sure that you're well planned out when you don't know what the plan is because you don't have access to the dungeons. Right, you didn't know what's going to be on day one. There's 3 dungeons that you have to do for day one, especially. That's especially a difficult task. And then you go into day. Then you can sort of formulate what you want to do in day 2, depending on what the next dungeon is going to be. Then on the final day, a lot more plans can be made and a lot more of an idea of what you need to do in order to succeed. Then happens. You can do the math. You can run the numbers. You can make analysis. Without the pressure of a timer forcing you to make quick snap decisions that may be a mistake, right? Whether or not it is, as long as you make the decision, though, that's really what's more important. You don't want to be hit with the analysis paralysis. Learned that from Kexman yesterday. He gave me that very lovely word, that very lovely phrase. And then take that to potentially what could be a victory, right, Lithy?
Potentially. It's on the board for all of these teams. The big thing for us for the moment is that the Coast Guard, after 2 years in a row of being, or 2 events rather in a row being runner-ups, second place, they've, first the first team, kind of knocked open the door towards the 100-point mark. They are firmly in the lead, and looking at their plus 18 as a vault that they're currently running, this is looking pretty solid as well, and with 9 minutes to go, they're already on Azure Blade. They have only 25% trash left to go, and 2 bosses after this one. They're on a good pace. Very good pace.
Oh my gosh. Azure Blade.
And also,
Azure Blade had a health bar.
yeah, Azure
like
Blade
the
is
Marines?
melting, man. Look at the Air Force. Let's go
Yeah, look at the
full
Air
screen
Force.
on the Air Force for the next 5 minutes, because that is what it's going to take them to complete this dungeon. And look at the timer, man. They got 8 minutes to go for Ner'zhul. They're on the double blueberries after Bonemore here. And they're not even past the 2 chest timer yet. This is a absolutely solid run. Only 3 more deaths since that first one before Blood Fury.
Of where that happened specifically, regardless of where it happened, the important thing is that this team is doing good Their recovery has been fantastic when it needs to have happened. And I'm looking at my two mains right here, like a Retribution Paladin and a Shadow Priest.
Yesterday, the Red Paladin wasn't even your main anymore. Sam, decide, please. Good lord.
I'm also thinking of Demo Lock now, too. I've been watching Kalamazi videos on Demo Lock. So
I am so done.
It's hard. They all look like so much fun.
Why don't you play all three, Sam?
Because I have... okay. Because I'm lazy. I was going to say I have a life, but let's be real about that.
Yeah, let's be real about that for a second.
Because I'm lazy and that's a lot of work. But maybe I will. I don't know.
It's not a lot
There's
of
always being
work.
pulled, Lithy.
This is the alt-friendliest expansion ever, Sam. You can keep chars active super, super comfortably. It's very nice to do, especially in PvP. But let's talk a little bit more about Ner'zhul, because that guy has been sitting around here for so long. He could finally be...
They have 3 minutes to lust too, Lithy.
Oh yeah, they even get a bloodlust for this fight. That's a banger.
Yeah, so this fits into the timers. As long as they get the... Oh, don't get caught inside of the Malevolence like that. The good thing is with this reworked Retribution Paladin, a lot more time on your horsey when you activate it, when on your holy steed. It's a pretty decent amount of time that you get to work with and being able to avoid things like that. No longer a wheelchair class as much as they once were.
Look at my horse. No, but you're right. Red Paladins finally got the attention, the buffs, the reworks, the changes that they deserved. And they're in a good spot. Very, very good spot. I would love to see them stay there. I'm really curious to see how they will perform next patch, next tier, coming at us in less than a month actually. So very excited to see Season 2 roll in slowly but surely. It's a good time. Man, it's a good time to be a WoW player. I'll be very honest with you.
I think so. It's a really good time to be a WoW player who is still trying to decide their main one patch into the game.
I'm ignoring you.
Okay, that's fair enough. The Air Force is not ignoring Ner'zhul. Less than a minute and a half now before Lust comes up off of cooldown. Ner'zhul sitting at 60-ish% and 4 minutes and 34 seconds left on the clock. The Air Force is doing a dungeon right now. I chose my words very carefully.
You were all ready to ramp it up and then just instantly backtracked on that thought. I could feel it. Look, I'm a believer, okay? I mean, it's my job to look at the math and say, no, I trust in these players. I'm ignoring the clock. I think they can do it, and I'm going to believe till the absolute last second. They still definitely have the chance. We saw their last attempt, not the one that they just did where they reset themselves, but the last attempt yesterday on this that failed. They got that final wall right at the last moment, and quite frankly, if they had ignored the wall and just nuked Ner'zhul, he probably would have died on time. So...
No, sorry, go ahead. Good.
I was just going to say, like, this is going to be close, yes, but it is absolutely going to come down to their team leader making a judgment call.
So if we're looking at the timer so far for this fight, right, with 3 minutes 10 in, we're got Ner'zhul at about 40%, was 2 minutes 40 at the 50% mark, and they have over 3 minutes left on the timer, so if they stay continuous on the DPS, if they do not lose anyone in between, they should finish this dungeon with a solid, comfortable minute to go. And that would be a pretty solid pace. They got all the trash, they got all the other bosses down, and it's actually interesting to see this this timer add-on actually gives you a little bit of a shuffle time or variance on the splits when you kill things, which is really cool to see. So all in all, I mean, Air Force just looking clean. This is exactly what I was expecting from them in the 25 yesterday already.
Air Force is definitely looking like a team taking on this dungeon. I'm not caster cursing this, sorry.
No, Sam, it's
I
too
can't
late.
do that to them.
They are doing so damn good. There is literally nothing that can go wrong with this boss fight in these last 20% anymore.
Okay, all right.
They've already used their lust. It's not, you know, it's out. They only have to focus. I have a feeling we're going to get some unfortunate wall timing again, just based on where we're at. Exactly 2 minutes and 6 seconds left on the clock with 14% health. Oh, they can do it. They can definitely do
I
it.
mean,
They
the
can.
wall is 2 million HP. Azul on 6, 10% to go. This is a done thing. They'll ignore the last wall
probably-
and just go through. The wall even
I
has
would
3
say go
million.
for it.
though?
Yeah, I'd say go
Will
for
It's
it.
they?
faster to
I
kill
would say-
Azul than kill the wall at this point, but, I mean...
This is what
I
I
think-
was saying.
I think they just wanna be
They
safe.
have choices to make when the wall comes up, and they're potentially making the wrong choices. We saw stuff like this. It might not be the cause of their downfall now, but we saw yesterday a Halls of Valor where the tank stayed alive in order to try and eke out the last couple of damage on Odin. And if the call had come out, hey, tank, just go die, let's reset, they probably could have killed it. So,
And we have
yes,
it.
it didn't cause them to fail now. Good for them on completing this key, but they have to be careful if they want to try pushing anything higher.
Well, regardless, the Air Force has done it. It took a little bit of time to get there, and a whole nother day, but the 25 Shadow Moon Burial Ground has been put into the dirt, and the Air Force rising up from it is impressive. Now, we look over towards the rest of our teams. The Marines back inside of this Halls of Valor 22. I'm trying to see.
22.
Yeah. Did they
They
one
have
chest?
not suffered-
They one chested their
Yeah, they
21
one-chested.
after all. They timed that key, so now they're back in. Love to see that. In the meantime, Coast Guard. Oh, a minute on the timer for the +3 on the 18. That's gonna be a tight boss fight here. Let's go full screen the Coast Guard here for a second, because I really want to know how fast they burn through this boss health bar, man. Because it looks impressive. 4 DPS versus a old crystal dragon complaining to his mama.
Oh,
Down
3
goes the
DPS, I think
DK.
you'll
That's
find.
unfortunate, but Battle Res is available, and up comes Rune, and he's gonna be ready to blast. 50% to go. 30 seconds. Bloodlust up in 2 minutes. That's not gonna come in anytime soon. This is not looking good here, Sam. This might not be enough for a 3 chest.
It's a very close timer. Getting rid of the final few of the detonating crystals coming in. 37% HP. You basically got to be doing 2% at this point per second. And the 3 chest is now out of reach for the Coast Guard, but the 2 chest is still there. Not a very good moment, I think, for the possibilities of that happening to go to the 21. I think that's what they were really looking for. 6 deaths happened there. I'm wondering if that possibly may lead them into wanting to be more careful, especially now that they have more deaths on the board.
Yep, that's a nice wombo combo of exploding crystals and quaking and whatever else there happened. But, doesn't matter, key is timed, it's a +2, and we go into a 20 Azure Vault. Well done by the Coast Guard. That is gonna bolster their lead a little bit more now that the Air Force was able to catch up 2 points on them in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds and equalize that lead in that dungeon at least. And speaking of the Air Force, 23 Algathar Academy on the menu for those guys. In the meantime, Army sitting in their +18 still. 3 minutes as they pull their second to last boss. I'll be very honest with you, that's not going to be a 3 chest here, Sam.
No, it's not going to be a 3 chest. I think with the amount of deaths that they've had, the Coast Guard with their 4 DPS also didn't get their own 3 chest. The math just doesn't quite work out for these two teams. Unfortunate that it happens to happen that way, but it is it's just what we have in front of us and what we have to go with. I'm interested in the Air Force's 23 Algathar Academy. The last one that they did was the 21 times, and that means they +2'd this. Now they're going to go for the attempt again. The running theme for Algathar this weekend, though, has that the 20s have been nothing short of a hellish landscape, just like most schools are. It's been causing pain, for lack of a better word here, Liffy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also glad I'm not, I don't have to go to school anymore. But
I think everyone.
I'm quite intrigued by this academy choice from the Air Force. I'm just looking at what they have in their bags. I really would have gone for the Ruby Life Pools personally. Based on the scoreboard that I'm looking at, you know, they're running this 23. They've got the 25 Shadow Moon. They've got a 20. Apologies. Okay. It's not showing up on my screen correctly. All right, that makes a lot more sense. So even still, running the 23 here, they've got the 23 Ruby done. They've got a 24 in their bags, I believe, but they've still only got the 20 Halls of Valor. I would have expected them to go Ruby or Halls before they come back here. They're 2 points behind still in Halls of Valor.
It's a weird decision from them to want to go about doing it like this, but there has to be a reason. They may have crunched the numbers and probably ran Halls of Valor enough that they feel comfortable in taking a little bit of a pit stop there and then reattempting the Algothar Academy. I mean, if you think about it, right, if they do the Algothar Academy and if they actually time the 23, then that puts them in second place for Algothar. Whereas for the Halls of Valor,
The thing is,
I think they have a 21, right? And then that puts them, even if they time that 21, they still have to do the dungeon again. So the best option that they have, I think, if they want to see place, is definitely doing this Algothar.
Oh, but I disagree because the Marines are doing the Halls of Valor right now. So now the Air Force is the farthest behind on that dungeon of anybody. And if they don't go do it soon, they're going to get stuck doing it right at the end, and it's the longest dungeon. If they fail it, they will never make up those points.
If the Air Force time this 23, the Marines will be in last place on Algothar Academy by 2 points. So where the Marines are 2 ahead of them, then they'll be tied in that instance. The Air Force go back in and do the Halls of Valor, which I think the Marines are probably maybe already hitting their potential ceiling for Halls of Valor. If the air,
oh, okay.
It's all just ifs, right? It's all just ifs. If they can do it, if this can happen. A lot of math just hit, and I haven't thought this hard in a very long time, so I need a second here.
it is the last day. It's the day of strategies. It's the day of decisions after all, and ultimately, at the end of the day, we are gonna see which team had the best game plan coming into the whole weekend overall. And yes, decision making as towards which dungeons do we go for definitely are included in that regard. So you got to make sure you cap out all your dungeons, not just be up in the competing rankings for Halls of Valor. You need to be there for the Academy, for the Ruby Life Pools. Maybe you can even grab another level on that to get another point out. And of course, you need to get into the new dungeon, the Azure Vaults that we brought in just at the top of the show. And what we've also talked about in the top of the show is kind of the combination of what do you spend your time on and how much time do you spend on it. Because I was breaking it down yesterday a little bit, right? For me personally, I think a new dungeon, so you're able to cap it out to the potential that you'd be comfortable with, having reached a key that you think is a good position to end the day on that dungeon, will take you somewhere between 2 and 3 hours, and that leaves you about 2 hours and maybe a half to bolster out the remaining dungeons that you have. So I'd not be surprised to see the Air Force spend these first 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours on just polishing up the remaining dungeon runs that they had, because they looked comfortable in Shadow Moon Valley. Now they knocked that one out on a 25. Very, very clean run. They're back into the Algothar Academy. They're min-maxing trash during the RP for Veximus, where they've not done that for a single run over the last few days. So they've practiced this. They've definitely done their homework over the night. And honestly, whatever the Air Force does today, I think is the right decision that they've meticulously planned out.
They've hit the analysis. They've hit the books. They've literally living up to the names of Algothar Academy and did their homework.
Yep.
Impressive. I do have to admit, and that's what it takes to win, when you have that off time, when you have that available to you. And of course, with this AFDL, the biggest difference, I think, is that they have the ability to practice. They can go into the dungeons. They can look at it on the tournament realm. They can practice with the gear that they have and the specific affixes that they want. Okay, let's take a look at the route. Let's pull up MDT. Let's see what's the most optimal positions here for us. Maybe there's something that we could optimize, like what you said, Liffy. Take trash during the RP sections of Xmas, so that way we're not wasting any time.
The
Yeah.
biggest thing really for me for the Air Force is the fact that they're now going to Veximus first, because they've always spent their time running it down at the Ancient, then going to Croth, then going to Veximus, barely managing that part, and then wiping to the trash on the bridge or the spirits afterwards. And now they're doing the hard part of the dungeon, at least for them, first. Adjusted their route in general, also adjusted their comp a little bit, bringing in the Shadow Priest now with the Red Paladin and the BM Hunter. And all in all, just seems so much more comfortable and so much cleaner today.
It's so clean. Could probably eat off of it.
I'll be very honest with you, Sam. No. I don't think it's a question of if they clear it, it's a question of when they clear it. And
Oh, I love that.
what's the Coast Guard's best run on the Academy? 24? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, if the Coast Guard has done the 24, I am pretty sure that the Air Force is able to do it as well, but final judgment I can only give on that once I see this 23 actually completed, because so far they haven't managed that, and they've had multiple issues in this dungeon to deal with. The biggest of that, quite honestly, at the end of yesterday, we're really in this last part of the dungeon that they still have to go to. Big difference also for the Coast Guard. They've cleared the 24 with 4 DPS, so they definitely had a completely different strat going into this dungeon. And I'm not sure how fast the Air Force is with a healer instead of the 4th DPS.
Yeah, they have.
Yup. Seems like
They have.
Seems like they have a little bit of a dog problem. Do you think he has fleas, or why do they don't want to be near him?
Probably the fleas. Maybe he smells bad, matted fur. Who knows?
Oh no.
Fenrir. Yeah, there's a lot going on with Fenrir that we probably would get TOS for, so we shouldn't.
I'll be very honest. Odin seems like an awful dog owner.
Odin just seems like an awful at almost everything.
Oh yeah, that absolutely too.
Yeah, sticking it to Odin. That's really what we're all here for.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, really, what has Odin done? We're going through all of this crazy stuff, and Odin's just chilling out there.
Do you want me to bring the lore in, Sam?
We'll be here for the next 4 hours and 5 minutes. The AFDL will be done by then, and we'll still be going.
I can definitely dive a little bit into the lore on why Odin is an absolute things I can say on this broadcast. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to hate that guy.
I had a feeling. You know what? I had a feeling that was how it would be. I think we should maybe save that for lore with Liffy. Maybe that could be a segment in the future.
No, I'm glad we didn't.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that should have happened in the Shadowlands, but we're not going to talk about the Shadowlands too much. That never happened. That was a fever dream. This is a fever dream, by the way. Hopefully, the Marines can snap out of that dream and, well, put Fenrir on a leash. Leash up your dogs, Odin. Come on. No, that's cruel. Fenrir doesn't deserve that. Lithy, why don't you tell us why Odin sucks? Give us a small snippet. Just a small snippet.
Nice attempt at diverting the attention away from you missing the alarm clock on that one, Sam. But no, okay, yeah, Odin. Big dude, flaming beard, super sus, super egotistical, a little bit of a narcissist, almost, honestly. Basically, he took his orders from the Titans a little bit too literal. And basically became a religious fanatic of some sort, you know? Yeah. Odin's a power-hungry idiot, basically.
Warcraft. World of Warcraft. Yeah. No, nothing has ever gone wrong in World of Warcraft. It's all been nice roses and daisies. I've always said that if I could live in any universe, it would absolutely not be the Warcraft universe. Something wrong is going in here every year, basically, up until Dragonflight.
How do you feel about StarCraft instead?
Oh, even worse, I think.
What about Diablo?
It just continues to escalate even more and more.
Overwatch?
It's like, Overwatch maybe. Overwatch is a really optimistic universe.
Yeah, Overwatch seems to be actually decent for the average person, right?
Yeah, they have giant monkeys that can get enraged in.
Excuse me?
Bananas and peanut
He's
butter.
a scientist.
He's a scientist. They also have a hamster in a giant ball.
Heck,
that
Hammond,
can crush
man.
people.
I don't care about that guy. Get him out.
I think so far though, for the Air Force, Lithy, this 23, they're on pace, they're on track, and they're looking like they're in charge of it.
Well, if there's something that the Air Force knows how to deal with, it's probably flying things like birds. So, not really surprised that Croth's arena here is going by without too much trouble. And after that, of course, the Lashers and the big evil dragon spirits and Doragosa. All in all, quite honestly, with the whole Veximus quarter of the dungeon out of the picture, I really don't think that the Air Force is going to run into too much trouble for this key.
Did the army +3 their key? Did I see that right?
I think
I did. I think I did. I think they may have +3'd it.
I don't know, Sam. Are you wearing your glasses? Are you sure about this?
I actually just took them off, but
Oh, okay.
I think they were in a 21 Azure vault, if I saw that correctly. Yeah, they were. So they were in the 21 Azure vault, so they did +3 it. They bucked the trend and proved us wrong, and now they're one key ahead of the Coast Guard, but did just have to hit the reset, so something went terribly wrong on their end. The Marines, not having the best of time in Halls of Valor, but it's a similar situation we saw them in the last run, where, yeah, they suffered a bit of deaths here and there, but the recovery happened and they were still able to time it. It's obviously not going to be a +2, but still a timeable key, which is very important for them. Croft, meanwhile, on Lish Larath Arena, Talon Toss for you smooth skins is soft skins has been pulled. They are throwing the balls into the hoops to get the Searing Blaze onto Croft, and already almost at 60% HP.
The fact that the army successfully 3-chested is a big deal. Like, it's not a small deal. It's a huge deal because this is going to give them a point advantage, and it's going to force Coast Guard to do at least an extra run of this dungeon, which will offset the time that Army needs to catch up. So having an extra dungeon, like we said, this is a 34-minute dungeon timer.
Ooh.
That's at least one catch-up run for the Army in another dungeon of their choice. It looks like they are going to be resetting really quickly. Quite frankly, Coast Guard having to run this dungeon again gives Army the time to go do their 23 Alvathar.
I'm more impressed by the fact that the Army has +3'd the 18 Azure Vaults compared to the Coast Guard running it with 4 DPS and only +2ing it.
Yeah, it's I really want to get that log as soon as it comes through. I want to do a bit of a deep dive in it because you would think the thing the Coast Guard have been leaning on all weekend is that having 4 DPS means they literally kill stuff faster, they can run between combat as quickly as anybody else, and that's where their time save comes from. If the Army are getting it with a 5, you know, the standard 5, 1 tank, 1 healer, 3 DPS, then there's something about how they're doing this dungeon differently that really bodes well for their ability to push higher keys.
Well, for the Coast Guard, at the very least, they're still working their way inside of the 20 that they had. The U.S. Army, it seems like this 21 is giving them the initial issues, a lot of initial issues. I think the Lashers may just be sniping them a little too hard. They can't really handle it very easily, not with the composition that they're running with either. So let's go back up to the quad view and take a look at how the rest of our teams are doing. But maybe the U.S. Army just needs a little bit of time to get things moving along. The Air Force back over has taken down Croth. 18 minutes and 27 seconds to make that happen. Not going to hit the +3. Probably not going to hit the +2 either, but a timeable key is still within their sights. And a nice big chunky pull here on the Lashers, on the Skitterflies as well to go along with it. All in all, I think for most of our key groups, most of our dungeons that we're seeing on screen, a really good pace to being able to time and to clear it.
Yeah, I really want to focus in on this 21 for the Army just because of how important it's going to be. I'd like to... Oh my goodness, the Warrior gets chunked right at the start. Okay, I think they're going to be in and out of this dungeon a fair few times before they manage to get any traction, because that hurt.
There's a lot going on in these first few polls, especially with all the Lashers and the Treants coming in. There's a lot of really nasty debuffs you have to deal with that do a massive amount of damage. You need to be really well coordinated with both your CCs and your kicks, because not every single damage instance coming in there is interruptible. It's more about what can you CC and how do you manage it. And once you have that down, once you know exactly how to play these packs, then you'll be moving through this dungeon forward quite quickly, I think. But it's really going to come down to just cleaning that up a little bit, give him another 2 or 3 attempts, and then we should be fine. On the side of the Air Force, though, these Lasher polls continue to prove themselves as dangerous as they've always been, especially with the Skitterflies being enraged the whole time, and of course the Raging Affix coming in as well once you hit the lower HP marks. That is definitely a portion of the dungeon that can wipe you up very quickly, very easily. As we're resetting after the swipe, grabbing the last few mobs, and then we'll see the boss fight starting off in just a moment here.
Yes, we will. So in the meantime, while we're talking about some really awesome stuff, we're about to see boss fights, we're about to see some exciting moments in a lot of our dungeons, especially for the Marines taking on God King Skovald. I think this is a good opportunity to talk about some of the charity work that we want to do. If you type in !charity, boop, 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 go ahead and hit that up. It will be a GoFundMe link. The winning team here this weekend is going to be able to donate to a charity of their choosing from the Activision Endowment Fund. A nice incentive to be able to say, hey, thank you for participating. Thank you for joining us this weekend. Thank you for giving us your time. Now here's your choice of what you can put the GoFundMe, some of the GoFundMe money towards. So exclamation point charity. Once again, hit up that link, and if you're feeling very generous, donate here.
No, no. I want to just correct that real quick. The teams are not making the donations. That's not quite what happened. So the GoFundMe link is to support the Armed Forces Dungeon League, which is the organization actually running this event, and we're the ones making the donation. The team just gets to pick the charity. The teams are not making the donations themselves. So it's all the money that would be their prize fund, we're giving to charity instead on behalf of the AFDL.
Well, there you go. All right. Problem solved. So, well, definitely make sure to donate regardless. It's a really worthy cause and I think a pretty good moment. Always worthy to donate to charity.
For sure. I think there's a lot of good that can be done by supporting organizations that help the wider community, and we want to make sure that everybody from veterans, active service, retirees, they all get the opportunities to enjoy the video game communities that they're already spending so much time in. So we've got the Marines right now repping the 22 Halls of Valor, making a great name for themselves.
Look at that. God King Scovald. There's a lot of puddles on the ground. And for the way that things are looking, it's going to be perfectly fine. They had the Aegis shield up. Get through the Ragnarok. Still 6 minutes on the clock as well to get through and take care of Odin. Looking at the timers, they're also going to have Lust available for this. So yeah, this should be a relatively simple moment for the Marines to take on this 22 and bring it into the 23, where I thought they'd been hitting their ceiling. Maybe they still have some more room to work with. Which I think is...
I do enjoy the RP in the background. It takes a little while. I would like it if maybe it didn't take so long. Like, the thing that's interesting here is you mentioned the Air Force earlier. They had the option to complete trash while the Vexmus RP was going. There is nothing to do while Odin talks except regain yourselves. And, during live, I actually liked the downtime because usually everybody was a bit low health after Scovald. You needed to do a couple of things. But when you're running Mythic Plus like this and you just want to go, I wish he'd just start talking sooner and stop talking sooner.
I think they should just get rid of RP in Mythic Plus. That's my stance on it. Regardless, though.
They can get rid of all the RP except for the Scovald monologue because, man, that is some of the best pieces of voice acting we have in World of Warcraft, and I refuse to believe that Blizzard cut it. I am actually disappointed. But yeah, no, Odin can suck on a doorknob or something. I don't care.
Lithy, if I had to say, I think you may not be liking Odin very much, but neither are the Marines. They're not liking Odin at all.
No one likes Odin, Sam.
Yeah, no one likes Odin. That's why.
This is a fun mechanic. This is a fun mechanic that I don't think we actually see. I can't think of another instance that has this sort of, literal room puzzle to go do in the middle of the fight. Can you guys think of any? I don't know that there is one.
Runes based on positioning, etc.?
Yeah, with the... I'm blanking on the name of the ability that he casts that causes, the small rune icon to pop up over your head. You need to go find your matching one, and it gives you that momentary buff. The puzzle of, okay, here's this thing, go interact with the space. There's not too much of that throughout the entire game. Runic Brand, that's the name of the ability, thank you.
I'm trying to think. Because there's a lot of damage. Oh my god. Yeah, you can really see how much damage this Shatter Spears does, right? Luckily, of course, the Runic Brands, once you actually solve your puzzle and grab your rune, you get healed to full. It's basically the only reason why these guys are still alive, otherwise they would have just died in that big tick of damage. But, dungeon cleared, it is a +1, and we are going to a 23 Halls of Valor for these guys here. Marine Corps doing a good job there. But yeah, getting back to the topic of rune mechanics, go to a
I mean,
spot
you've got
X and
Gahoon
get
where
a
you
buff.
have to take the orb, right? Like, stuff where you physically interact with your environment is interesting to me, and I'm actually surprised we don't see a lot of it, especially because, particularly in more recent expansions, the room design of the fights that we're in has been a huge priority for Blizzard. So it's curious. Like, I really can't think of that many encounters. Maybe Gahoon with the origination, you have to get everything up the sides. There's a little bit of that.
I mean,
but,
Mythic
you know,
Mythic
where
Odin
else?
had a variance, but that's obviously the same boss, right? You have
Right, it's
you
the
have
same
things
thing.
to interact with on what's her face? His face.
Azshara.
Fate Scribe. Shara.
That's
Ashara
true.
really was just soaking
Rotalo.
some runes. That doesn't really count on that regard for me. Um,
I was more thinking the console in Phase 3.
interactable elements. I mean, yeah, no, that's a staple
Yeah.
of World of Warcraft. It's not a often used one because it's quite honestly a little bit boring because it takes a lot of the just player agency away from managing mechanics. But all in all, it constantly.
That's why I like how the Odin fight does it. Because the runic brand, like, it gives you something to go interact with the room, but it's not like you have to stop what you're doing to right-click an object. I think that particular style is really interesting.
I mean, I love
Oh, well.
I love kiss and curse mechanics. That I cannot argue with that at all. It's a fantastic piece of
Well, we
design.
are-
I'd love to see more M plus affixes work that way.
Yeah, I would too. I'd love to have more Mythic Plus affixes that I feel like most Mythic affixes should have like a beneficial
Yes,
something to go along with it if you do it correctly.
quite.
Right.
I do have an update from the Marines.
No,
Okay.
I have been informed that this is an incredibly important strategic factor for them, but apparently their tank has a strict bio regimen that must be adhered to approximately every hour, and therefore their first break is coming scheduled in. And you know what? I feel like when you can just reliably say, hey, player one, you're in charge of making sure our team takes breaks, I don't think you can be too mad at the guy.
no, definitely
This
not.
is true.
In
This
the end,
is
it
true.
really comes down to having everyone comfortable, right? Yes, it's a tournament. Yes, it's competition, but at the same time, we're here to have some fun, and that's the first and foremost point for all of these teams. And look at the kiting going on for their army right now. Rune trying to get away alive out of this situation. Now the healer down as well. About to follow is the tank. And it's all down to the hunter. Feign death won't even save you here. So that is a pull wiped up. It's looking rough in this 21. Azure Vaults.
The U.S. Army having to restart again. This has been, in the entire time that they have tried to attempt this Azure Vault over and over, the Coast Guard has now gotten done with their 20, I believe. And then I imagine from there, I think they may have +2'd it. I'm not 100% sure on that one. Mary Elliott, maybe you could back me up on this one. But if they did +2 it, that means that the 22. And so in the amount of time it's been taking the U.S. Army to get through even the initial parts of this 21, well, the Coast Guard has been going right along. Yeah, so Coast Guard, yeah. All right, we got the information there.
They did +2.
They +2'd the 20, so that means they are at a 22. They're about to go and do it again. And so that 22 is going to continue to put them further and further in the lead. Where the U.S. Army, sure, they may have +3 the 18, but now they're 2 points behind where the Coast Guard are.
Yeah, earlier when I was saying that them 3-chesting their 18 to the 21 was the potential for their salvation, now that is looking risky. The U.S. Army right now are praying the Coast Guard flop, that they just fail this key, this is their ceiling. Personally, I don't think it will be. I think the Coast Guard have this, and frankly, maybe even one more in them. The Army has to get this key done. They are running out of time to make up points.
Time is running out. You really got to think about it, right? Because there's only 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go. At the beginning of the weekend, right, we had 15 hours, and that's all drained away to the final few moments. And even at the beginning of today, that's 5 hours, but already an hour and 15 minutes are gone. And so at this point, right, guys, this is like 5-6 keys all the way to completion.
Depends on which
Yeah,
keys,
7,
right?
8.
But we're usually
Absolutely.
calculating somewhere between 20 to 30 minutes for a key run. So at best, you get somewhere between 2.5 runs per hour. So in theory, you got about 6, 7, 8 keys timed in yourself maximum, and the more you reset, the more that number is gonna go down, and the more your chances to catch up to the Coast Guard are evaporating into sweet, sweet nothingness, especially considering these guys are pushing forward constantly already at the 22, and that is going to push their point total somewhere, if they time it, close to the 129, if I'm not completely mistaken. Maybe it's 119. Which is a massive, massive score to live up to for the other teams.
It is. It really is.
Yeah, currently the Coast Guard's sitting at 114 points. The Army very close with their 100 and... no, this needs to be updated for their Halls of Valor. So they've got 108. Sorry, updated for their Azure Vault, the 20 they just cleared, so they have 108 points, the U.S. Army, to Coast Guard's 114. I'm doing the math right now on exactly which dungeons each team has to win. Ew, it's gonna be tight.
Yeah, for all of the for everyone but the Coast Guard, I feel like right now. The dominating lead that they continue to push further and further in this Azure Vault, and you got to think about it, right? The more that they continue to push this, the more it forces the rest of the teams to have to go in here and actually accomplish it themselves and getting it timed. And let's say that the run takes, if they want to +3 it takes about 19 minutes, right? So somewhere along those lines, it's still a pretty... Even if it takes you 15 minutes to complete the dungeon, if you do it at the 15, if you do it again, that's 30 minutes knocked off of the clock. Meanwhile, the Coast Guard has already been here for a good chunk and a majority of the time, where they're already sitting at a 22. The rest of the group's having to play catch up, and especially for the U.S. Army, who's been banging their head against the walls when it comes to the pulls that they're making in these initial moments. And I'm kind of wanting... I'm going to keep an eye on them myself, because I want to see where exactly things go wrong for them, and what has proven to be the tough points for them.
I mean, let's be real here, Sam, for a second, yeah? There's only tough ones left.
It is. Everything at this point for the Coast Guard and the U.S. Army are above a 20.
Oh yeah, for everyone else as well, right? Except, of course, the catch-up on the Azure Vaults we're seeing right now. All the other keys are bangers, incredibly difficult, and first and foremost, incredibly deadly.
Every missed interrupt or standing inside of a swirly, not getting out of a frontal, it's all deadly now. It's all being magnified to an intensity level that if you're not used to it, where you can get by skirting on mistakes on a 15 or an 18, when you're at a 21, especially for a fortified key, is going to hurt a lot on these trash packs. And trash packs in Azure Vaults, well, they don't mess around very much.
Oh, they do not mess around at all, Sam. These guys are pretty much content with just murdering you as soon as you keep them out of your sight for longer than just a second. But we can also see, we can talk a little bit about this first boss, Laymore, because this is a very interesting boss. I think one of my... not quite favorites, but one of the ones I like a little bit more out of the pool of dungeon bosses we have in Dragonflight so far. He has the beautiful combination of things. He spawns trees that have pools around them that are annoying, and he gives you debuffs and a tank slam. And with both these debuffs and the tank slams, you can clean out trees. It's a trade-off between spawning a blob that attacks you for every tree that we can see on the Coast Guards and, of course, the army side right now. That's a lot of blobs if you clear out all the trees. And if you decide to not clear out the trees, then the boss stomps and explodes everything in the room, aka all the trees, and the more trees you have alive, the more damage it does. So, ultimately, you have to make a decision between clearing out trees and fighting blobs. Which one would you rather do? Take the explosion or fight the blobs? And, well, at some point, even having a single tree alive is going to one-shot you on the higher levels. So, cleaning up your positioning, your communication with the team, and of course, how the tank positions the boss for the tank slams to clear out as many trees as possible is a super important part of this boss fight. And so far, it seems like the Coast Guard on this 22, they got everything under control just fine. Also impressive to see the difference in progress the Coast Guard makes through these higher levels of the Azure Vault compared to the army. The army spent about 15 minutes, if not even 20, just now practicing those first few pulls in this dungeon. Meanwhile, the Coast Guards times the 20 plus 2 goes into the 22 and just flies right through.
Yeah, they're flying. They are sky high right now with what they're doing. I looked at the U.S. Army for a little bit. It seems like they're leaving behind a couple of trees. They're able to take that burst damage pretty well. So that doesn't seem to be too much of an issue for them. Non-tyrannical is pretty okay. They didn't even worry about having to get rid of the final few trees there. Just burned down way more, and it worked out for them. And, I mean, the U.S. Army, I guess, with some of those initial issues, are able to find more of an idea of what they need to do in order to succeed in Azure Vault, and they're making it happen for themselves, suffering only one death so far, which, for what we've seen out of them, a much better showing. I think it was at this point, though, where they ran into a lot of trouble, so hopefully trouble can be avoided.
I've got the numbers for the army to win. Okay. Ooh, Coast Guard. That hurts. That's good for the army. Based on what we have, with what the army has in their pocket, and they do have time for this over the course of the day, they need to get their +2 in the Ruby Life Pools done to have a 23. That'll tie them for first place there. If they can complete the 23 Halls of Valor, they'll actually be ahead of everybody else. So that's a good option for them to save themselves a point. Completing this 21, if the Coast Guard fail their 22, will give them a point and put them in the lead for this dungeon. They still have the +2 option on the Burial Ground, which at this point is probably their biggest gain, hands down. And they also have the ability to +1 their Algathar and get still 1 point behind the Coast Guard there. They would have to run Algathar twice. So realistically, their best bet is to run this, Halls of Valor, Ruby Life Pools, and Shadow Moon at least once each and see where the Coast Guard's at and make their next decisions from there.
Okay. Ooh, okay. Air Force,
So-
I like it. You're on a 15, making some juicy pulls into the boss.
You know, Sam, you know what I just heard?
What's that?
Coast Guard is winning. No, I'm just
Lethy,
joking.
I don't think we need to hear that. We can just see it.
No, it's definitely still all on the board, or even if the Coast Guard has a massive advantage. The thing is, they're losing a lot of time right now fighting these mobs. I think they lost Rune somewhere in between. In the meantime, he's decided to release and run back, finally rejoins the team, so now they can start killing these trash mobs off a little bit faster, but they lost a lot of time here, I think. So all in all, there's a little bit of a setback. I'm not sure if this is going to cost them a +2 on this 22, if they can even +2 it. But we'll definitely need to keep an eye on that. In the meantime, Army bottom left on the same polls, basically, but on one key level lower. Really curious to see how they can clean that one up in the meantime. Air Force and Marine Corps obviously still around in that 15, so nothing really much to talk about that. Let's check in with them later and see if they +3 those runs or not. I'd like to just full screen the Coast Guard here for a bit and see how their run continues on, because I really would love to see their routing between boss 2 and 3 and where they get the last few percentages of trash from.
I'd like to see that too. This is where Azure Vaults becomes a lot of fun, because there is a lot of different routes that you can take, whether or not you want to go full Frogger or if you want to jump down from above and skip a lot of those trash packs and just take on the final room with the 2 big Drakes. For the moment, the Coast Guard having only suffered 4 deaths, Azure Blade is in there, is very close to them, and like with those 4 deaths, obviously a couple of missteps here and there, but they're taking these pools smaller instead of wanting to make them the big pools that we, sometimes typically see out of Azure Vault, and it's been obviously working out very well for them. And I can only imagine that they want to do this just to be safe with the 4 DPS composition that they have.
The 4 DPS composition is the other thing, right? We continue to come back to this topic because it is just that important. How long is that gonna work, man? I don't know. Vault looks spicy as hell. Not gonna lie to you.
It's very spicy, but the Coast Guard looks like they're immune to all of that spice. It goes the Waking Bane, puts you to sleep, but you can get right back up. You're perfectly okay with that. Yeah, I mean, the Coast Guard, you can see they're just taking the pools little by little. They don't want to go big pools, because those big pools, especially these mobs right here, there's a lot going on. You see there's a lot of interrupts, and then you throw in the extra affix of Spiteful, right, Lithy? When you take out a mob, they spawn a Spiteful Shade.
I hate
that
Spiteful
Shade.
Bro.
I think a lot of us in here hate Spiteful, and it hurts massively.
That's why you're
if they get
rerolling to
close to start
Shadow.
doing
Now
melee.
I get what's going on. Okay.
You caught me, Lithy. You caught me.
Was the red pally melee life too much for you, Sam? What's going on there?
Well, my level 69 Ret Paladin.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, I was playing a monk at the beginning of the season, and I did get I did have a lot of fun with the monk.
What was your plan going into this expansion for a main?
Honestly, I just kind of wanted to see what tier set looks good physically, and then go from there.
Okay. So what?
And then I further distill it down based on what's looking meta, and then you go even further from that. And yeah, there's a lot going on with that decision that obviously just doesn't work out. And then I throw in my ADHD brain that can't really choose anything and suffer.
Oh, that's fair. That's totally fair. I mean, if you talk about suffering, right? We gotta talk about Scotty, because this man is taking so much damage, but at the same time continuously stays alive. If you've never seen an Immortal Warlock, just watch Scotty play a little bit, and you're constantly thinking, man, this guy has to be dead any second now, and he just keeps on living.
We saw that a lot in
Yep.
the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, Lippy,
Yep.
where we thought Scotty should have been dead like 20 times over, but no, this Warlock is as stubborn as the demons that come from the Twisting Nether. It's an impressive amount of gameplay from them to be able to survive through all of this, and also just goes to show the tankiness of Warlocks in general. Which now I'm getting kind of convinced maybe I should play a Warlock.
Quick update for you all as we are watching the Coast Guard. The Air Force are about to complete their key. They've just pulled the final boss here in the Azure Vault.
Let's go to the quad
they
real
are
quick.
Probably not going to make the 3 chest.
Oh, not 3 chesting?
Sorry, apologies. It looks like
No, that looks
Okay.
That looks
this is the
more
problem
than
when it's too small.
fine.
That looks good. Okay.
We also
Whew,
got
I
the
had a
news-
moment of panic.
Yeah, we also got the news.
A moment of panic.
That the Air Force and the Marines started their key 1 second apart. And the Air Force is already 50% of the way through Umbral Scroll.
This is,
I think it's just...
funnily enough, this is the
nuts.
same pace difference we've seen between the Coast Guard and the Army when they both started this 15 Azure Vault. About a half a boss fight ahead. Impressive performance from the Air Force, honestly. Pacing-wise, I'd say they're almost even with the Coast Guard, and that with a healer instead of a 4th DPS.
I wish the Air Force had a damage done overall meter. I'd like to see what the difference is in the DPS that allows them to push that much further ahead. Down goes Umbral Skull, and a +3 here for the Air Force. Very impressive. And the Coast Guard is about to pull Azure Blade, and that's also something that I think we're going to be very interested in seeing routing-wise, where they decide to go with it. And the Marines going to be on track as well to the top +3 there. 15. All across the board, we're seeing keys getting done. We're going to hit that moment, I think, like yesterday, though, where there's going to be that moment. Things are going to get really difficult. The key levels are going to get really high. And things that you're going to be getting away with in these lower keys are not going to be happening anymore.
Yeah, we kind of started hitting that point after the 2-hour mark roughly yesterday, right? By that point, most teams were done with the quote-unquote catch-up on Halls of Valor. Kind of hit the 21s, 22s, 23s. And then moved on to greener pastures because no one likes Odin. So that's where we saw a lot of the attempts at higher academies, higher Ruby Life Pools, higher Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. And from there, really, that was kind of the pattern we've seen throughout the rest of the day. So honestly, I expect a similar run for most teams throughout the day today. And since we're about 90 minutes into this third day of the AFDL, we're slowly but surely getting there, right? 22 Azure Vault is going to be completed in a few minutes here for the Coast Guard, unless anything goes horribly wrong. The 21 on the way for the Army. And of course, Air Force and Marine Corps are about to start up their 18s and continue the catch-up there.
Yeah, getting the 18s was an absolute minimum from the Marines and the Air Force. The real trick here is whether they can 3-chest these, because if they successfully 3-chest their 18s and match the Army, that's going to give them a potential edge over the Coast Guard. It does look like they're doing pretty well here, working on taking out Azure Blade, but
Let's full screen Coast Guard real quick, because
it's...
Apologies, Marielle. I want to see this routing that they choose.
Doesn't... I'll be honest with you, Sam, it doesn't seem like they're doing the frog skip.
No, they just want to take it. Okay.
That's interesting. That is very interesting to see. I don't think it's a good decision.
I guess they feel like they're not gonna +3 it anyways, and they just want to go through the normal route, and they're not in any type of a rush, and they know that they have a pretty firm lead in Azure Vault, so I imagine they'd rather play it safe in here. It comes back to the same issue once again too. There's not a lot of damage that they have to worry about as long as they can avoid it. Really, the only thing is just the Draconid Breaker, but even then, seems relatively simple for them to survive through. The Bestial War grows out, but look at that. Everyone's pretty much okay except for Mirren, who only went to... Okay, all right, almost all of their health, but they're still alive, and that's what matters.
Yeah, the Air Force are particularly choosing not to go for the skip because of the massive damage they want to avoid. They feel more comfortable on the vanilla route. It's just something that's, something that they've practiced. They don't have to worry. And it's not as though this is... Sorry, the Coast Guard. It's not as though this is a make or break moment for them on this key. The 4 DPS route that they have is going to make them back the time they lose from running. So all in all, I don't have a problem with this strategy from them. I think it plays into their strengths that they've been showcasing all weekend. I'll be more curious where their boundary is. We saw on day 1 running healerless all the way up until that 24 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds and making the switch at that point. I wonder if they 2-chest this or if they 1-chest this. It's a little close to tell whether they'll be able to 2-chest this with 2 bosses left. Are they going to need to bring the healer in the future, and then do they switch to the skip, or have they really only practiced this up to a certain point of execution?
Well, here's the fun question, Marielia. Where do you think the ceiling for Azure Vault is going to be? What is the highest key that we're going to see out of this today?
It's a tough one. I mean, it is a shorter key, and I think if we're going to see someone go high, it's going to be the Coast Guard, because frankly, none of the other teams have the luxury. I think it's possible we get a 24, maybe a 25 out of it. I don't foresee them going healerless that far. It's possible they'll run it. I don't know if they'll kill it.
All right. Well, the Coast Guard, small little misstep with the loss of Mirren and Rune DK. Is it Mirren? I think it's Myron, actually. I think I've been mispronouncing that this entire time. But they are floor tanking. We still do have the Paladin alive, so they can get the revives off to bring them back up. And yeah, beyond that, not too bad of a misstep. Only 7 deaths so far. This is still a pretty easily timable key. There we go. The revives are back out. I think they're going to pick up and just keep moving. Yeah, no food buffs. No need to worry about that until they reach the bosses. And for the Coast Guard, still pretty solid. So let's go ahead back out into the quad view. What are the rest of the teams up to? How are their Azure Vaults looking? Air Force chilling out on the arena inside of Lane Moore, getting rid of the Arcane Tinders. Tindies? Getting rid of the Arcane Tindies. The U.S. Army.
Hey, wait, what? Excuse me?
Did
I hear lunch?
Lunch? I think it'd be dinner for you by now, Lippy. The Marines.
Oh, I ate dinner before this whole thing, Sam. Don't worry.
Smart, very smart. The Marines also, making their way over towards Laymore, just not quite in the arena yet. U.S. Army has already taken down Laymore and Azure Blade, kind of around the same area the Coast Guard is. So pretty even progression from most of our teams. Like, not even in the sense that they're neck and neck, but they're relatively close to each other. Obviously, with the Coast Guard on that 22 versus the U.S. Army's 21.
I would like to zoom in on the Army here real quick. They're finally making the most progress that they've had. We saw them get to this point on their last run, working through these rings of ads. I want to see them get past this. We know Coast Guard are running the 22 now. They have to clear this key. A reset now would be absolutely catastrophic for
look
the
at the
Army.
mechanics here.
I
Coming
like
in
that.
Super easy with the retreat. I love to see it. Very nice. Safe space saving here on the frost bombs. Of course, Absolute Zero now is going to come in, deny any damage on the boss here for the moment, but big burst coming through. Dargev has everything under control, though. Big heals coming in, and everyone is topped off in just a moment. Next set of frost bombs, and then you basically have seen all there is to it. This a little boss fight. It's not all that interesting, quite honestly, with the Icy Devastator being the only other source of damage here. And that is chunking super easy here quite a lot. Quick turtle to get out of that, and then we're already talking about the last 50% here on Mr. Greywing. After that, it is just Umbral Skull left, Sam, with 4 minutes 30 on the clock. We are into this boss fight for a minute now. Quite honestly, they have a decent shot at plus doing this.
I think they do, actually. This is a U.S. Army that was... Once again, it's the theme for the U.S. Army. A lot of troubles at first, but once they get beyond those troubles, then it's perfectly fine. Drops Paul. I love that. I love this from Super Easy. It's always so much fun to watch little hunter techniques like that.
Stresses me out, man.
I'm gonna cheer for him and admire him until it goes wrong, and then I'm gonna tell him that it's probably not even necessary what he's doing. But I like the special effects. I'm here for it.
Yeah, well, if you can do it right, Lithy, why not?
Yeah, sure.
It's not hurting anybody for sure, and as long as you're not
It's
dying.
not hurting anybody until the moment that it does.
Yeah,
Up
but as long
until
as they're
they're
doing it, then you're
up
cooking.
until they
Yeah,
lost their
you've got,
Oh,
you've got
every time, my heart.
You've got so much time, so much room to work with. That disengage is very generous. If you mess that up, you may as well just go ahead and delete the hunter.
Oh, That's where he's gonna just fall off and die, Sam. Good job. Never mind. Boss is dead.
All right.
The beautiful other thing you can do as a hunter here is just jump down and retreat.
And disengage.
Yeah.
Whee!
Disengage.
There it is. Fine, easy. 3 minutes to go as well.
3 minutes.
Then he gets stunned on the thundering. He despawned the boss. Now they have to wait for the respawn. 20 seconds for the respawn, Sam.
Could that respawn cost them the 2
Very
chest?
possible. Let's see if they are
it's the
over
respawn.
if they are over 2 chest by less than 20 seconds. This is definitely the reset. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. They got a Bloodlust available, and we'll be going into this fight in just a moment here. Umbral Skull on the docket here. That's 28.3 million HP for everyone here. In between, some crystals that you have to take care of, and of course, a good old Dragon's Breath, because what would be a dragon without a big frickin' laser shooting out of its mouth? And hey, if any of you missed the Nexus, that good old dungeon from Wrath of the Lich King, we also got a little bit of a debuff for you. Because if you move, you get stacks, you get slowed, and you take ticking damage, so the more you move, the worse it's gonna be. Quality time for all you melees out there. Welcome to the Azure Vaults. It's a beautiful place.
This boss is my kryptonite because I AD spam. Which I think
but
might
you're
be
a
another
red
reason why I
paladin.
need to go over to the caster. Yeah, well, you know, if you're getting slowed down as a rep paladin before 10.0.7, right? That's you pain.
You have freedom,
and
Sam.
even still, freedom is a pretty decent chunk of a cooldown. And yeah, I struggled on this boss. I
That's
do.
a-
And I was also playing a monk at the time more so. And
That's
and
okay.
yeah, monks still have their own movement capabilities, but still.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine, Sam. Everyone has their issues to work through. Just like Umbro's Skull, he has been locked up in this little cage without his mother for quite a while, and now she's finally back, and he gets put to bed immediately. Isn't that great? 50
Bonk him on
seconds
the head.
left on the clock to finish this boss off, and with less than 20%, this should be no trouble whatsoever. Really makes you think 21 Fortified, Thundering, Quaking, Spiteful. Not too much of a challenge in terms of bosses. It's really the trash that is struggle time for the army here. So that one is plus
Can
2,
we
and we'll be
quickly
moving
switch to
a
the Coast Guard?
23.
We need to quickly swap to the Coast Guard. They've got 4 seconds left to kill Umber Skull for the 2 chest. They are not going to make it. Oh, did they make
wait
it?
a
0
minute!
seconds.
Wait a minute! Are we in another situation where it's within enough margin of error? I think it is. So it's a 22. Did they do it? I think they did, because it's still...
That says -0-0 to me.
Yeah.
That looks like it was by the skin of their teeth they managed to complete
How
the
does
Umber
the
Skull
Coast
at
Guard-
almost the exact same moment as the army. That was absolutely fantastic, and they needed that to keep their lead. If they had failed, this was going to be a really tough battle. Now the army has to go again. They don't have a choice. They need the 23.
Ay. I can't believe that. That's twice now that the Coast Guard has gotten away with 0 seconds on the clock and still getting a key timed and a key +2'd. We'll 100% check on them and make sure that's actually going to happen, but let's go back over to the quad.
Admins have confirmed. We've got the logs. That is a +2.
There it is. All right,
Let's go.
+2. It's been confirmed.
Coast Guard is
0
just
seconds.
that good.
Yeah, 0 seconds. Blizzard says that's good enough. In Blizzard time, that's more than enough. Looking at the rest of our
The
team.
main
Perfect.
thing I've learned this weekend is that Blizzards and Plus timers are a lot more player friendly than I remember them to be. A lot more player friendly.
Because we have the actual combat logs, we're getting retiming that's already done, right? There's the amount of like time it takes for the screen to update that we're watching, and like there's all that to take into account. So that's what that margin of error accounts for, and we cross-check it with the actual combat timestamps from the logs, and then we compare. We've got multiple logs from each team. Do they all match up? There's a a proper checking process in the background to make sure that these keys are legit. We're not just going by what we see. But it's still fantastic. And I was right. The Army are going back in. They have a 24. A 24?
Yeah, they +2.
Was that?
They +2. They're 22. They had a pretty generous amount of time. So
No. Army has the 24. They were running a 21.
No, they were running a 22.
Coast Guard was running a 22. Army was running the 21. Can we get an admin check on this, whether it's supposed to be a 24 or a 23?
Yeah, I think you're right.
I'm waiting for logs still.
Yeah. Oof, a lot of numbers being thrown. Yeah, I think the US Army is in a... may have gotten a little...
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be a reset.
They got a little excited. They got a little ahead of themselves. Who can blame them, right? They've been having... They got that dungeon taken care of and wanted to go back into it. They wanted to go for the 24. They saw the Coast Guard and they really want to meet them. But the Coast Guard, I don't blame them for chilling out a second here. They got that done. They're probably letting the adrenaline run out, right? You're getting very close to where we thought it wasn't going to happen. But once again, the Coast Guard loves to do the unthinkable. The Air Force and the Marines, if we look at these two teams, however, Moore is lame on the floor, and the Air Force, Azura Blade, who's about to have their blade broken. Two teams looking good, but the Air Force are the ones that are in a very commanding lead on this 18.
I do have confirmation. It was meant to be a 23. That was a misprepared key, so they will be having to restart that. An unfortunate time loss. Luckily, it was caught early. That could have been much, much worse than it was.
They had to that had to have been an interesting moment there for the U.S. Army, because it's like, wait a minute, we're looking at the keystone and so, wait, this is a 24. Oh no. And then you also got to think about it, how long if they had gone through that and then maybe realize at one point this is probably really hard for a 23. What's going on?
Yeah, walking in and going, this hurts more than I think it should.
This 23 feels like a 24. Oh. Yeah, okay.
That would do it.
Yep, that would do it.
Now, as we said, they have no choice but to go in and do the 23. Lithy, it's not really optional. They have to at least beat the Coast Guard in this dungeon, which is really their only opportunity to beat them that's left. Everything else would be tying, except maybe, like I said, they have the 23 Halls of Valor. Would you... If Coast Guard stay, Lithy, would you make the call to stay, or would you go and come back?
I'll be very honest with you. If I was Coast Guard, I'd really not care about anything that the other teams are doing, because you are so far ahead in every single dungeon. You really just focus on your game plan and your gameplay, because you know you are solidly in first place, and you just need to focus on whatever works for you well, because no matter where you grab the points currently, it only pushes you further ahead. That is all you need to care about, and that is all that matters to them at the end of the day. So if they want to go for Azure Vault because they know they can get another 2 or 3 key levels out of that, that is the right call. If they instead say we're going back to Halls of Valor because we can get another 1 or 2 key levels there, also a perfect call to make. It really doesn't matter with how far ahead they are currently.
Yeah, I don't see them going back for the 26 Shadow Moon Burial Ground. I feel like doing that would be... you'd only do that to style. I feel like that would be a little bit of a BM to the rest of the groups.
If there's anything we've learned about the Coast Guard, Mary Ellie, is they love styling. They love going in style. And speaking of style, I'm wondering if they're going to do another 4 DPS composition for this upcoming 24 Azure Vaults. But we know that they can do a 24, right? They've done it on Algothar Academy, which is also in and of itself a very tough key, especially on Fortified. And they did it. They timed it with a generous amount of time to be given to themselves. And you take a look at across the board, really, for the Coast Guard? I mean, if you just want to... Because you tied with 3 of the other teams in Ruby Life pools. The only one who's tied with you on Shadow Moon Burial Grounds is the Air Force. No one is even The Air Force is a little bit close to touching them in Algathar, but they still have the advantage there. And Halls of Valor, you're tied with one other team, the U.S. Army. And Azure Vault, obviously, they are still in the lead by 1. If they are able to time this 24, then even if the U.S. Army times at 23, still in the lead. A lot of comfort room here, I think, for the Coast Guard. And that like you said, Lithy, just chill out. They worry about themselves. Don't worry about what the other teams are doing.
Yeah. Especially, we talked about it already, right? We're kind of expecting this middle of the runtime, middle of the day slump coming up, right? Yesterday we saw a lot of teams getting into these harder key levels and starting to reset one dungeon after the other. We are already seeing it starting with the army. They're once again struggling through these first mob packs. And these mob packs are incredibly dangerous, especially on a 23 fortified for the Azure Vault. And that is going to cost you time. It's going to slow down the catch-up process towards the Coast Guard. And at some point, we really got to kind of start to think about a stagnation angle for some of these teams compared to the catch-up. At least they want to hold. Or not hold. They want to get up towards the Coast Guard. Which brings us...
I think we should take a look at the leaderboard real quick.
Okay, let's leaderboard it up.
I think we've got some downtime.
Yeah,
let's bring it back up. We'll be able to hop back in when the Air Force take out their Umberthal on the 18 to confirm whether that's a 3 chest or not, so we'll make this quick. But you can see here where the point differential is. Halls of Valor and Azure Vault are going to be where we spend most of the day, and I really think if the Army wants to win, they're gonna have to get their Ruby life pools up. They struggled with that 22 multiple times on day 1. Just multiple times. More than, I think, 6 failed attempts there. But they're gonna have to go back. I think getting this 23 done in the Azure Vault is probably their smartest place to kind of stop and then pick back up somewhere else, because the Coast Guard, like you said, they're going to do what they're going to do. The Air Force are making decent progress on Umberskull, so let's hop back over to them or the quad so we can take a look. We've got the Marines making their way to Grey Wing, just on the second wing, ready to pull. Not too much crazy going on.
Oh, that's a little crazy. I like that from the U.S. Army. Back into Ruby dev pools.
Ooh.
First time we're seeing this dungeon today.
Yes.
Spicy.
Wasn't I just saying that that's what they need to do? They have to make up this key. I'm really, really happy with this choice by the Army.
Here's to hoping that it'll go differently than what we saw out of the attempts from the U.S. Army yesterday. A very tough time for them. And speaking of tough times, the Air Force is not having any whatsoever with Umbral Skull, plus 3ing their 18 Azure Vaults. So now that's a big win for them. They're going to be able to do a 21 and potentially close the gap with the Coast Guard.
Coast Guard is the right point of conversation right now, because these madmen are in a 24 without a healer, and they are just blowing that first pack to pieces. After the Army has been struggling on that one on multiple level, completely off the rails with the healer. It's impressive what the Coast Guard is showing here right now without a healer. Absolutely mental.
There's confidence now for this team. This is a confidence that you can only get from doing it over and over again. Until I talk about them, then one of their players gets doinked right in the brains. But that's okay. You're right at the very beginning of the dungeon. You just hit the respawn, you release spirit, and you're already there at the checkpoint at the very beginning. So not too far they have to run back to regroup with the rest of the team. But then you can also get a feel for how the 24 is without a healer. Then if you decide that, okay, maybe this is a little too much for us, we can back out. We will grab the healer, then we will come back in and do it again. Yeah, I like this with the Coast Guard. I always love the big brain plays that they always like to do. Or in this case, the big DPS plays they like to do.
Yeah, man. completely taking advantage of the fact that we're playing on Tournament Realm and they have all this insane gear available to themselves. Just crazy to see what they can pull off here without a healer. Not just in this dungeon, the 24 Academy also timed without a healer. Completely crazy what the Coast Guard is pulling off here. And quite honestly, hey, after 2 events in a row being the second place or runner-up, not making it through to finish in first, not getting that big dub, they deserve it. They deserve it, definitely.
No more runner-ups for them. They're going to be a very proud and happy first place. And then, of course, they will also be, well, in a very good position to say, hey, this is who we would like to donate to. And then, of course, here the AFDL will donate on their behalf. So if you would like to make some donations to that fund, type in exclamation point charity. It'll take you to a GoFundMe where you can put in, and if you're feeling generous, some money towards that happening. We are all very appreciative of that, as are, well, I'm sure the players for being able to choose and us donating on their behalf.
We have actually had 2 $50 donations
Oh?
come in, so we've got $100 in the bank already.
Thank you so much for that.
Heck yeah. Thank you very much to whoever that is. Just so you know, we always
William
appreciate it.
and Justin, you are legends.
Big time legends. Thank you, thank you. Now, for the Coast Guard, I'm very interested to see this 24 and its progression, and especially with the size of the pools that they're making. It's just skirting throughout this entire arena, picking up the slimes, and of course, picking up the arcane tendies. They don't care. They're gonna make these big pools, and they're gonna make them work. They're gonna have some firewood later tonight.
I'll be very honest with you, Sam. Most of these mobs here, especially the treants, don't really look like firewood quality,
Yeah.
considering they've been in arcane imprisonment for, I don't know, 10,000 years now? Probably.
Anything can be firewood
Probably a little bit
in the
less.
World of Warcraft universe.
Oh,
Lippy.
okay. So,
There's a giant tree that caught on fire a few years ago that can prove that.
I've got a conspiracy theory for you.
boy.
Okay.
Okay? We are seeing the Marines right now nearly finish their 18. They are going to 2-chest this. It looks like they've got themselves 22. The Air Force 3-chested theirs. They're in the 21. The Army 3-chested. Do we think that the Coast Guard purposefully 2-chested instead of 3-chesting so that it wouldn't be a massive spike of like 21 to 25, but they could eke out the 20, 22, 24 and kind of pace themselves with their 4 DPS cards?
That's actually an interesting strategy that you could do, and something that I think is actually a pretty big conversation point to have, because you can't down the key, right? When you get that 24 or 25,
That is correct.
that is stuck at that level. So then you look at your competitor who has the 23 while you've been struggling to get a 24 done. Well, guess what? They got a 23 done, and you can't get the 24 done. So they're in the lead even more so than if, let's say, you did the 24, you 3-chest at a 21, and well, now you're stuck at a 21 score line where your competitor was able to time the 23 because it was easier. And we actually saw that happen in the very first AFDL with the Air Force, I believe. It was a 26 key that they were attempting that they just weren't quite able to complete. They tried it over and over and over again, but it was just too hard. They couldn't complete it. They got to the final boss multiple times, but the final boss was too much. And so that's a big conversation point to have. Pace yourself and go for opportunities where things could be easier. But now Foos is on the ground,
that's
and
a
I
wipe.
think that's going to be a small wipe up here.
Yep, that's a dead boss, as everyone else is jumping the hell out of that dungeon. Scotty previously dying just a few seconds beforehand and getting rezzed up, so no more combat res is available. And that's going to be the end of the 24 attempt here for our friends on the Coast Guard. And this is the point where I'm starting to think if they might need a healer, but at the same time there was so much damage coming in. There's basically a one-shot that killed both Scotty and Foos. So We're not necessarily quite there yet, but all in all, well, let's put some more wood on the fire. Let's go get back in there, and we should be good for the moment.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's hop back to the quad and take a look at how everyone else is rolling.
that's the thing, right? For the Coast Guard, is that they can do this a couple of times and be perfectly fine. Not too much of an issue there for them. If they wanted to attempt it. Now, I'm interested in seeing how the U.S. Army is going to do in this Ruby death pool. So let's get a big full screen on them, considering they're on the first boss of Meladrusa on this 23 Ruby life pools. And a quick callback to yesterday. Lots of struggles from this team in this initial point, but it looks like they've been able to I mean, basically perfect this initial area of Ruby life pools. I don't see any deaths on the board for them.
No, so far that seems to be a fairly clean run. You love to see that, especially this first part, as you already mentioned, Sam, right? Is incredibly dangerous. So many mobs that can just straight up murder you if it's the Earth Elemental, the Frost Casters, or of course the mini-boss. If you make one small step too far, or not far enough, he just charges you and murders you. But all in all, well, the damage here speaks for itself, as Meladrusa is just gonna get fried and taken out. But, and this is the big but, Sam, and I'm not...
Ooh, big butt.
Yeah, I'm not... Yeah, no, let's drop that reference for a second here. There's a lot of trash between the first and the second boss that is incredibly nasty to deal with.
It is incredibly nasty to deal with, Lithy. Ruby life pools is known as Ruby death pools for a reason, and the trash up there between the drakes, of course, the fire elementals that you have to deal with different burnouts can create a lot of issues. But as we saw in the quad, it looked like a couple of our teams were taking some breaks. This is an interesting... this is interesting from the U.S. Army. They're going right up on the platform instead of the typical left that we see where they take on Storm Gullet. So, yeah, just getting the Destroyer pack and going in a different direction than what we're used to a lot of seeing from that happening.
I can approve of that, because quite honestly, on this level, on Fortified, you need DPS cooldowns for the Flame Dragon, Fire Gullet, right? Because otherwise, the ticking damage towards the end of that mob is just gonna straight up murder you. Your healer definitely cannot keep up with that. And now that you go for Fire Gullet first and go clockwise around this circle, you actually get to keep your CDs at the end of the dragon, if you go for the Storm Dragon last, to just go into the boss fight and just burn Kokya Blazehoof right off the bat. At least that's my take on what's going on here. And what do I know? Maybe they just wanted to grab a trash pack here before they go the other way, which it actually seems like. Sam, did you just bait me with the whole round?
Of course I debated you. No, I think what you said, though, was a good idea, because their cooldowns are back up. I was keeping an eye on the monk cooldowns. They just finished, and they're good to go. So I think that was the idea that they wanted to have. So, Lithy, you were right.
But also wrong.
I'm going to give that one to you. No, you're right. I'm just going to give you. You were 100% correct.
All right, I'll take it. Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah, they go over onto Thunderhead with the cooldowns in tow, but whether or not they decide to use them, that's going to be up to them. It doesn't seem like it. They're just going to raw DPS it. Yeah, they wanted to go in one direction. The monk did pop SCF, but yeah.
Oh no! That's the healer
that's...
getting one shot by the breath. That's not a good spot to be in. Especially with Thundering going on, gotta clear that out. Grief Torch, of course, reset a little bit of extra DPS. Luckily, you are very much in a spot where you can just res up and immediately rejoin your group. So outside of the 5 seconds death timer penalty, you're not really losing too much. And boom goes the monk. Never mind on that. That's a second death already. It's starting to be costly here, Sam.
Hopefully not too costly for our team. The rest of them are still fighting this mini boss. it looked like it was in a relatively close position to die. Yeah, it's at like 7%. Could touch of death it if they wanted to, but I think the monk is talented into the AoE. There's another death that happened there. So US Army, a little bit of struggles, but that's all right. And the rest of our teams having fun inside of their Azure vaults. So yes, we're back to us for now because it's I think it's about time for a little bit of a break here on the desk. We've been talking now for about 2 hours, but Mariella, I think you have some updates for us on the scoreboard.
Yes, I'm going to have the full update when we come back after the break because there's a couple of keys looking like they're either going to get timed or reset, and I want to wait to see how this Ruby Life Pools turns out. But Coast Guard are still in the lead. Army are hungry, so we are going to be keeping an eye on them all afternoon.
All right. Well, we will get that all sorted out, taken care of when we get back from break. And I believe, Mariella, that we are going to be joined by a special guest as well. So make sure you stick around for that. Who could it be? Nobody knows. I'm personally very excited to see. Look at Lithy. Lithy's going crazy over there. I can't. Lithy, calm down. Please, calm down. Okay? We'll be right back.
AoE. Personal. Frontal. Bait. Add. Frontal. Personal. Frontal. Bait. Add. Frontal. AOE. 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 5, 2, 1. Four, three, two, one.
We're back here on the final day of the AFDL. My name is Sam Talks. Over there, in between this very handsome gentleman, is Lithy. And speaking of this handsome gentleman, look who we've managed to grab. We got nothing but the best with Crazy Puck. Crazy
Woo!
Puck,
Hi.
how are you doing today? By the way, happy Easter, my friend.
Happy Easter. I'm very full. I came from family dinner and I had about 3 dozen ravioli and I can barely move. So you're lucky that I made it here.
What filling? What filling for those raviolis?
Just cheese. It's a ricotta cheese with some spices and whatnot blend to make it taste good. We make them from scratch every year.
Okay.
Including my 4-year-old. My 4-year-old got to help this year. He made himself 2 little ravioli by hand.
So I got a question now. Is it possible that I could get some of that ravioli?
There's definitely extras.
So
we could try FedExing it. I don't know how they'll turn out by the time they get to you, but I mean, I can try at your expense.
I gotta ask, what was easier, making raviolis with your 4-year-old or pugging your weekly key?
Oh, definitely making the ravioli.
Oh, that's what I thought.
The 4-year-old is like coachable. Pugging weekly.
Oh, really?
That's no.
That's a rare drop. The coachable 4-year-old, man. Oh, I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, no, they're great. 4's fun.
So, Crazy Puck, we've had an insane weekend so far. We've caught you up a little bit, but I think a good debriefer is in order for everyone who may just be joining us. Right now, the Coast Guard, a dominating lead. I mean, dominating. And it really does come down to their strategy, Crazy Puck, of running with this 4 DPS composition.
Yeah, that's a bunch of BS.
I love that you're coming in, the only guy here that actually knows them, plus, and you're immediately calling them out of the bullshit.
Well,
it's
amazing. It's frustrating. Like, I don't know. Do you guys know who JB is? Big
of course.
Plus healer, right? So he's been quite vocal on Twitter about how unhappy he is that there's this 1 tank 4 DPS meta right now in high-end Mythic Plus, both on live and in competition stuff. We saw some of that coming out in like the real MDI for a couple of keys. And like when the tank in a prop pally is able to do enough healing that you just don't need a healer at all, and there's not enough passive damage on the group to prevent that from being doable, you kind of have a couple of different levels of tuning problems. And that's not really the way dungeons are supposed to work. You're supposed to need every single person in the group, right? And having it set up where a prop pally can just solo heal without a healer at all, and you just get to bring 4 DPS and just blast stuff, just never feels great to me.
That I very much agree on with you. But to be fair, Blizzard is nerfing prot pallies already. But the thing for the Coast Guard really has been, they're not even running prot pally. They're running red pally, enhancement shaman, and that's the only off healing they got next to the
They're doing
warrior, Destrolock, and the unholy DK. So these guys are just smashing it. I mean, it's tournament realm. You got some insane gear here, right? But still, it's an impressive performance to see.
Yeah, no, so I'm gonna go right after that point of the insane gear. So I'm in a mythic raiding guild. We're 6 of 8 mythic. We kind of called it for the tier, but I got a lot of really good players in my guild. A lot of people that are 2,800, 3,000 IO. I got a group together for the Last Stand tournament, just because we wanted our banners. And what you do is you get to go make your character on the tournament realm, get yourself your full bisque gear set up, and then you had to time 2 different keys on a 15. I can tell you with absolute certainty that even if you have a highly skilled team that knows the keys, knows how to do the keys on live in a plus 20 or higher, with absolute perfect bisque gear at 421 average item level, you can still wipe on a 15. So it's definitely not just the gear. There's a lot of prep that goes into being able to complete these keys on mid to high 20s at this kind of level in a tournament, especially without a healer.
Yeah.
So it's which is what we're saying, right? So what we're seeing from all of our teams is really impressive when you get down to the brass tacks of it. They, even though they have the best gear in the game, the fact that they're still able to pull out what they've done. I mean, we've seen keys, a Shadow Moon Burial Ground timed at 25 from two of our teams, and across the board for every single one of these players at a 20 or above on all of the keys that we have, even with Azure Vault included.
Yeah. So I just don't get how are they surviving with no healer on a 24?
It's kind of what you already mentioned, right? There is no real damage going out on the group. At least in
Everything's
terms of
avoidable
consistency, there's
in
burst
there, isn't
damage,
it?
which is very easily off-healed with Words of Glory and, of course, the Enhancement Shaman, right? You sacrifice a little bit of DPS for it, etc., but especially if you spec into some of the healing talents, like you can spec into Golden Path for the Consecration healing, Judgment of Light for just the passive throughput. It just helps you quite a lot, and of course they're running a Warlock who's literally not in the need of any healing
Well, yeah, Warlocks
anywhere
are
whatsoever.
always invincible.
Personal.
Don't you play Warlock, Crazy?
Me? No.
Wait, what do you play?
No, I'm
Was it
not smart
Boomkin?
enough to play
Are you a
Warlock.
Boomkin?
No,
Okay.
I'm a good player.
Well, that was
Sorry, that was
never in
pretty
doubt. I
spicy.
just was worried for a second.
That was pretty spicy. No, I've primarily played Hunter for most of the existence of the game, but I've always been a Marked Hunter since like they
I'm sorry.
reworked what survival was. I've played Mark since Legion, and after Legion going in BFA, they completely reworked Marks again, and I hate it. And I played it through BFA
Yeah.
even though I hated it. Played it through Shadowlands even though I hated it, and they kept it for Dragonflight, and I just said, nah, I'm not doing it again. So now I re-rolled to a Demon Hunter.
Oh, how are you liking the Demon Hunter life?
It feels like cheating. I don't have to pay attention to mechanics. Nothing can kill me. I can fly around most of the stuff going on. I do great damage without having to like use my brain. It just feels like a different game. It absolutely feels like cheating.
That's interestingly the exact opposite, or no, basically the exact same thing you hear from people going from melee DPS to range DPS.
Yeah, a little bit.
Ain't that the truth?
The
Speaking of cheating, though, I apologize, but the Marines not having the best of times right now. They looks like they wiped on Azure Blade. The Shaman did have Ankh bring them back up, but that's gonna be costly in the amount of time that they have, especially on a 20. There's no chance to +3 it. Probably no chance to +2 it either.
No, they're gonna be close on timing it. They still have a lot of trash left. I mean, the hallway with where's their trash ton? Oh no, they're done with trash. Okay. Well, that's an interesting route. So they're done with trash. So they're gonna kill this guy. They can still theoretically two chest this on a fortified.
Yeah,
If
because
their
they can
DPS
just
is high
skip.
enough.
They can just skip down
Yeah.
to Grey Wing, right, and just play bosses from here on out. So yeah, this is actually kind of something we've talked about earlier that we were waiting for, especially the Coast Guard to target this kind of no frogs MDI route, basically. But it really doesn't seem like the Coast Guard either wants to run it or cares about running it.
Yeah, I don't
Which
know.
is surprising to me, honestly, if
think-
you're already running 4 DPS.
Yeah, I think they just want to do it. You know, they're at a 24. It's at this point, I think, for them just go through the motions, play what feels comfortable to them without trying to do anything overtly risky.
I don't know without a healer if they have much of a choice what to do the frog pools. Because the only way
That's a
to
good point.
skip the frog pools, right, is to go do all the piercing shard dudes up top. And there's a ton of tank damage coming out there. There's a ton of group damage that comes out from all kinds of different stuff, and it's super easy to take a little extra damage and die. And I don't know that any of those pools could be safely completed without a healer. You're almost asking for like perfect RNG for that to even happen.
Personal.
and that's not something that you want to bet on. Where the frogs, everything with the frogs is avoidable. You have the shouts from the breakers, which does a decent bit of damage. You see someone going down there on their screen right now. You have the shoulder thing, which does a good chunk of damage, but it's all stuff that is survivable usually. I mean, the AoE thing is every once in a while, so you can heal yourself back up. Shoulder charge only hits one person and use defensive when it's coming at you. This would actually be a lot safer without a healer. And okay, so can I address chat? Someone making fun of me for wiping on 15. So okay, listen. What we did was we went into a 15 Algathars, and from the starting area, I pulled the bridge, I pulled the Ravager, I pulled all of the mana worms, I pulled the 3 groups in front of the first boss, and then I went and pulled a bunch more mana worms on top of everything. So I effectively had, what is that, 7 or 8 groups all at once, and we didn't go in with any kind of plan. We didn't have like assigned interrupts. We're just like, yeah, we'll see what happens. And we just couldn't heal through the constant surge of every spell going off. We didn't have enough interrupts for it, and we lost.
I kind of love how you're invalidating your own point about wiping on a 15. But no, that sounds like a spicy pull. That sounds like a good.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
It was a lot of fun. It did not go well, but it was a lot of fun.
You're on a tournament realm, so why not? Just do whatever. Yeah. See what you can get away with.
Yeah, we got blown up and we just sat there laughing for like 5 minutes. We almost ended up not timing the key because we laughed so hard that we just didn't pull for a while.
Ooh.
It was a good time.
Good times.
I gotta look at the Coast Guard, by the way. The Coast Guard decided that 24, not happening. It turned out to be just a little bit too much for them.
Yep.
Now you have to wonder.
Well,
are they still
with that wipe on the frog pull? They weren't going to be able to time it, and they kind of knew that. There was like 5-ish minutes left. They still had, I think, 2 bosses to do. And they had to finish the frog pull. They just knew there was no way to time it, so they're like, yeah, okay.
I mean, we can see the death recap open right now, right? And there's a lot of deaths from Marin, from Rune, and it really seems like most of them were one-shots so far. So, at this point, I think the guys are really just discussing, okay, do we go back in and play it again and clean? Or do we go back in with a healer? What's the game plan here? Can we do the 24 without a healer?
Yeah, not easily. Like, again, that's not something that's supposed to happen, you know?
Yeah, I agree. It's unfortunate for the Coast Guard, but that's what happens sometimes. You just gotta clean it up and try again. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Marines, though. They're on their... Let's full screen them up, since they're the ones closest to finishing off a dungeon. This is their 20 Azure Vault. No chances of them being able to +2 it, but still a pretty good chance of making this key timeable in general, which will put them at the 21. Not the best sort of like margin to give yourselves, but better than nothing, especially for what the Marines have been struggling through with this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's better to move forward in small steps than not to move forward at all, and +1 here would definitely be at least something, right? Of course, still more catch-up to do to get up on the same level the Coast Guard is up right now, but the Marine Corps can be very happy with just timing this one here for the moment, especially on a run with 13 deaths. I don't think you get to really ask for much more than just timing it.
No, I mean, they should be decently happy with this, and obviously as you're going through, you're learning a lot, you're able to make adjustments. Just because you're only timing the 21 instead of +2ing or +3ing it to get the 20, which would obviously grant you a little bit of a higher key earlier. You now have seen these pools, you're learning what to do, you're getting more practice at it, so the next try, when they get their 21 key, they're going to know just that little bit more, and maybe that'll help them potentially +2 the level 21 key.
Always so many of the little strategies that we have going on here. And we talked about it too earlier, Crazy Puck. Sometimes that you maybe actually want to go for a lower key. Maybe sometimes you don't want a +2, because if you do it and you go into a 22 Azure Vault and you're not able to time it, well, you can't lower the key. You're stuck at the 22, which is how I wish it worked in live.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So sometimes you have to have that strategy in your head. Can we time the 22? Can we time the 23, 24? Or maybe is it more worth it for us to wait a little bit, get a 23, and then attempt to be able to do the 23 and get the score there?
Yeah.
So
What's
Dead tank, by the way. Oh no, the
Uh-oh.
rogue. Evasion tanking always pays off
No,
in the
they're
end. Bunny
fine.
back alive. Everything
They're fine.
under
Everything's
control.
good.
Yep,
Everything's
until
good.
they
Everything's
basically get
fine.
one shot by the dragon, almost making it not out alive. But it's gonna be fine. HP has it under control.
Everything's fine. It was
yeah,
planned.
they're good. Yeah,
It was
planned death.
definitely planned.
They wanted to give us tension on the stream. They wanted to make us hold our breath for a second.
Yeah, they're just trying to have fun. You know, they don't want it to be too easy. Look.
I also like this weak aura that we have from the perspective of our Resto Shaman. Don't forget to donate to charity, which, by the way, we did get a donation while we were on break. Timothy came in with a nice big $25 donation. So big thank you to that, Timothy. If you'd like to donate to charity, !charity, we have a GoFundMe set up. The winning team will get to choose a charity from the Activision Endowment Fund, and we will donate to it on their behalf. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool stuff. Always like raise money for charity.
I do as well. It's always a really great feeling. Here's the detonating crystals coming out, but it's looking like they're okay in getting that wiped up. Yeah, just about 10% more to go. And they'll be okay.
Why are you scratching me?
Oh yeah, you got a cat.
Yeah, Thor keeps scratching me. Unintentionally.
Can we go to caster cams real quick? Can we get the cat on stream?
No. Yeah. This is Thor. Ouch. Hi. He's very mad at me for holding him like this, but this is Thor. He's a very large cat. He's my buddy.
He is.
Look at that.
Adorable.
He's my buddy. He's very fuzzy and very fluffy.
He's so
And
so
his nails are
beautiful. I
very
love
long, and I desperately need to cut them, and I've been putting it off because he super doesn't like when I have to cut his nails. Buddy.
beautiful. I love it. Yeah, I love him.
Honestly,
So
I haven't
he's
gotten
so
my nails
precious.
done in quite a while as well. Or maybe I should do that as well.
I have to make a quick correction, by the way. It is not on the winning team's behalf of the organization, but it is on behalf of the AFDL. Just need to make that correction real quick on the charity bit. Very important that we get that updated and corrected. Now, the U.S. Army is on Blazehoof, Kokaya Blazehoof. And it's looking like for this 23, it's looking pretty good. I mean,
Nice
it's
Jinx
looking like
sound.
they're on
Good
track
job.
to be able to time it.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, what
definitely
can I
on
say?
track.
You know, I'm very powerful. I'm very powerful at that.
They're definitely on track as long as they are able to successfully kill this boss. Now, is it fortified? Yeah, this actually isn't. That's pretty easy affixes for this place in
all
general, actually.
All in all, quite honestly, the affixes so far have been very kind towards the players, except Halls of Valor. That's why no one is
Oh
playing.
no,
Halls of
what's
Valor.
Halls?
Grievous and Sanguine.
Oh, that's mean.
Yeah, it's a juicy
Oh,
one.
that's really mean.
Yup.
Oh,
On
why did you do
Tyrannical.
that to them?
I don't know. You gotta ask our production team that. I was sitting
That's
here and scared for them.
That's just production being like, you know what? We want you to have one key that you're going to be really upset about.
I personally wanted Azure Vault to be Temple today too.
Oh, Temple's
But we got Azure
fun.
I like
Temple's fun.
yeah,
I like that place.
Temple's fun up until like the last room where things can really go downhill real fast.
It's fine.
And that's
There's
always
only
work.
one pull where it's almost impossible for tanks to stay alive on a 23. It's fine.
That's what I want to
Everything's
see. I want
fine.
to see the struggle.
Yeah,
I want to see the pain.
looks like the Coast Guard team is just about to start another 24 vault attempt. Does look like the Marines did manage to complete their Azure Vault on their 20. And it looks like they are probably, they're about to drop their key in and get going again. So we're actually going to get to see them and the Coast Guard doing the same key at slightly different levels, but starting at almost the
The
same
Coast
time.
Guard's not having.
Although Coast Guard, yeah. So remember we talked about them trying to skip the frogs, and I said that first pull is not gonna go well without a healer. That's what happens when you do that without a healer.
Oh my word!
We went
Now we get to
flat
look at
in
the Marines.
15 seconds, baby.
Yeah, they were. Now we get to look at the Marines making that same pull. Obviously a 21, not a 24. Big differences there, but we get to see some juxtaposition between the two
They
teams.
also have a healer, which means
Exactly.
that you don't just die. And
They also lusted too, I believe.
yeah, you definitely do for that pull.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big pull, and then you'll do these guys with the next little lasher dudes or vapor dudes, whatever they're called, and then I don't think you'll do these with the next piercing shard dudes. I think you do it as two separate pulls. Yeah. Oh, they didn't go and grab the other vapors either. That's interesting. They could have done that for basically free time save.
Enlarge, no.
No. Shaman
Gonna
goes
scratch
splash.
the
goes
shaman
down.
off the floor. That's okay.
Yeah. Oh,
We'll
no.
get through it.
Yeah, they could just.
That's okay.
They're
Well,
close enough. They just release Spirit.
why
Come
didn't
back.
he use his? Oh yeah, I guess this early you don't really need the shaman to use their defensive. And by defensive, obviously for shamans, I mean Ankh. That's their primary defensive ability. All right,
It's a powerful one, right?
It
it's
is
pretty good.
probably one of the strongest defensive abilities in the game.
Oh, absolutely. Can't take damage if you're dead. Easy clap.
Exactly. Just die, pop back up. Everything's fine. It's easy.
You're also not
Nothing
risking pulling aggro from the tank, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, big brain. This is why we bring you on, Crazy Pug. You're giving us all of the juicy information. You hear that, Shaman's
All
just
the great
Ankh.
insight. Yeah, just Ankh. It's
Just
fine.
just get rid of.
If your raid
get rid of
leader
Astral
ever
Shift, who
tells
needs
you
that?
if your raid leader ever tells you as a shaman not to Ankh unless told to, absolutely ignore that. That is your defensive. That is for you to use, not for the raid leader to decide on. Okay? That is your button.
In that case,
All right.
is also a DPS button, because if your raid lead tells you not to res, well, you're basically wasting DPS, and your raid leader can't be
Exactly.
happy about you wasting DPS.
Exactly. Does your raid leader want you to be low on DPS? No, I don't think so. Obviously, you have to Ankh.
Obviously, you do. Now let's go ahead, jump away from the Marines, and see how the army is doing, considering them the last boss of the Ruby Life pools, or about to be.
Oh no, they're on the boss.
The mini boss, yeah, the
Where
only
are
real
they?
boss in this dungeon.
Oh yeah, that's the mini
correct.
boss.
Yeah, the real boss.
AoE.
They actually
the
skipped
boss,
the
that's no
channeler
problem.
pack beforehand and just went straight into that one. Interesting.
Oh,
call.
interesting. Well, because you have
so
a
they're gonna
couple
use this
seconds of
well.
RP here, so
Mm.
kill these guys during the RP, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely
that's exactly what
something
they're doing.
we've seen the team start to do today. Kind of min-max the RP time frames, and oh my god, double channel just completely annihilating them
Wow.
here. Everyone getting blown apart.
That's
Lithy, I think
unfortunate.
next time they should min-max the surviving part of the pool, which is really crazy considering they took on the final mini boss Ravati, but then fall to the trash pack just before them.
Yeah,
It's still a
unfortunate.
beefy one though, to be fair.
Yeah, they did the harder channeler fine and died to the easier pull.
That's what happens when you don't have lust, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is a 23 fortified. That trash actually does like absurd amounts of damage. These channelers are not your friends.
That's why you can attack them, I think.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Lithy,
Lithy out here
that
with
might
big
be
brain strats.
Yeah.
That might be. You may have just cracked the code there.
Yeah.
All right, here's another lightning storm.
Yeah.
Look at that damage. The monk isn't even.
Oh, he
The
caught
monk got
aggro.
electrocuted.
Wow.
He caught
Oh,
aggro.
yeah, how'd
he got clapped by the melee attacks.
Yeah,
Of
he
course
got
he
melee
died.
twice for 300k total. That's not what you want to see as a Windwalker.
I mean, that's,
No,
that's
it's not.
almost like an arena death cap for this guy.
All right.
Oh, shield wall turned on for our protection warrior. And while we are getting the run back from this beautiful Windwalker Monk. Quick leaderboard update with the Air Force now in second place. So
Ooh.
they've been steadily climbing the leaderboards here and there, little piece by piece. They've been getting up every single AFDL from fourth to third, now looking at second. So progression wise speaking, in the next AFDL, they should theoretically be in first place. But there you have it. Here's our leaderboard. We have it looking pretty good. Obviously, the Coast Guard's still sitting very strong in the lead that they have gained for themselves here. Crazy, but look at that. The Air Force, if the numbers add up, if I'm doing them correctly, that's a second place right there.
It looks like they timed a 21 vault, which is what pushed them up.
Yep.
So that's
yep.
pretty good.
Definitely was the vault. I am starting to get worried for the Air Force though, man. The timer is ticking down, and look at where they are behind. Halls of Valor, 2 key levels. Algathar, 3 key levels.
3 key levels. Yeah,
and a full key level on the good old Urzo vault as well. So with 2 hours to go, I mean, at this point, you basically need 90 minutes, if not even 2 hours, just to catch up on the keys you are behind with that 3-level Algathar difference.
Yeah, because those, I mean, even like MDI speedrun Algathars are still like 17 minutes. Those aren't short keys. Those are not short keys. There's a lot of running. It's a lot of space you have to cover. There's a lot of stuff that you can't really speed up or avoid. They are just going to take a long time. Now, we are looking at the Army team here doing the last boss here in this 23 Ruby life pools. They do seem to be doing a pretty good job keeping them a little bit even. They actually have the boss dude down more than I would expect relative to the dragon. I typically prefer to kill the dragon first because he's really the dangerous thing in here, but they're the ones playing on screen, not me, so they probably know better. But they are going to be pushing here with both of them at pretty much the same health. And yeah, here you go. Now you're going to see them all hard swap to the dragon and just try to burn down the dragon as quickly as possible. No,
back over there.
Fun little part here is right at that moment when the phase starts, you just saw the dragon looking at our Windwalker monk. They actually reset aggro sometimes. I don't think it's 100%, but they definitely do sometimes right at the start of this phase. They'll reset aggro, and if you're melee and you're in there before the tank is, it's real easy to get punched in the face and get one shot. Not that that's ever happened to me.
Crazy Puck, I'm getting the idea that that may have happened to you, but
nah, man, no one ever died to the flame patches on this boss. Just doesn't happen.
No one's ever died to Blizzard RNG.
I guess it was the second week of the tier, the first tyrannical week, when this place was still stupidly overtuned. A bunch of guildies and me were doing this on a 16 because we just wanted the completion on a 16 because like it's super early and it's great for our vault and it gets you one of those concentrated primal infusion things. This boss took almost an hour. We had to prod this boss.
Yep.
Sheesh. Yeah, those are the good old days.
Yeah, that was a Grievous week too. They did Grievous Tyrannical and gave us Ruby life pools before all the nerfs, and we're like, okay.
Yay, that's so great.
But we do see Army knock off that last boss, so they did successfully take out that Ruby life pools. So add that one to the ranking for them. Woohoo!
That's a big one too. That's a 23 taken care of. So they go from a 21 to a 23, and that meets them with the rest of the teams now. So every single team in the AFDL has done a Ruby life pools at a 23. Now let's go hit up the quad view. What are the teams up to? What are these crazy kids doing out here in these Azure vaults? And I wonder what the Army's decisions are going to be now that they've managed to get that done. They want to step back in there, or what are they going to do? That's the real question. I'm curious to see how the Coast Guard is running. They're still doing that 4 DPS.
Are they really? Yeah, they are. Yep. So you've got them. How are they? They must have pulled off that pool.
Oh yeah,
to
no,
have 30% trash already. You can't get 30% trash without doing one of the piercing pools, I don't think.
Oh
Not
yeah,
this early, at least.
they've gone through these
Oh!
pools quite nicely a lot of times without too much trouble, actually. Their tank Foos is low-key cracked on this warrior, but with the storm coming in, that one-shots 2 of their members here right now. And this is not looking great. One res goes out. Here comes the second, and they need to hurry up here on the DPS a little bit if they want to keep their tank alive. The next tank smash going to come in just a second. You want to clear as many trees as possible here. But look at Fus's HP. That is bouncy. That is spooky. That's not where you want your Prot warrior to be at. But the smash comes in. Lots of trees cleared, and for the moment, everything calms down again. Laymore on about 15% LHP.
Yeah, everything's fine. They're going to go ahead and pop as many of these trees as possible here with their circles. No. Looks like they got all of them.
One is left standing. Let's see if that
a little
comes
low
back
health.
to haunt them later. Yeah.
Well, it haunted one.
DK goes flat. Okay, run away. Oh.
And the tank goes flat now, too.
That's that swirl.
He did. It was just the the little pinky toe was in the swirl. That's a wipe.
Yeah.
And that's probably going to be a reset, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. You just go again after that. Now,
Good
on
attempt,
the bottom right, we have the Air Force team doing the same boss on a 23, and it looks like they're just about to bring the boss down, and they're actually at 40% trash, which means they did a whole bunch of stuff early on. They may have actually done a route that'll let them skip the frogs entirely. They're going to have a whole lot of trash by the time they're done with that second boss.
I'm curious to see what route the Air Force is going for.
They probably are going to do it since they have a healer. They can take on the upper rings and the lower rings, all of the trash mobs up there, get that taken care of, and then go frogless from there.
Yeah.
Let's full screen the Air Force, because this is actually going to be interesting to see what they do in this 23, considering they have this healer, and maybe that healer could be all of the difference for what they want to do.
That definitely makes it easier to survive all those piercing shard dude pools. Now, are they going to turn around and pull these? Are they going to do these by themselves? They're not going to do the rest of the stuff there? Okay. All right.
I can imagine there comes a certain point where they just we'll play it safe for the moment.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
because there's
on a 23,
you want to balance
these
speed
things
versus.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say because you want to balance speed versus actually being able to do the key, right? So they going back to pick it up after they did a little bit of damage onto these elementals. So yeah, they are picking it up now. They're gonna attempt to do it with the arcane elementals.
Yep. They were waiting until they're almost done so that they don't have the interrupts going out, because those casts from the blueberries will do a pretty large amount of damage, and it's not even the damage ones that are the worst, it's the sleep ones. If a sleep one goes off while you have all these Crystal Furies and stuff over here, you're going to lose people. There's just nothing you can do about it. So that is definitely a safer way to play it. And yeah, it's something that'll also be a lot more consistent if they go and do this again on a 24, if they're able to get through the rest of this 23 successfully.
So far, looking out good. Looking okay.
I like the giant weak aura for the frontal. That thing hurts so much. All right, they are.
This just goes to show you. Yeah, this just goes to show you the respect that they have for the frontals in this vault, in this dungeon. They're not taking any chances. No way. If it's possible, and if we need to see it, they're gonna do it.
I'm always so happy if Blizzard brings mobs like these back, because if you've played WoW for a little bit of a longer history, you'll immediately see them and be like, oh man, these guys definitely do some nasty tank frontal that I definitely do not want to get hit by. And then you see the first weeks of the expansion, people running in here and just get completely hammered by these abilities. You're just standing there. Yep, I knew that was coming.
Yeah, they actually missed an interrupt there on the sleep, and we saw our pally friend here get put to sleep, but it was dispelled instantly, which is good because that one pretty much always overlaps with the little swirlies on the ground from the big dude,
And if you get slept and then hit
Sleep
by a
again.
swirly, you go splat. See? Right there. If you get hit by that swirly, you're going splat. So really good timing on that dispel to save the pally friend.
You gotta be loving your Shadow Priest right now for bailing you out.
Or your healer.
Yeah, that's you right now, right?
That is me right now, but I'll tell you right now, Crazy Puck, that Master Spell is never gonna be used.
Oh, is that one of
that's
those?
not even on my.
Is that going to be one of those like, yeah, I have it. It's not bound, but I have it. Is that one of those things?
Master Spell question mark? What?
You only really use Master Spell if you have a no click to position macro for it.
Exactly. It isn't using it technically a DPS loss anyway.
Yeah,
so for me personally,
so like,
yeah,
you could be doing like a Mind Blast or something in that time.
Exactly, and it's their fault for getting slept anyway. So why do I need to bail them out?
Yeah, exactly. They should have just not been tired.
Exactly. Don't go to sleep in the middle of a fight. Come on. Hit your interrupts. That's what we got to do here.
I was like that with my Demon Hunter because I, just re-rolled it for this tier. It's the first time I've ever actually rated on a melee character at all. So I'm like super new to being in melee, super new to playing Demon Hunter, and I'm going like straight into mythic rating with it, right? And we kill Eggnog, no problem. We kill Council, no problem. We get to Taros, and
Wait, sorry.
we assign
Eggnog.
Eggnog, yeah, the first boss, Eggnog.
Yeah.
What?
It's Christmas time.
What do you think it's called?
I don't even remember that guy's name, but definitely not.
Yeah, it's Eggnog.
It's Eggnog.
It's definitely Eggnog. So
chat, back us up on this too. It's Eggnog.
Okay.
So we kill the first two, we get to Taros, and the raid leader's like, okay, so right after this intermission, Crazy, you're going to use Darkness. I'm like, I'm going to use what? I don't know what that is. I don't have it bound. What do you want from me right now? Yeah, so I had to bind that ability that I kind of forgot I had.
Yeah, because that's a lot about what Shadow Priest is too, because they have a lot of abilities that can bail out a party member, like Vampiric Embrace, right? They have the Master Spell as Power Word Shield. Obviously, the healing that they can still do, the off healing. So it's like, now I'm kind of questioning my decision on whether or not I want to be a Shadow Priest, because that sounds like a lot of work.
Well, I mean...
Oh, and of course, then there's a discussion, too, about who wants PI.
Well, you just keep it yourself. It's a DPS increase. For
No,
you,
that's the point. If you give someone else PI, you get PI as well, so you don't have an excuse.
Exactly.
Oh, okay,
but
so you don't have to make that choice
in all fairness, I can completely understand if at first, after picking up the class, you are utterly overwhelmed with the amount of buttons Demon Hunter brings to the table, so...
Yeah, I mean, there were like 4 of them. It was hard.
And that's the thing, too, because you're going from, like, range to melee, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going from melee to ranged. The thing that I'm still doing is that I still run into melee as a caster.
That's
because
not
I'm just used
good
to
when
it.
you're made of cloth. That stuff hurts.
I know. I've been learning that the hard way during my leveling dungeons when I get a little too overzealous.
Yeah, I bet that those frontals that mobs do, like these arcane constructs do a frontal bash thing. If you're made of cloth, that's going to do a significant amount of damage to you.
And we don't like that. It seems like for the Air Force, though, they're respecting the frontal limits. They don't want to get in anybody's faces.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if they're going to make the same... Yeah, they're making the same decision, get it down a little bit in these mobs while waiting for the other ones to patrol around, then pick them up, go from there.
Yep. Now, at this point, this is a whole lot of mobs and a whole lot of frontals. We do see Venom doing pretty good to sidestep them and not get blown away. And everyone else is obviously playing really safe. They are getting the interrupts on the blueberry, so we're not seeing people get slept, which would not be good in a pool with this many dudes. So looks like they've got this pretty well handled at this point. And yeah, by the time they finish this pool, they'll be at about 79% trash done already. And they still have a couple more. Well, they have at least one more group they have to do on this platform, and then they have the entire room for the second boss. So this is definitely a skip the frog route.
the Air Force are the Air Force. We were questioning on how well they would be doing today, and it seems like with this run of Azure Vault, especially, it's all about taking it carefully, right? It's all about playing it safe, playing it smart, not taking too much risks. And with the party composition that they have as well, I'm a big fan of the Ret Paladin rework and what we've seen Driss be able to do with it. I really like what's coming out of the Air Force today. And if they can do this 23 Azure Vaults, then they could potentially go back into the Halls of Valor where they're down by 2 and start working on that.
And
Yeah,
every
this would-
minute they spend completing these keys, right, gets them closer towards the Coast Guard, who, as far as I'm aware, are still very much struggling with this 24 Azure Vault. So that is all time you spend catching up, which theoretically could at some point put them in a position to maybe even out the scoreboard even.
Yeah, this would, if they're able to hold this together the rest of the run, this would actually give them the best Azure Vault completed so far in this tournament.
Yeah.
Which again goes a little bit back to strategy, right? They two chested a 21, which got them their 23. The Coast Guard two chested a 22, which gave them that 24 that they're now struggling with. And if they can't complete that 24, because a 24 vault is not a joke of a key, that little bit of strategy could end up helping Air Force a lot in the end.
Well, that's something that we're very excited to see. I say let's go to the quad view now that we have an idea of what the Air Force is running, the route they're planning on taking. Oh, yeah, that's not good for the Coast Guard. We go to the 4-up and our
Nice
POV.
Jinx, good job.
Yeah, what can I say? I time them appropriately, guys.
Yeah, I'm honestly starting to wonder at what point the Coast Guard is going to call this key quits on the 4 DPS and swap to a healer, or call this key quits completely, because they could still go for a few other keys and improve their score there if they wanted to. I'm
now-
mainly thinking about Halls of Valor, honestly.
Do they have a healer on the roster? Because I know
They
you
do.
said they've
Yes, they do.
mostly been
Absolutely.
doing
their
the
Red
4
Paladin
DPS.
has been healing
Okay.
most of the time.
Okay.
If they had one.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that would be a bad idea. Because like you can see what's happening, right? It's just so much damage that it's almost impossible for everybody to stay alive. They're having to commit those battle reses really early on when they don't necessarily want to. You have Ankh getting used, and once you run out of a couple of those tools, if someone dies, you're just down a person for a while. And then what was the point of doing 4 DPS instead of bringing the healer?
Exactly. You got to think about it. Right, we only have 2 hours left, so how many keys can be fit in that time, right? Like, if you do a full run of Azure Vaults, it takes you 30 minutes to complete these keys, especially at the level that we're at, right? You can fit in 3, 4 more.
We talked about this earlier today already, right? If you look at the keys we have going currently in this tournament, you can, if you are very fast and don't deplete anything, just clean runs, you can average, I think, 2.5 keys per hour, basically. So with the 2 hours left to go, this will net you somewhere between 4 and 6 keys completed if you are having really good runs and don't reset anything. Right?
Yeah, without any depletes or without any having the restarts.
Exactly. And the interesting thing to note as well, as a reminder to everyone out there, as long as they start the key before the regulation timer in the center ends, so as long as they start it, even if it was 5 seconds left before the timer hits 0, they can still complete the key. A little bit of strategies to think about there as well, especially when you start getting closer to, say, the 10-minute mark and your key doesn't look like it's going to be timed. Maybe time to wipe it up and try again. Try to guarantee success as much as you can.
Yep. Now, on the side of the Air Force, you do see them finishing up the trash around the second boss, and they're at a little over 96% trash, which means they are good to go ahead and kill this. And if I remember right, they'll jump down and get the 2 big breaker dudes before the third boss, and that's where they get their 100% from. So they're effectively done with any real trash pools. They just have 3 bosses to kill, and they have, what, 12, 13 minutes to do so. This is looking like a really, really solid 23 run from them.
Absolutely, and this, as you already mentioned, gonna put them firmly in the lead on the Azure Vault side of things, and that's a really solid reflection of the Air Force's performance throughout this day today. After they've
Look at the Coast Guard.
slumped a little bit
Sorry.
yesterday. No, all good. Coast Guard bringing in the Resto Druid? Feral Druid?
Question mark?
It's
I
a
think
druid.
they're bringing in the Feral Druid.
That instead of the DK, so trying to retain someone that does immense amounts of AoE plus some pretty good funnel damage, and actually a little bit more group support and healing. I think it's Nature's Vigil that it's called, can do a pretty significant amount of group healing,
And you get all
which
the
could
instant
come in handy.
regrowths as well.
Yeah, so they're basically going for a third, more or less support character that is also able to do a significant amount of DPS. They really are trying to hold out and just not have the healer, though. It's really interesting to watch them just keep tweaking little by little to figure it out.
I like that a lot because
guess-
the Feral Druid is what they started out with on Friday as a DPS, and then at some point swapped over to the DK for a few select dungeons, especially when we're targeting large AoE pools as we have going here in the Azure Vaults. And oh my god, look at this first pull. This is clean, like not even breaking a sweat. Clean, absolutely
Yeah,
impressive.
and you do see the Feral Druid doing a decent amount of group healing there too. Obviously, not as much healing on the meter as the Warrior, but the Warrior has a lot of just self-healing that they're doing. They're obviously not doing anything to the group. It's self-healing and absorbs through the Ignore Pain mechanic that they have as one of their defensives. And then on this pool, you see some of the other people throwing in a little bit of off healing. You see the Enhanced Shaman doing a pretty good chunk. The Rep Pally is throwing out Word of Glories as necessary. So yeah, this definitely looks like it'll help stability overall for the group. We'll have to see if it's enough though, because as we saw, that first boss just has some points where the overall group damage is so high that it's going to be really difficult for them to be able to keep everyone up.
Always a gamble, but I guess with the Coast Guard, right? They can make these kind of decisions because they're in the lead, right?
Yeah.
If anybody else wants to go up against them, right? The Air Force is in second place. The Halls of Valor they're still 2 keys ahead of them on that one. So, they're still a pretty good, I think, a key ahead of them on Algathar. They're tied with Shadow Moon and Ruby Life Pools, but yeah, and theoretically still so far with this Azure Vault until the Air Force gets theirs done, still ahead of them in that point as well.
The biggest thing for the Air Force really is Algathar. They need to get back into Algathar, or am I confusing dungeons?
No, they need to get back into Algathar and Halls.
Algathar was on the leftmost on the standings, right? That was the one where they are 3 levels behind, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're on their effective last trash pool here. They had this group, instead of doing the breakers, they had this group available. So they're doing this because it is easier and less damage overall, less health too than the breakers. So they'll take care of this group, and then they're going to, I assume, just jump down to the next boss, or I guess they'll have to take the books. Oh no, we see people jumping. There you go. Okay, are we gonna bubble for the Rat Pally to not die, or are we gonna get a levitate?
He misses it.
Nope, he missed.
That's hilarious.
At least I got the revive. That's okay.
Yeah, it looks like we actually lost 2 on that jump, unfortunately. So that will add a little bit from the timer. They do still have that one person dead there you go. There's the res. So everyone will get fed up. Just get themselves a little bit of health here, and they are going to go ahead and pull that third boss, which isn't really that difficult of a boss anymore. Pretty early on in the season, they changed the way that those frost puddles work. It used to have a tick instantly when it dropped. Now they gave it like a second or second and a half before the first tick happens, which is a big deal on a 23 because that first tick would almost one shot you. And by the time the second tick came out, if you weren't out of the ice, you just die. So giving you that little bit of time to move is literally the difference between the boss being doable or not.
I like the general idea of not working with one-shot mechanics so much. The problem really when it comes to M+ is, right, once you go to these higher levels, like anything will turn into a one-shot at some point. It's really kind of the bane of existence and the bane of air balancing M+. So it's a bit tricky to work around. Unless you kind of, at some point, like once you get to level 25s, the spells start working differently, which you also can't do, because then you just make people relearn whole dungeons once they hit a certain difficulty level.
Yeah, stuff that you never had to pay attention to just all of a sudden one-shots, and you're like, oh, well, I didn't know about that mechanic, now what?
You've literally just described my entire like Mythic Plus career. Whenever I start going into the higher keys, and I get one shot by something, I look at the recap and I'm like, they can do that? Since when?
Yeah, so that first week when I was doing, I told you about that 16 Ruby with my guild. We did a Ruby, and then we also did a no good. I had not done either of those dungeons as a key yet. I had only done Mythic 0, so I didn't know what most of the mechanics were, because on Mythic 0, even like week 1 of the expansion, you just ignore everything. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant to the key. So I had no idea what actually happened in most of the bosses. Then they brought me to a 16 Tyrannical, and I got put into the floor quite a lot by stuff that I didn't understand what was happening.
God,
It was a good time.
and no Cood at the very beginning of Dragonflight, it was just like Ruby Life Pools. That was a tough dungeon.
The elemental
first came up.
boss, first Tyrannical week with Grievous, was an absolute nightmare. Our healer was a Resto Druid, which was the single strongest healer for it, other than Evoker, and like just couldn't keep up. We spent like probably 8 or 9 pools progging that boss before we killed it. But Air Force, on the other hand, is having just a fine old time, not having to prog that boss at all, one-shotting the third boss here in Azure Vault, and they are on their way to this last dragon here.
Let's pull them up.
Yeah, let's pull them up. They have about 4.5 minutes to kill the boss and get their time done on the key.
Very interesting to see, though. They were hitting the very last patch of space on that boss fight just now. They had no runes left, so the next Absolute Zero would have just killed them flat out. So, very interesting to see that these guys are edging ever closer to kind of what the limits of their possibilities are with this comp. On this attempt on the 23. So makes me really wonder if these guys go for the 24, if, for example, the Coast Guard times the 24, what that is going to look like.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of tight. Obviously, with this being a fortified key, they are focused a little bit more on AoE damage than they are single target damage. And like you said, they're pretty close to the edge there. As far as how much more they can do single target. Now, they did have a pretty good opener on this boss, which looks good. And they have lost in about 25 seconds, which is certainly going to come in handy because this boss can get out of hand really, really quickly if it takes too long.
Indeed, it does.
Guys, am I crazy?
Yes.
Or did the Red Paladin just taunt the boss for 2 globals of additional uptime?
I don't know, but
I'm checking the VOD.
That sounds
man.
like a Red Pally move.
Checking the VOD.
10.0.7 Red Pallies are.
I'm not.
Ooh.
I am checking the board. I need to see this.
Or I don't
Because
even.
the boss was suddenly turning around and
Did they
walking at
bubble?
him before being taunted back to the warrior.
You know, that might have happened. It wasn't a real bubble, but I know he had like a big bubble shield. I think he used his, I don't know what it's called, but his other defensive just so he could survive that. It's all about uptime. Now, you do see the Lust committed here. We're through most of the Lust, and the boss is all the way down to about 20%. This is still looking pretty solid. Got to finish off the rest of these crystals here, and then they're in a pretty good position. Do not get hit by that breath. Do not get hit.
Okay, we're good. No crystals in our faces today, Crazy Puck. We're a crystal-free kind of team here with the Air Force Gaming, apparently. Oh, clean though.
Yeah,
23.
very
That's
clean.
your
Here
vault.
you go, and that is a times 23 Azure Vault for the Air Force.
Hell yeah.
Good job to them. That is now the highest successfully completed Azure Vault on the weekend, or I guess the day, because that was today's key.
Well,
And now, Crazy Puck, does your cat have any additional commentary to add? Is there any?
No. So my cat is very, very typical of a cat. He can't ever decide what he wants, and so I have my home office here, and I keep the door closed so the 4-year-old doesn't run in. And when the cat is inside, he wants to be outside. When the cat's outside, he wants to be inside. And it's
That
just
sounds
one of those
very
things. So
cat
we get to
typical.
keep playing with opening the door and letting the cat in and out and in and out. And you get to hear him screaming in the background for whatever his current preference is.
That's nice. So I went back and checked the vault. The tank bubbled. That's why he lost aggro.
Okay.
I was very excited. But yes, that's why the red paladin bubbled afterwards as well. I mean, I could have respected the taunt for 2 globals of uptime before Bubble was ready to dodge to dip the slow debuff so he can keep up with the boss moving.
You know,
I'm
I've done
here
that.
for
Such a
place like that.
chatted-in move.
I've done that on my Demon Hunter.
I believe
you taunt, you pop blur, you pop darkness on yourself because it's a me cooldown, not a raid cooldown, and I get a couple extra globals in.
Yep. I'm waiting.
How else
Honestly,
do you think I'm going to top meters?
Honestly, they're already giving rogues a bubble, basically, next to evasion, next patch. They're just missing a taunt, and rogues could, like, literally tank.
Can we just delete rogues?
Yeah, I wish, man. I wish. They're getting
Rogues are
deleted
mean.
from Arena. That's already good enough for me.
Rogues are mean. My raid leader's a rogue, and he can either be invincible or top meters, and just at any point in time, and it's really frustrating.
Or both at the same time.
Oh, both at the same time. Air
Yeah,
Force with their
it's
23
frustrating.
done. Now it's time for attempting the Algothar 23 with this one. So I guess with 123 done, they're setting their sights on righting the wrongs of the past and getting this 23 on board.
Yeah, now that's going to be a big one because that's going to really help close their gap a little bit if they're able to time it. But is it fortified or tyrannical?
It's a fortified.
It's fortified.
Fortified? Okay, yeah. So then the bosses won't be too bad. And it's basically a race of can you pull enough in time without blowing yourself up?
Yeah.
You know,
The
it's
big
a
problem
long enough
for-
dungeon that you actually need to do decently big pulls. You can't just do one group at a time. You have to do 2 or
Yeah.
more. And it just gets a little bit spicy with some of the interrupts that you have to do.
The big problem for the Air Force here is this 23 that they're about to attempt. This is the 5th or 6th run at the 23 for them. So
Yeah.
they've been struggling on this for a while now, not just today. And while the progress has been steady, I'm still worried that this just might be another futile attempt at timing this key. They've swapped around their routing a little bit today, going for Veximus first, but it's very out in the open to see what happens here.
Yeah, it looks like they're all going here. That is the versatility, dude. So it looks like they just about all went for versatility to help just be a little less squishy, which is definitely the way to go once you get to some of these higher keys. It's not as much about, I need the 5% crit. It's, I need to not get one shot would be nice, please.
Any avoidance?
I need to live.
Yeah, oh, that'd be nice.
Any
Avoidance
versers
would
in
be
chat?
super helpful.
I love
Yeah, right.
I love how paladins now have avoidance baseline in their talent tree, and
Cheaters.
everyone skips it. I'm just sitting here. Yup, that's gonna be sick for M+ later.
Yeah, so they aren't having any issue with this first group, which isn't really a surprise. As long as you have your interrupts assigned properly and you're not letting some of those casts get off, you're fine.
If you had seen their attempts yesterday, you wouldn't say that's not surprising. Because
Oh.
this is literally the pack that killed
Oh.
2 runs
Wait.
for them. So
Wait.
This pack right here
What
actually
are-
has been the downfall of many of our teams.
Okay, so they didn't pull the Okay, so they're going to do the Ravager either later or with one of the other packs. But these groups here is where stuff can get spicy because those surges do a lot of damage. The sleeps can be really dangerous if you put like the healer to sleep. Bad things happen really, really quickly. So you've got to be on point with your interrupts and your AoE stunts and stuff.
It looks like they're doing a good job at controlling and interrupting at the right times.
Yeah, they did. They only did one group plus 2 mana worms, which really isn't that big of a group. To be honest, it's really not that hard. It's when you pull multiple of these groups and have like 4 or 5 different things that are casting, that's when stuff gets spicy. Now, they did lose one of their DPS there. Looked like your Shadow Priest went down. Are they okay? So they're going to do these groups one at a time too, which is a lot safer, obviously. But the problem is that it takes so much time to do each one of these pulls. Where like if you pulled everything together, it doesn't really make the pull last that much longer. Versus having to do 2 individual pulls, that starts to put pressure on whether you can actually time the key or not. Whether you die, it doesn't matter if you die or not. If you're going slow enough on your routing that it's not possible to get through the whole thing in time.
yeah,
And that's a
This
really
is-
difficult balancing act in this dungeon.
It's all. It really is all about that balancing act, though, right? It's all about because we saw it earlier from the Air Force in the Azure Vault. They wanted to take things just a little slower, so that way they could guarantee being able to time the 23 Azure Vault. Now, and going back over, but it was like you said, maybe they're balancing it too far into one direction, where things are going to become a lot more dangerous if they don't get this. They don't start making some of these bigger pulls and taking those risks. And with them being
Yeah.
so early into the dungeon, right? May as well try it. Give it a couple of tries and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean I didn't see all of the earlier pulls, so I don't know how poorly this area was going before. That may have influenced how safe they want to try to run it here. But this was another, more or less a single pull. They did the one group of the casters with 2 of those small mana worms who really aren't that big of a deal and don't really add much. Now, while they're waiting for the boss RP, they are going to go back and pull the Ravager. That is a good use of time here. I'm hoping they go pull those 2 other worms in the back, maybe. Nope, doesn't look like they're going to. I
need that.
I worry that because they are pulling relatively slow, they're going to end up a little bit behind because there is some RP in this dungeon. There is just some time that gets eaten that's totally unavoidable and there's nothing you can do with. And my correspondent here, Maui, has now decided that after screaming and scratching at the door to get in the office, he now immediately wants to be let back out of the office.
I understand where your cat's coming from, though, because they do raise a good point about decisions. And if your cat is as indecisive as I am when it comes to classes, then we have a lot in common. I'm okay with that now. I feel good about myself.
Is
How
that why
many
you
different
constantly
mains
wear
have you
caddies
had in
on
the last
stream,
2
Sam?
weeks?
Wait, what? I got 2 questions thrown at me.
Lithia, you go first.
No, you go first. I'm just memeing him.
How many different mains have
You're
you
both
had in the
baby.
last 2 weeks?
Probably 3 now.
Okay, yeah.
There you go.
I'm just getting set up for 10.1. I'm trying things out and seeing what I like.
I knew because Sam is wearing cat ears on stream constantly. So this definitely explains a lot.
Here. Okay, listen here. Listen. We
I'm
gotta calm
listening,
down.
Sam.
Okay,
All right, so
we gotta calm down.
our Air Force friends have now pulled Veximus, but you can see on the timer they're already like 5.5 minutes into this key by the time they pulled the first boss. Just for reference, I know this isn't going to be an exact comparison because they're doing things a little differently, but in MDI, they usually pull this boss at like 1:30. Now, of course, they're not aiming for like MDI type times. They're not trying to pull 6 or 7 groups every single time onto bosses, right? But it gives you a little bit of perspective of how much more slowly they're going in the name of safety.
Would you say that Crazy Puck, maybe they should be a little bit more bold and pull one more mob rather than going, not saying pull everything, but maybe 1 or 2 more trash packs into the mobs that we've been seeing them do?
I would have liked to see them pull something, maybe do 2 of those groups at a time, and then with the third grab, maybe 2 groups of the mana worms. It would have made it less safe. Obviously, it would have made it more difficult, but it would have saved them probably 1.5 minutes on their timer, which in a dungeon like this that has so much RP is something that could come into play.
That's really... I think I heard your cat, by the way.
Yeah, he's now outside the door screaming to get back inside of the door. This is a recurring thing. They don't really stop. So let's let them back in and see how long it lasts.
Where's your cat, Sam, by the way?
He's sleeping right now.
Oh, he's
happily... Yeah, he's happily taking a nap, taking a little cat nap. Once I get done, though, that's when he activates and decides to start meowing.
Hi, Maui. Hi. This one's other cat, not Thor. The other one wanted to say hi now.
Oh, we're getting the whole
They're working in
cat parade
now, huh?
going. Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Great. Just what I need.
Well, there goes Veximus. So at least Meowie gets to see Veximus being taken out by the Air Force. 7 minutes and 43 seconds from start to kill, though. That's a good majority of time. Now we get to see how they're gonna make up for that. Let's zoom in on the army, though. The army, 4 minutes and 16 seconds left to take down Umbral Skull on this 23 Azure Vault.
Ooh, that's spicy. I did see a pull timer go off, and they have not engaged the boss after the pull timer, so that is a little interesting. Here's another pull timer. I'm not entirely sure why they need a 10-second pull timer when I would assume they're able to communicate to each other in some other fashion.
Got a pre-pod and set up the right stretching routine in advance, you know?
Do a pull 3. This is a timed event, friends.
That's not enough time.
Crazy, have you ever played Final Fantasy XIV?
No. I don't have enough hours in the day to play WoW. You think I could do 2 MMOs?
Well, just curious with the content draws and everything, you know. But if you ever play Final Fantasy XIV, be prepared for 30-second pull timers on the regular.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna do that then.
Well, speaking of Umbral Skull,
my kind of game.
Speaking of Umbral Skull, luckily the boss fights is shorter than that pull timer, and we're already at 70%, so looking good. Fracture maybe going off, knockback, still enough damage, barely bringing in enough of that juicy hunter DPS to stay alive here.
Pushing it there.
Yeah, they are edging close to the edge here. 2 minutes 40 left to go. We got the boss on 69%, and we are just over 1 minute into the fight. So, in theory, this is going to come down to the wire, but should be fine.
Ooh, less than 10. Boss is going to get blasted. You're going to see the crystals come out here soonish. Yep, here's some crystals. You're going to get the lust probably right now. So these crystals are going to get blown to pieces. And then you're going to get to see this boss's health just start to absolutely evaporate. If they kill the crystals, come on, kill the crystal. There you go.
You had lust. There's no excuse for it, right?
I mean,
if any of those crystals goes off with lust,
it shouldn't be close. All right, and yeah, already seeing this boss down to below 30, 25. Where's lust timer? Oh, they have an evoker, so they have 8 seconds left on lust. Boss is already sub 20. So they took the boss from 45 to about 18 in that lust.
That's spicy.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yes, Maui, I hear you. Now you want back out. You've been in here a whole minute.
That's I think that's a new record. That's pretty impressive. They had patience. They're getting excited, Crazy Puck, because they're about to see Umbral Skull get taken down.
These guys.
With a minute and 30 seconds left.
It's they don't like closed doors. That's all it is. If the door was open a little bit, they would completely ignore that I exist. But they don't like closed doors. But the U.S. Army team, on the other hand, has opened that door up. They timed this 23 Azure Vault, which puts them in a really good position in that dungeon, tying, I believe it was Air Force, who also got a 23 for the best key done in there. And now they get to go and find one of the other dungeons to try to improve their time on.
All right, let's head up the quad because I'm curious to see where the Coast Guard is with that 24 that they were doing.
I have the bad feeling that they've already reset Sam.
Liffy.
No, they haven't.
No resets.
Reverse Jinx coming in clutch. Let's go. They are on the frog path, Sam, and this is looking solid. 6% missing. They've only had 3 deaths so far. God damn it! But they have only had 2 bosses left to go after that. And let's be real here. Those last 2 bosses are not the hardest part of the dungeon.
No, but they actually have overpulled trash? Question mark? Because they still have the 2 breakers after this before they can go across and take out Talash. So they're going to overpull trash with the route that they did, which is interesting. And they're still a minute and a half-ish off from being able to pull Talash, 2 minutes off from being able to pull Talash. Talash is not the shortest boss fight. This may actually be a little tighter than you would want it to be. But
it's a 24 fortified, and they got 4 DPS, right? So
yeah,
they'll cut
they
that
are
boss
on
timer.
Track.
Yeah. I think it's very much still possible. Maybe they've already done with breakers because we haven't checked in with these guys in a while.
Well, you can't get to the other 2 breakers yet. They're right at the edge of the bridge where you poured over.
I was thinking maybe they cleaned the dungeon up from the back to the front, you know. No,
there's our
friends. Let's see how they handle this. Maybe they'll do a little bit of a reset shenanigans because it doesn't seem like everyone else is getting in combat with this. So the breakers are pulled out. The group is going past.
Oh,
maybe they will
really
sacrifice the tank.
Yeah,
something
they're gonna.
along the lines. Yep.
That's exactly what they're doing.
You absolutely sacrifice the tank and have him pour it back. And
you could
summon.
Yeah, you could summon them, or they just they could
they
summon.
Warlock summons faster.
Like
there you go. All right, that's
the
a
big brain.
handy little skip. I like that.
Yeah.
Now we're understanding why the Coast Guard is in first place.
All right, that's a decently big brain play there. I haven't seen that before.
It's a lovely position to be in, and that leaves you with about 8 minutes 40 seconds on start of this boss to finish this dungeon. And as we mentioned, right, 2 bosses with 4 DPS, so that will cut the fight length considerably. We were already talking about the 23 for example, the Air Force being a little bit tight on time. Mirren gets hit with a thundering drop down low to 10%, but the heals coming in clutch last second. Here come the next frost bombs, and those are a little bit dangerous, but in the meantime, everyone topped off, so no problem whatsoever here for the Coast Guard, and this boss fight is probably going to kick into overdrive now. It's looking solid for them so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a pretty good amount of DPS time here before the boss is going to run away again. Looks like about 20-ish seconds based on their timer. Definitely going to have probably 2 more of them, so it is going to be kind of tight. But this boss's health is just evaporating right now. They are smacking the heck out of this thing. That 4 DPS comp really coming in handy.
I looked away. Where'd the boss's health go?
Yeah, I don't know, Sam. They are in this fight for a minute 20, and it's already on 45%. That is absolutely mad damage they are bringing to the table here. If you consider how much time the Air Force and the Army spent on these last 2 bosses, It is incredible how much of a difference this 4 DPS comp is bringing to the table.
Yeah, I mean, this was like a solid 3 to 3.5 minute fight, right? Just with how much the boss pops away and is invulnerable and all the movement and stuff. So they are really pushing this well. Now we just got to play safe. Look, oop. Feral Druid almost got themselves cut off.
That's a Feral
Druid's
Druid.
always
Doesn't do too much damage anyway.
Oof.
No, I'm just memeing.
Someone
I'm
get
just
Sai on
memeing.
the
But
line.
we all know
Damn,
the real
I'm gonna
DPS
call
carry in this
Sai.
group is Scotty. Look at Scotty pumping, man. Almost 60k on this Warlock. He is going hard on these bosses.
Yeah, now this is going to be the last absolute zero. They don't exactly have a ton of space left, so they're going to have to place this set of frost bombs really, really carefully. And okay, so a little bit more space just opened up. I think they'll be okay on space. 7% left, 6. Yeah, so this boss is going to go down, and that's about a 3-minute kill on a 24 fortified boss. That's pretty good. And now they have, about 5 minutes to kill the last boss with
Lust available?
Lust.
Yeah.
With Lust and 4 DPS, and I'd assume everyone's got cooldowns just about ready. Let me see. Okay, I can't see offensive cooldowns. But yeah, they may be able to melt this.
Unless you pop the third set of cooldowns right at the end, if we're talking about the 90-second CDs, then there should be everything ready. Now pop with Bloodlust right into the pole of Umbral's Skull here off the bat. And well, if we're talking about 2 minutes, well, those things will come up in just a second, probably at the tail end of this Bloodlust, and this boss is just gonna melt already. 30% into the fight, the first set of crystals joining us now, but these things are just gonna get cleaved down, absolutely annihilated. The breath needs to be dodged, but all in all, no one really has any issues with this. Look at Kaboom Claws and Scotty peeking above 100k DPS. Feral going down here for a second, immediately gets res back up. You just gotta get the heals back rolling without that main healer. Especially these knockbacks, explosions do heavy damage, but it really seems like they have everything under control, Sam.
Under control, lock and key. 50% just right there.
Keep healing yourself, friends. Get yourselves up. There is still some damage. Okay, everyone's back to full health. That's good. Got some of these crystals. Now, these things are going to be super important because all their cooldowns are worn off now. Lust is worn off now. These things do have a good bit of health. Got the AoE damage coming out here soon. Cannot let any of these crystals explode.
Yeah, nice repositioning. You want to get away from the circles here as well. Otherwise, that's going to get spicy sometime soon, of course. Got to drop those debuffs every now and then. 60% slow, not really something you want to have. And for the last 36%, we're moving into the middle of the room. A little bit more space to work with, because that space denial can come back to bite you if you are not careful. But if it's something the Coast Guard is here, then it is careful, and they are pumping. Scotty still sitting on 80k. Mirren now working his way up to that second place in the meter. That Enhancement Shaman just pumping the pure, unadulterated 70k DPS into this dragon. Already down to 20% with the next set of crystals. I think we're looking at the execute here, Sam, without too much trouble coming through.
Yeah, finish off crystals. Crystals are all done, and now they shouldn't really have anything too dangerous left. Got to spread for that quaking, spread for these circles, and yeah, it looks like they should be pretty solid at this point. There really isn't anything left that should be able to take them down.
No,
5%,
2 minutes left on the timer, 3% on the boss. There's the last Chaos Bolts coming through, and the Coast Guard, after multiple attempts with a 4 DPS comp, clean out the highest completed Azure Vaults of the day.
Good for them. And here I was doubting them for a little bit. That was really impressive.
How dare you? How dare you?
Yeah, really.
Never doubt the Coast Guard.
I'm sorry. Wow.
Oh, impressive performance. Love to see that. And that is just going to solidify their lead in this tournament. Currently, we are down to an hour 23 minutes, guys, and I think slowly but surely it's going to come down to the wire for the last few teams to be able to catch up to the Coast Guard here, Sam.
Down to the wire. The wire is very razor thin. I mean, the Coast Guard has such a indomitable lead, and now with that 24, it just further solidifies themselves from the second place they've been stuck in for so long. Now to finally have the crown, the big win, the W in their sights.
Yep.
It's so close to taking.
A little over an hour. You know, it's tight. Some of the other teams are right on their heels. You know, if Air Force gets a really good Alcatraz there, I know they were almost done with that 23, and it did look like they're on track to time it. It could be real close coming down to the wire. But yeah, Coast Guard has been playing really, really well.
Yes, they have. Now, I'm gonna go to a short break, but Lithy, I believe this is it for us. You gotta go.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm
What?
old.
We're losing you.
Slacker.
What do you mean, slacker?
Slacker.
Excuse me?
Sir.
It's 1 a.m.
Sir.
It's
And?
1 a.m.
And?
That's like peak gaming hours.
Come on.
Come on.
You
No,
gotta go
okay, you
DJ
caught
here.
me. I'm not gonna go to bed. I'll probably play, I don't know, Overwatch for the next 4 hours or something. No, but
nerd.
one way or another, I
Uh-oh,
had
brought
a
up Overwatch.
blast on this tournament. It's been absolute joy casting with you, Sam, casting with you, Crazy. It's just lovely to be here and had a great time.
Yeah,
Lithium.
thanks for joining us.
I'm getting a little teary-eyed here. Chat, everyone, give big claps to Lithy. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'm really excited for when you come back on the next AFDL, because you're obviously going to be doing that. We had such a great time here. All right, everyone. Like I said, we're going to go to that break, but don't go anywhere, because once we come back, the exciting conclusion to the third Armed Forces Dungeon League.
Woo.
love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so what? You're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
This is it, everyone. The final hour has arrived. Now we are at that beautiful moment where all of the teams are scrambling to get whatever they can. with the clock ticking down, there's not much left they can do. But whatever they can, they're going to squeeze every single ounce out of it that they can. Now, we have lost Lithy, but in Lithy's place, we have the amazing Marielia joining us for this final hour. Marielia, I think you got some score updates for us, though, going into this final hour.
Yes, I do. I want to take one last look at the leaderboard with an hour left of play. Coast Guard have done a phenomenal job maintaining their lead. It is it's actually impressive how well they've done. They are currently progging a 25 Algathar with no healer because they feel that comfortable. So production, if we can bring up the leaderboard, I want to show off the amazing gains that the Air Force have made today. They have played out of their minds today compared to where they were yesterday and where they were the day before. They went into today sitting way at the bottom down in 4th place. They are now in 2nd, okay? They are within arm's reach. And if they use their time and they get flawless runs, they're coming for the Coast Guard.
Flawless is nothing less than what they need to do. And it's going to be a tough order for them to make that happen with the levels that the Coast Guard can make it. But hey, if anyone can do it, it's going to be the U.S. Army, especially how down bad they were, all things considered.
Yes, the U.S. Army and the Marine Corps are currently tied with 109 points. Air Force has 110. So there's lots of room for things to be, tightened up here. We did see the Army in their 25 burial grounds trying to make up those 2 points. That would be a big boon for them. Let's jump back to the quad because the action has not stopped. And Crazy, I know you've just been joining us this morning. How are you enjoying day 3?
Yeah, this is fun. These teams are blasting. Coast Guard obviously has been doing phenomenal, but all the teams that I've been sitting here watching, everyone's doing really well. They're doing really cool pulls. They're doing obviously pretty high keys, and it is a pretty tight overall race. It is definitely a lot of fun to watch and a lot of fun to be here.
So we got two Shadow Moon burial grounds. So the Marines want to go for that 24 SBG. The Air Force, it's a 21 that has not given them any issues whatsoever. Only 2 deaths, and you've taken down Hersha. Probably, in my opinion, one of the toughest Dragonflight bosses in Season 1.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
For Mythic Plus, yeah. Blazing right through it and having the time of their lives with it. And the Coast Guard, Crazy, we were out there, in the middle of our break. We were looking at the teams while on the feed that we have, and we were looking at the Coast Guard, and it's just like
it's really fun to watch what they're doing now. I think the best word to use is prog. I think Marielia hit that perfect. They're trying to do the Tree Boss room, the entire room, in a single pull on a 25 fortified with no healer. It hasn't been going great at all. They are consistently losing to the trash, but it's the kind of thing where it's tournament realm, right? So they just get to keep going over and over and over and over and over, and all it takes is one perfect pull where the DPS get the right amount of procs and the right amount of crits, and you get the stuns just perfect, and you get really good RNG on where the little green circles are, so caster doesn't have to move as much and just gets to put out more damage. And if it goes perfect, if everything goes right, this is the kind of pool where you get to see some of your DPS do 600, 700, 800,000 DPS for the pool. If it works. As you can see there, that did not work. Someone accidentally pulled some of the little, I always want to call them birds, the little flying bugs at the start. Someone accidentally aggroed them, which meant that the tank had to go and backtrack and pull them off, and then just couldn't go and run and grab everything. So that is just a real quick, all right, start up and go again. But if they get everything grouped up together, the damage coming on the tank is absurd, and the tank is somehow staying alive without a healer. And if you stand in basically anything, you just get one shot. So it's definitely interesting to watch them keep trying that.
I find that there's a lot of similarities watching Coast Guard attempt this dungeon to watching like a race to world first, right? Where it's not a matter of already knowing how you're going to defeat the boss or the trash or whatever it is. You literally have to go in and be like, okay, guess what? We got 5% further. That's progress. All right. Now we've realized we need to be using our abilities differently because we can't take that extra 10k damage. You know, we have to kill this mob first because it does 2% more than the other mob. Like, those absolute minutiae differences on each pull are where it's going to kill them. And look, as long as they're having fun, we'll have fun watching. But Army in the 25 right now, Shadow Moon Burial Ground, they want to be the third team to crack that barrier. We saw the Air Force struggle. We saw the Army struggle. Air Force managed to come back and get it. Army now on their, I believe, second attempt today, just getting started. But I really, really hope this goes as well for them as it can. We've seen, interestingly enough, the period before Saldana being the difference maker, where if you screw up early, just go out and reset because you're not going to recover later.
No,
and
you are not.
They're not doing small pools outside of this group. You usually do this one by itself unless you're in like MDI type stuff. And then you do a couple of decent sized pools with a lot of guys who really aren't too friendly. I'm not sure why the hunter is running. Oh, they had 4 deaths already. So all right, 4 deaths a minute into the dungeon. So that's just a go again.
Here's the Coast Guard pool. Oh my word! Look at that! Get out of the swirlies. Stay alive through
some
it.
friends following them.
they got a couple of friends.
I just want to full screen that for a moment to just appreciate how many particles are being sprayed everywhere.
I'm surprised.
Can we just full screen this? Yeah.
I'm surprised the Coast Guard's computers haven't caught on fire, but it looks like they might actually be able to pull this off. The Giga Huge first.
A lot of health. Okay, that's a lot of green swirlies, and you got a lot of melee DPS with nowhere to go. And this is also not ideal. You don't necessarily want those extra bugs there, because that's not great for your tank staying above ground. They do seem to be handling it pretty good so far this pool. They still got this going. It looks like their druid got hit by something. But yeah, they're close here. Uh-oh.
Here comes the thunder.
The kite is real.
You get a little nervous when you see the thundering.
Yeah, like, we do this pool on like 16s and 17s and like 18s and stuff, and you know, it's not easy, but it's not too crazy difficult, and it's fun because make big number. But to do this on a 25 fortified with no healer is just insane.
I'm even more impressed by the fact that it's only been 3 deaths so far.
Well, this is like their 6th try.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's the compounding understanding of how and what they need to do in order to succeed. With the Mary Elliott brought up progress. This is some pretty good progress. So even if they do wipe here, well, now they're getting a little bit more in their head about. Yeah, okay. We just need to make sure we don't get caught inside of swirlies. Yeah, this would be easy.
They've got everyone back. The lashers are almost dead, although those are some very angry lashers on a very hurt tank right now, who is not going to be able to save himself.
Soulstone.
Oh no, Soulstone, get threat. We lost a rep in that process.
I mean, I want to just think about this for a second, because where else can they go? That's the other thing to consider. Like, let's hop back to the quad and see where everybody else is. The Coast Guard really don't actually have any choices at this point. They've got this 25 Algathar. They have a 26 Shadow Moon. They've got a 23 Halls of Valor. Okay, maybe. 24 Life Pools, 25 Vault. Like,
none of those sound particularly
of those
fun.
Options.
This
no,
like
they're kind of stuck.
Yeah, right.
This is, yeah, exactly, right? And I think it'll be interesting to see if they change strategies at all throughout their myriad of attempts, like whether they successfully kill this trash pack and then they go, okay, we figured that out. Now what happens if we go Veximus first? Or whether they're just going to say, nope, we're going Tree Boss first. We're sticking with it no matter what. If we die, we die. We just hope and pray that nobody can catch up to us.
In a similar vein, the Marines team just did the big pool going into Veximus, where you just grab everything,
You do the bridge pull, and then as soon as the bridge pull dies, you run straight to Veximus and pull all three of those groups with a couple of little Ravagers, but not the Mana Worms, but not the big Ravager. And they had everything to like 30% health, and then a surge went off, and 4 of them died instantly. And like that's the kind of margins you're playing with on a 22. And we see the Coast Guard trying to do a similar type of just absurd pull on a 25. It's just wild to see. It is so much fun to watch.
Oh, I wish we got to see more of that damage done overall during the actual pull, but we get to see some smidge of an idea of how things went there. And I think to no one's surprise, Warlock top in the meters, and then the Retribution Paladin trailing behind in second place. But there was a lot of deaths going on there. I don't know if the Warlock ever died, and if they didn't, that wouldn't have surprised me. Not with the way that Scotty's been playing, and not with the fact that they're also a Warlock. But you got to imagine, though, Crazy Puck, there's got to be some sort of mental aspect going on here as well, right? The other 3 teams that are not the Coast Guard had to be feeling a certain modicum of pressure. And that kind of pressure can cause you to make slight mistakes here and there, where otherwise you wouldn't have been doing that. And also on top of that, right, over 14 hours of World of Warcraft, which I know doesn't sound like a lot to us gamers, especially when you spread it out over 3 days. But when you're at a level where you really need to be paying attention at all times and concentration is at its maximum, that could wear a lot of people down.
Oh yeah, no, that's a lot of WoW in 3 days. That's a lot of dungeons. It's a long period of time to have to stay, 100% focused the entire time you're in the game. And what you do start to see after a while is some fatigue set in, some small minor mistakes that you normally wouldn't make, and normally wouldn't be too much of an issue if you weren't in a tournament doing 23s or 24s or 25s, and all of a sudden that minor mistake actually means the group wipes, and then everyone gets a little frustrated, and then okay, go again. So there's definitely going to be a little bit of that for the other 3 teams as they keep pressing harder and harder and harder and trying to push a little further, do a little bit bigger pulls, a little harder pulls, a little bit higher dungeons, and definitely something that you do see coming out a little bit. But on the side of the Air Force, we actually see them having a really solid halls run so far. They are up and working on the Kings in this 21 halls. They've got, I think that's the last 2 Kings they're working on now, and they still have 14 minutes on the timer. So, barring a catastrophe, that should be a pretty easy time on this halls, which knocks out their 21, which I believe is going to be an upgrade for them.
It is. This halls is critical for the Air Force. When they secure this, they need to hope and pray that Army do not clear the 25. If Air Force gets the 21 and Army get the 25, they are tied for second place.
Ooh.
Then Air Force has the option. They can go back. Let's assume they have to kill Skovald and Odin. Let's assume they one chest this, right? They'll have to go back and do the 22. They will just have enough time for it. Just. And okay, that'll eke them out. If they can get that done, but Army don't get another key, even though they complete the 25, that cinches them second place. They're in a really good position, but they cannot screw it up. With only 45 minutes left, that's maybe a chance to do 1 reset in Halls of Valor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Halls is a very long key, and you are starting to have to fight against the clock. So Air Force really needs to play these next 2 bosses clean, and then they have a shot if they could find some other key that they can upgrade. Which,
looking at,
I don't even know where they'd go.
They do have a 23 Algathar Academy, but that's proving to be really tough for them. Outside of that, yeah, where else do you really go?
You almost just run the 22. You almost just stay in halls. You time the 21 and then time the 22. That's probably your easiest remaining key, because you have a 24 vault. That's not easy. You have a 24 ruby. That's probably just not going to happen. You have a 24 Algathars, which is a prog key.
or a 26 Shadow Moon, which question mark might not be doable.
It's
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's actually going to be their best play is finish off this 21 and then literally just turn around and come right back in and do the 22. And that's their best hope.
I agree. The Army are also running out of options. When they do the 25, their best bet is probably to go back to the Academy.
Yeah?
No. They're tied for Ruby Life Pools. They can happily sit when that went out, but they are 2 points behind the lead on Algathar, so they'll get at least one more there. That's probably their next dungeon.
Yeah, I think that's a good play. Assuming, of course, that they can actually do the 25 Shadow Moon, which this is their 7th or 8th attempt, and they really haven't gotten all that far yet. This is definitely very much a prog key that they're working on. So, on the side of Air Force, they are just about to kill God King Skovald.
Crazy's joining the God King Skovald camp of saying it that way. So far I've been the only holdout.
God King Skovald. Yeah, it's a great, iconic voice line.
When you've heard it a million times, it just kind of becomes, that's what he's called.
Becomes part of you. See, I didn't play during Legion, so I missed out on the
nerd.
The tonal conventions of how to pronounce his name. Hey, speaking of cool stuff, the Coast Guard, they're taking on the Overgrowth Ancient, which can mean only one
they
thing,
cleared their
Crazy
pool
Puck.
with only one death. They cleared
They
their
did
big
it.
pool.
Yeah, they cleaned that attempt up massively. The problem is, if they wipe to the Ancient, they've got to do it again.
Yeah, kill the branch.
So,
kill the branch. Okay.
No, if they
kill
wipe to the
branch.
Ancient, then they go right back into 4th place. If they wipe to the Ancient, there's no excuse for them to do that. Not after the pools they've been doing.
Sir, this boss.
that's it. They forfeit their points.
This boss has given a lot of people some trauma. This boss was not fun early on in this expansion.
So I know it's a lot of fun to watch the Coast Guard, but I'm kind of interested to see what the Air Force is doing in that halls, because I think it might be possible for them to two-chest.
Two-chest. Yeah, I was just looking at the timer. There's approximately...
I don't think that's supposed to happen.
We've got a frozen Air Force.
Yeah, I don't think the Air Force stalled in midair. Don't worry, they're getting that fixed. Little technical issues, but happens. It's very sad. So maybe that was the cataclysmic thing that Crazy Puck was talking about.
No, here we go.
All right,
this
we're back.
is the Air Force that we want to see.
Oh yeah, and they are in the pump phase. They got 8 seconds left in this phase. They are not quite going to. Oh, that is not what you want to see. So those orbs are bad. You want to not eat those orbs to your face.
Good patience.
And you also
good patience.
can't take this res until that explosion goes off. There you go. All right, and finish the obliterator, and you got 0.8% on Odin. Do not take any more balls to the face. It is very bad to do that here. There are a lot of them. Yeah.
41 seconds left on the timer. They get it down with one person dead. That is much better than their last attempt. Yesterday, I think the most iconic Odin we saw yesterday was Venom just trying to get this boss down from 82 to 80% alone. And by the time he died, they didn't have enough time to re-pull the fight. It was an absolutely tragic, moment. It was just tough.
I think that's a pretty severe tactical mistake. I don't think they should have two-chested.
It was.
Yeah. I'm actually going to agree with that.
I agree.
I
agree. That was a big misplay, in my opinion. They should have stalled it out, gone for the one, because now, are they really going to complete that key as it stands? And you can't deplete. The 22 was doable.
Yeah.
We've seen everyone else do it. It's these small decisions that I think are going to be what really cripples the Air Force.
Yeah, they should have waited. they completed it too fast. And I know, like, you know, we were just talking, when you're working from behind and trying to catch up or trying to secure this number 2 spot, you have the adrenaline pumping. You're trying to focus. You're starting to get fatigued. You're starting to get worn down because you're 15 hours into playing and doing this. And you might not be thinking of I want to intentionally go out of my way to make sure we don't two chest this, because if I two chest it, then it actually hurts our chances of doing better overall. You're not thinking like that in the spur of the moment with everything else going on. And I think that's going to end up coming back to hurt them if we see the
They're
Army
going
team
for it.
able to
They have
complete
to
this
go for it.
25.
They
don't have a
other choice for the Air
choice.
Force. Yeah.
They have nothing else they can do, but the 23 is not going to be easy. Just because you can two chest a 21 does not mean that translates to the 23 being doable.
That's not true. That's not technically true. They could go for the 24 Algathar.
You're not going for the 24 Algathar.
Could.
No, you're not.
I mean,
24 Algathar over 23 Halls? I don't know. I think that's a relatively even trade.
They could also go for a 26 Shadow Moon. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you're going to.
Yeah, exactly.
You think the 23 Halls is better than the 24
Absolutely.
Algathar?
Yes.
100%. Well, without a doubt. Algathar Academy is scary.
The trash in there on a 24 fortified
Yeah, that's true.
is going to mess you
true.
up. I mean, Coast Guard, we saw them spend 40 minutes progging one pool. Now, they went way overboard in that pool. Realistically, you don't need to do that pool like that. But even with them doing that and them not having any wipes, if you look at their screen right now, they're just barely on track to maybe time the key if they don't have any more deaths. That's how crazy the trash is in that place and how much time you're going to spend on that stuff.
I don't like how long it took the Air Force to start this key either. I feel like that should have been locked in, done. Let's go. Let's do this. If there was going to be any decision making, I'd say start doing it during the key. Like, if you don't want to do the Halls of Valor.
Set in after they completed it, and they're like, "Oh God, what did we do?"
Yeah, what have we done to ourselves?
There was a moment of that because they started making a new keystone, and I think that set in. They're like, "Oh, oops,
Maybe just adjustments on how to make the pools now, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is those are things that you got to do during the pool, during the key itself. You don't want to waste time.
Yeah. Now,
look, we got to be believers.
This is a
okay,
spicy pool.
they two chested that 21. Okay, if they two chested it, they can at least one chest the 23. I'm gonna believe until I have no choice but to do anything else. Because if they get this, there's no way Army doesn't have time to go do something else. If they get this key, they secure second place. No one can take it from them.
Yeah, and
okay? If they fail this key but Army get theirs, it's a tie for second. So this race between Army and Air Force is as tense as it has ever been this weekend.
It's going to come down to Herja. If
the
tank can survive Herja, they have a shot. But on a 23 Tyrannical, that's a serious if. That boss does some damage.
It is possible that they get to Herja, wipe, and restart. That could be done within the 35 minutes that we have.
Yeah, I guess it could, because it's as long as they start the key, right? So they would have time to get to Herja and wipe and get a second shot at it, but Herja 23 is no pushover of a boss.
Oh man, you too. I'm getting at the edge of my seat here for the Air Force. It's probably the most tense moment for this team, is all hinging on this 23 for them.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, but it's like it's just like a moment where they had felt so comfortable in second place leading up to today, and then the U.S. Army surged up out of nowhere, and now it's putting them on the ropes.
It's really tense between the two of them. We do see the U.S. Army having to reset and go again on their 25 Shadow Moon. They just keep having trouble here early on in the dungeon, but because they're resetting it like 3 or 4 or 5 minutes in, they're getting a lot of tries at it and hopefully a lot of practice to get it down, but they're just having some serious trouble on this. In the top right of your screen, though, you do see the Coast Guard team working on Croft on this 25 Academy with, again, no healer in the group. They're still 4 DPSing this stuff. This is not exactly something that you're going to see every day.
Crazy Puck, I'm not even going to see this if I'm running this with a healer.
Yeah. Now,
On 25 Academy.
They did just have their Warlock get splat. They are looking to battle res. Okay, they got the battle res off, but this boss still has about 25-ish% health. The tank has been struggling to keep himself alive. There's a lot going on right now. Ooh, that's still a lot of health to have to chew from here. They're going to have to go ahead and drop these balls in here pretty soon and go ahead and throw them through the hoops.
The Marines going to Halls is an interesting power play, okay? At this point, unfortunately, there's just no way they're going to crack that first seed. But what they can still do is have the highest key in a dungeon, and Halls of Valor is their choice. Right now, the max is a 22, which they have. So if they complete this 23 and Air Force fail theirs, Marines can at least claim that small victory for themselves. So I actually quite enjoy this as a power move from that team. It hinges on a lot. You know, Air Force comfortably two-chested that, so it's going to be a tough one, but it's, you know, I like it. I like it.
I like it too. Why not? Go for it. See what you're made of. Give us a show to watch. Ooh, that's not what you made of.
It's probably the most likely key that they have a shot at, although that certainly doesn't make it easy, as you see there with your enhanced shaman going splat and having to use shaman defensive to pop themselves back up. So no harm, no foul, no biggie. It's only a 5-second time loss. Everything's fine. But it looks like unless they screw up these sanguine puddles, they are going to manage to take out this first triple pull here. Although oh no, the dragon started casting in his sanguine puddle. He went from 20 to 50. Oh no.
Ouch.
Yep, that's going to have to be
They still have the time. Same with the Army.
I know there's someone out there.
Yep. Army's got another go again. The Air Force, on the other hand, has gotten through the first Boston Halls. They got the big pool at the top of the stairs here, no problem. Finishing off this last one, this Shield Maiden, who you just need to make sure you don't stand in front of when they do the frontal, because it will put melee into the ground. And now they're just off to doing some nice, easy trash in the hallway, trying to just kind of kill as fast as they can. That's a champion running loose at your back line. That is not ideal. Saw the Shadow Freeze run in and pop a fear on it, because like, this is gonna one-shot me if he reaches me.
You gotta do whatever you can, right, to survive.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see. Those things are going to hurt pretty bad, but looks like the tank was able to get everything picked up, and they have everything grouped up pretty easy, getting their interrupts, not letting much healing get off, pulling out of the circle, and you are going to see this stuff start to die here. And again, it is sanguine, so you've got to be careful with where you're moving the mobs as they die, but at this level of key, this caliber of player, that shouldn't be too terribly much of a problem.
Agreed. By the way, Coast Guard, their survival wasn't going to happen. Went through the Overgrown Ancient, went through Croft, but met their untimely demise at the trash just before Veximus going across the bridge.
Unfortunate. Did they kill Croft?
Yes, they did kill Croft.
Good for them. They were behind on the timer by that point, but good for them.
So they at least have that much going for them.
Yeah, 25 is a bold key. I mean, even with 4 DPS and no healer, you're still at this point of like, do we actually have the damage to kill this?
It's all question marks, right? It's a
lot of question marks.
It's all, can it be done? Yes, it can be. Then it comes down to, can the players make it be done, right? You keep breaking it down further and further.
Yeah.
I will say, past events, last year, the July Clash and the October Clash, we very clearly had a front runner for most of the weekend, right? Army came out strong in July, Marines came out strong in October, and they really led the pack from day one. I would say even more than Coast Guard stepped up this time. And it was a bit of a ceiling difference between the winning team, where they were getting, a magnitude of keys higher across multiple dungeons, whereas this time around, these teams are actually quite close. Like, we see everyone in Ruby Pools with the 23, everyone in Halls of Valor running 22s and 21. Like, these are really small margins. The biggest gap being the 25-23 from Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, but the others have 25s in their pockets. So what that really tells me is that the competition is evening out across the skill level of the teams, and it's coming down to strategy. How much time are you spending in dungeons versus out? How many times are you dying and losing time? How many runs are you failing, and when are you failing them? Or when are you deciding to call the reset? I'm really excited to go back on the statistics after this event, because I think it's going to be it's definitely the closest clash we've ever had.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really tight, and I mean, just looking across the leaderboard, it is, hey, every team did a 23 Ruby. Almost every team has a 22 Halls complete. Multiple teams have a 23 or higher Algathar. 2 teams have a 25 Shadow Moon. It is just tight across the board in every dungeon. And I mean, realistically, the Air Force is only 3 points behind. So if they did this, if they actually got this, and then
it'll be a 1 point
yeah,
difference.
they'd be 1 point behind, which would be the Azure Vault 24 that they'd have to go in one shot. Which is
Algathar Academy 24 or the Azure Vault 24. They could do either
they'd
of
still
them.
be 2 points behind there, wouldn't they? Yeah.
No. They'd only be, so they have a 21,
Yeah.
which means completing this will give them 2 more
Okay.
points. They will have a 1 point difference, and completing either their 24 Algathar or their 24 Vault would tie them for first. Completing both would have won them.
Okay. So the problem is going to be time then, and do you have enough time to do that?
Yep.
And the only way that answers yes is if you one shot whatever that 24 is, which I don't know about you, but I think that's a pretty tall ask.
I think so too.
It is, but again, here's a fun fact. And I'm looking at this number and I can hardly believe it, but based on this, the Air Force yesterday lost the most time out of anyone. They had 142 deaths. That wasted 11 minutes and 50 seconds of in-run time. They also had 3 hours and 37 minutes worth of failed runs.
Well,
that's a rough day.
That is a rough day. So hopefully, here for the Air Force, because they're about to get onto the boss, Crazy Puck, that we were talking about, Hersian.
Yep.
This is the important boss. If they can take her down, this is going to be a very good sign for the rest of the dungeon.
Do you think they invert it? Do you think they risk going for the inversion?
Oh, I don't know. Do you want to take those kind of risks in this very
now the tank for Echo, actually I think it was him, released a video on YouTube of how to do the inversion, and if you follow his strat in a very specific way, then you
we got a special guest star. So yeah, it seems like for the moment inverting it. Yeah, they're going for the Sanctify. Hitting that right there. Now looking towards the end of that, will make their way into the... Ooh.
It's a bold move, and I said it earlier, but the thing the Air Force has been lacking historically across multiple events has been the willingness to make the tough choices. This is certainly one of them. I hope it pays off. I really, really
Sorry
do.
about that.
All
Little
right.
man wanted to tell me about his plan.
Oh!
Hey, if he's got a plan, he should probably let one of these teams know. They might use the outside perspective to great effect at this late
You know,
hour.
he does come up with some pretty out of the box ideas that I never would have thought of. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. He is 4, but he definitely comes up with some interesting ideas.
Interesting ideas are the seedlings of inspiration, okay? As long as you have something, it might not seem like it's the perfect story right now, but it could spark something in you crazy that will just, blow your mind later down the road.
He never ceases to amaze me. He's fun. But
Sounds
back
like a
to the-
raid leader in the making.
I could see that. He's got some pretty good critical thinking skills. He figures stuff out way easier than I would like, honestly. We're in trouble. Send help. So back to the fight a little bit. They did manage to do the inversion here, which makes importantly that thunderstorm significantly less dangerous, because if you do it the proper way and Hersha's always on the correct side for whatever major ability she's doing, those thunderstorms can put a serious hurting on your team on a 23 tyrannical with Grievous. But having it inverted means she doesn't get the damage buff, and it's not that big of a deal. And that's a one-shot on arguably the hardest boss in Mythic Plus right now.
No deaths either. A perfect.
Look. Yeah, it's perfect so far, and I know we shouldn't have said that. Okay, sorry, no, one death. There we go. But
I said it was perfect for that boss. I didn't say the rest of the dungeon.
Okay, all right, that's fair. That's fair. It's just they have every chance here. Okay, don't get stuck. Don't get stuck on the barrel.
Don't
That
get
would
stuck.
be
Don't pull Mr.
the
Sentinel.
worst way to go out. Yeah, they need to make their way over to Fenrir, and there's a lot that could go wrong walking up to that boss.
There's a lot in that room that can go wrong or really, really right. I mean, all of these teams have the benefit of having been able to watch the NDI Global Championships, right? And seeing what all the teams are doing there. And in this area, you saw a couple of pretty absurd strats coming out. We had one team that would pull all of the little wolves, all 7 of them, and then have all the DPS stand on a rock where they couldn't jump to. So all you had to worry about was the tank damage on them. You had other teams that would pull like 8 bears and 4 bulls as the trash so that you can skip all the rest of the stuff in this hallway, and you just do one absurdly large group of all the animals there. And we saw some really interesting creative stuff come out of that, and they now have the ability to kind of pick and choose what ones they like and what ones they think they'll be able to pull off consistently.
Crazy. I got a question for you. Do you think the Air Force has entered a flow state, so to speak, right? They're just gaming right now. This is like their moment.
So I'm going to plead the 5th on my ability to caster curse and refuse to answer that question.
Okay.
Good
I
call.
respect it. I respect it.
I've been doing this too long. I don't answer questions like that.
I'll figure out a way to retune the question. Maybe you can answer it. That's what a good host is supposed to do, right?
Yeah. So I really
Yeah.
want to see how they handle this Fenrir area. I want to see what they pull when. Because
All right.
like the normal cadences, they're going to go from here to Fenrir, knock them down to 60%, and then you'll sometimes do the pack of 2 and 3 wolves together. So you do the 5 together before the boss. Sometimes you'll do some other trash. Sometimes you'll pull them into the boss. If you're trying to play super safe, you do all those wolves separately, which is a huge time loss and probably not something we're going to see them do. But I want to see what happens after the Fenrir. I want to see what they do with the trash to try to get their count. There are ways where they can get almost the entire rest of the count or the entirety of the rest of the count they need in this dungeon in this area.
Okay, I've retooled the question.
Oh,
Oh? Wait, what happened?
Oh?
Go. I was gonna say. So the Marines are approaching Herja. They're just behind the Air Force because they had to do a quick reset and change up their original plan, but not as clean of an entry. They already have 3 deaths going in. One came right out. That was the big O. I had my mic on as the death happened, and it shocked me.
I'm
But
glad you did.
you know, this could make a huge difference with these deaths already on the clock. So I'm definitely excited to see if they can get through Herja cleanly or if that's going to have to be a reset because they are running out of time to start it over. At the same time, we've got the army on Saldana. They're making really good progress on her. We want to see them finish her up at about 6 minutes and 40 seconds to be on par with the others. So I'll let you ask your question, but I'm going to keep an eye on these bosses.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to do that in 6 minutes, 40 seconds. They still have to go burn down that spirit. And she has, from the last what I saw there, over 60% HP. Yeah, no, they're not going to be able to do that. So kind of already on the back foot here for that key. And the Marines, the fatalities just keep piling on one after another. Now 4 deaths, still trying to kite around this one particular mob pack that they have in front of the 2 mini bosses before Herja gets respawned. Now it's a quick release spirit and regroup with the rest of the team. Our front runners, our leaders, crazy back
Yes,
on
sir.
Croth, the
I'm
Overgrown
back.
Ancient. Yeah, they're
Are they really?
ancient. They are
Awesome.
They chopped that tree down again, and now they're ready to play some talent toss.
Being able to do that pull successfully twice in a row is crazy impressive. That is a really difficult pull to do on like lower keys. On a 25 is just mind-bogglingly difficult. So good for them. Those guys are playing on a crazy level right now.
Gamers, that's exactly what they are. Okay, so I got my question for you now, Crazy Puck.
Oh,
Would
boy.
you say on that 21 where the Air Force 2 chested that they'd entered a flow state, that they were gamers?
I think that was a pretty solid key. They were kind of firing on all cylinders. They executed everything pretty well. I think what we just saw here on this 23 is obviously them playing safe. They decided to split the 2 wolf pools. They did the 2 and then they did the pack of 3. And it is dramatically more safe to do that because it means you can't get 4 wolves jumping on the same person at the same time, which would kill them. But it wastes almost 45 seconds of time. Now, they are still ahead of the timer. They are still in a pretty good spot overall. Assuming they're able to do this a little bit cleanly, they have maybe 2 big trash pools in here left. Get themselves up to the 83 point, I think it's 83.3, 83.4 that they need to before they go to the Kings. And then I would assume they're going to do either 2 or 3 Kings at a time on the start. They are still on track to be able to time this thing. But it's really going to come down to what they do in this area.
Marines need to reset.
Yes, they do. They have died too many times.
Yeah, they need
even
to go
before
again.
reaching Herja.
It's not practice. They need to just go out, reset, try again, pray.
Yeah, well, they didn't even get to Herja. They were on the trash. They did the double trash pull
exactly.
there, which isn't easy, but you don't really have time at this point to sit here and prog that. You need to go ahead and kill that. So I don't know. It looks like their tank is just out here trying to solo this, which is an interesting strategy. I don't know that he has enough DPS to replicate the entire group being there.
I think they're talking. I think they're talking it out on what they want to do.
Yeah, probably.
U.S. Army also need to reset. They've hit the point of no return. We know that 13 minutes means you can't kill it. They're at 9 minutes 43 seconds with the boss down. That's right on the edge, like the absolute edge of being able to do it. And personally, I would go out and reset if it was me because it's so close.
It's just
they are. It looks like they're gonna go.
They're gonna continue. That could be a huge misplay from the Army, but we'll have to see.
We only got
if Fenrir goes down for the Air Force.
We only got 15 minutes left. They are gonna go do this trash. They do still, in theory, have enough runway here to time this key, but yeah, it's gonna be super tight on that 25 level. back down to Air Force. So Fenrir went down, like you said. Let's see where they go. I don't know why they
dancing?
haven't pulled yet. Okay, we see the two ranged people climbing up on a rock, so they're going to pull. Okay, they're pulling a bunch of these wolves. So this first group is going to be, what is that, 6 or 7 wolves? And you see the ranged on the rock in the back so that the wolves cannot jump to them, because the wolves will jump to the melee people. And if you get 4 of them jumping on you at the same time on this 23 level, you just die instantly. So this is the way to do it safe, because when you're on that rock, you're out of line of sight, meaning they cannot target or jump to you. This was the thing that we saw come out a lot in the MDI last weekend. So that makes this pool much more trivial, much easier, and much safer. The only real fear when you're doing this pool, if you have your range on that rock, is going to be the tank damage, because they can really shred up a tank pretty bad. But it looks like the tank here had enough cooldowns to be able to survive that, pulling everything
Tidying
out of
it
the
up.
Sanguine, and looks like we're good to go on that group. And that puts them at, what is that, like 72-ish, 74-ish. So they're going to need to do one more big pull here. Looks like we are going for some bears. Let's see how many they grab. I got 5, 6 bears. 7, 8
7 bears?
That's a lot of bears. The Rep Halley currently has threat on several. That's not ideal. Okay. Tank reestablished aggro. We're good. Those crunch armors will start to have an effect on whether this tank can survive. So you're going to see a lot of defensives come out. You're going to see a lot of different cooldowns. You're going to see a lot of kiting like
Ooh,
this
binding
of
shot.
the group trying to help out with that binding shot, make sure that they cannot get back to the tank when the tank has essentially no armor and is just going to get splatted by any one of these. Looks like they're doing pretty good keeping these things under control. Here's another set of crunch armor. So the tank is yet again running away, hoping that they can't catch up. But the side effect
This is really
while they're
good.
all running, it also helps with the sanguine, because you get to spread the sanguine out really far. And yeah, they are able to pretty easily clear that. That's 84.4. They are good on count. They do not need to pull anything else. The Kings will give 16, it's like 16.4 or 16.5 percent count. So they're good. So you're going to see them run up here, go into the hallway. You're going to see them pick up at least 1 or 2 mugs. They're going to mind soothe the sentinels in the middle so that they don't pull aggro on them after this guy walks away. That's really bad RNG on that timing. Gotta wait for him to walk away. All right. And then I doubt they'll do 4 kings, because 4 kings is a really great way to kill yourself. It's extremely dangerous, and it's really not necessary with where they're at. But I'd assume they're going to do, they can't do less than 2. They can't only do 1. They have to do 2, probably going to do 3.
Yeah, I think for the Air Force, take things as carefully as you can. Don't get too.
You have to do the 2. If you don't do the 2, if you only do it the normal RP way, you're costing yourself about 1.5 minutes of time. So that's not really an option if you want to be able to time a key at this level. You have to bring at least 1 mug up. If you're capable of doing it, doing 2 mugs does save you about another minute, and just puts you far enough ahead that this ends up kind of being really good for helping give you enough time on the bosses. Now we do see, oh yeah, they brought 2 mugs up. Yep, we're gonna see them activate. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're gonna do all 4. Oh, this is
What
gonna
an
be spicy.
insane.
This is gonna be spicy. They gotta make. They didn't get all the clicks off. That's not good. They didn't get the clicks.
You said spicy, and spicy is
No!
right.
They screwed it up. So oh my god. So the way that this works, right, is you bring these mugs up and you throw the mugs at all the kings you're not initially starting with, and it makes them attack whatever king you bring near them. And as soon as they stop attacking, they'll run away, they'll run back to their spot, and they'll turn green again. And there's like a 1 or 2 second time period there where they're interactable. So you can go ahead and click them and talk to them and activate them But if you don't get it within that couple seconds, they go back to only being able to be activated when another king dies. So they successfully got all the mugs. They successfully had each one of the kings attack, meaning they were activatable, but they did not successfully get all the clicks.
Oh my gosh. This is actually kind of intense for the Air Force. Speaking of intense as well, the Coast Guard got through most of the trash of Veximus, it looks like, in a pretty decent amount of time. Now all that's left is just to take care of the final Foragers, the final Arcane Worms, get this one last mob before Veximus activates, and there you have it. This team is really good at cleaning up the mistakes fast.
Yeah, they're really blasting through the 25 Academy. Like, that's actually really impressive because that key is no joke. They're going to clean up that trash pool, and then they get Veximus, which, you know, on this key level, even though it's fortified, is not going to be an easy boss to do. There's a lot of damage coming out on that. And, of course, they are running without a healer. So if you take too much damage and you don't have enough self-heals for yourself, bad things are going to happen to you.
All right, less than 10 minutes left. We are now in the single digits of time. Looking across all of our competitors, the Marines stepping out of the Halls of Valor once more to go back into it and attempt the 23. Their chances are running out. And so if they do wipe again, it's going to have to be quick. Obviously, the U.S. Army still pushing forward in their 25 Shadow Moon burial ground. But I don't know about that one, Crazy
really tight on that timer because Bone Maw on a 25 Tyrannical is going to take forever. So, I mean,
there for...
Yeah, now...
Like, we did the math on when each of the other groups was stuck on the 25. We literally did the math. And if you kill Saldana any later than 10 minutes, which they were at, what, 9 minutes and 40-something seconds, you just can't do it. Like, everything has to be absolutely flawless. There's even an argument that they do what the Coast Guard did, and they clear the trash at the bottom of the stairs before they do Bone Maw. Because... oh man, I still think the Army should have reset. I mean, they've got an opportunity. They still have 7 minutes. Reset now. Like, come on, guys. Give yourself the best fighting chance.
They have to time this key to make sure they get second, right? Because if Air Force times Halls, does that put them in second?
Air Force are already in second. If Air Force don't time, but Army do, it's a tie for second. So Army, you know, the onus is on them. This is already going to be really close from the Air Force. 7 minutes left. They're just pulling Scovald. Sorry, that's not correct. He's about 40% health left. So I don't feel too secure in either of these keys, but I'm going to be a believer, and this is going to be a hype end to the day.
Yeah, we're is
believers.
Really getting down to the wire. This is getting really, really, really tight. We got God King Scovald at 35% health, 40% health, going down pretty okay, but I don't know about you. I think there's a lot of green stuff on that floor in that room right now.
That reminds me of my college days. That much is for sure.
Sir?
Don't ask. Yeah, don't ask.
Sir?
Don't ask.
I don't think I want to know. This is actually going to be a little tight on Air Force's end. They've got about 6 minutes left on the timer. They've got probably 20-ish seconds before this boss dies. They have a little bit of RP before they pull Odin. They should have enough time to get to the second empowerment phase if needed on Odin. But if they're able to one phase it, that would be a little bit more ideal.
Okay.
Here we go. 6 minutes on the dot, and they've got to wait for the RP for Odin.
Should we pull this up? I kind of want to pull this up. I kind of want to see how the Air Force is going to do.
Yeah, this is... if they're able to one phase it,
Air Force all the way.
It. But I don't think they have Lust. They're 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes off of Lust. It's going to be real tight whether that comes up for the burn phase or not. 90 seconds. I think they'll have it before the burn phase runs out, but I don't think they'll have it for all of it. That's gonna be really, really, really tight. Okay, here we go. Going into Odin, they need to absolutely smash the living hell out of this boss.
Nothing less required here, Crazy Punk. It's all a lot of pressure here.
Big damn,
for the Air
no
Force.
balls to the face. Absolutely no balls to the face.
Absolutely none whatsoever. It's a battle for the second place. It's really what the Air Force is looking for here.
No.
And it was like we've said so many times. If the Air Force, they've continuously gotten better every single AFDL. From 4th to 3rd, now eyeing 2nd. That is an improvement each and every single time.
Yeah, and they're doing okay here. They managed to take out the first ad. We have the Shatter Spear going out now, which means we're about to get the burn phase. We are not going to have Lust for this burn phase, so
24
they're probably
seconds
going to
left
get
on
a second burn phase here. They're not going to be able to one phase this without Lust, but they need to just get as much into this boss as possible, because that is still a lot of health to chew through. They got to get them all the way down to 80% to win. We've got 10 seconds left on this burn phase. They are a little... the boss is still a little higher than I'd like to see, though. But they are...
They hit 90% health 2 minutes into the fight. Like I said, remember when I said at 6 minutes they started the Odin RP? At 4 minutes they were at 89 point, something, basically 90% health. It's doable. They have to get the next burn phase. They have to use their lust, and they cannot afford a single misplay.
They lusted a little early.
They lusted early.
I wonder if they did this just to give the healer a little breathing room to keep everyone alive through this, because it will be up for the entirety of the burn phase. They still have, 20 seconds on lust and 25 seconds on burn phase. So it'll play out.
That's
and it's probably
pretty
good for safety. And now they just got this last 3% to run through to be able to time this key.
2%.
Keep going. You got lust.
Yes.
You got damage.
Air Force are going to secure Odin.
Go.
3 minutes left on the clock and just over 1% of health to go. Some of them still have their boosts. Lust has been used. Everything is on the line, and that is it. They secure second place, their best standing yet in an Armed Forces Dungeon League clash.
They could theoretically start another key, too, if they wanted to.
They could. They absolutely could. And look at them run to do so.
Where are they going?
Yeah, where are they going?
I'm looking at what they have in their bags. The only place they can go, I believe, is Algathar.
No, they're back in the
It's
halls!
the only thing worth doing.
The halls!
They're going back to halls.
What are
the halls?
Are they going to go do the 24?
A 24 halls. Oh my goodness. That would put them 2 points ahead of everyone else in this dungeon. Never mind the Marines trying to flex on the 23. Air Force are like, no, we're going to just give it a shot.
If they one-shot the 24 halls, does that give them enough points to win?
I need to look at this. I need to look
Did our
at
Coast Guard
this.
friends finish that 25 in time in Algathar or no?
I don't think they did, because they're...
I don't believe they did. I'm checking logs.
No.
So, if Air Force complete this 24, that'll give them 1 more point. It would tie them, and we would be down to a tiebreaker, and I think the Coast Guard win the tiebreaker. Unless Coast Guard also get this Halls of Valor 23, then they're back to securing their position.
Oh, man. Oh, this is some craziness going on right now.
It's the final minute.
This is some real craziness. And then on the bottom left of your screen, you do also have the U.S. Army in here on Bone Maw in their 25 Shadow Moon Burial Ground. And, of course, Bone Maw being mostly regarded as the most difficult boss in here, and definitely the longest boss fight in here because of all the movement, all the running, every time it goes under. They are doing okay on this boss, but I don't know if they managed to go and grab that first trash pull after Bone Maw before pulling it. There is some tech where if you have a class that can jump or fly around, you can go and aggro that group and pull them before you do Bone Maw, which we actually saw in the MDI. They would pair that with Bone Maw, which is just complete absurdity. But if they didn't do that, it's going to be really tight on the end here of them being able to get to and kill off Ner'zhul in this timer.
You know what's insane? We've been sitting here, we've got chats going on in the background as, production looking at things like, okay, when the timer hits 0, we'll check the tally, see who won. We won't have to, but this is insane because we don't know who wins yet at this point. With this dungeon being run by the Air Force, they've kept us on the edge of our seats. The comeback today has been absolutely phenomenal. Part of me wants to see them get this just because they have fought so hard.
The timer is officially over. So these are the last dungeons we're going to see now, right? And if the Coast Guard has issues on their 23, which they might, they haven't run this key in a while. I haven't seen them run it today. I don't know if they did earlier before I joined, but I haven't seen them in here in at least the last 3 hours. If they wipe and they can't time the key, and Air Force actually manages to run it cleanly, they may be able to take this.
And also for the Coast Guard, something we haven't seen from them in quite some time, not today at the very least, a healer. They brought in the Preservation Evoker.
Oh, did they really?
Keep the team going? Yeah, they did. No more 4 DPS shenanigans.
Oh, what's the matter? Are you scared of Herja?
Crazy Puck throwing down
0 healing Herja.
Throwing down the gauntlet. I listen. I know I'm scared of it. So, if it scares the Coast Guard, that just horrifies me. It terrifies me. I would. I got a new respect for Herja now.
Oh,
yeah,
that boss has given anyone who does even remotely close to high keys a lot of issues. That boss can just light your tank on fire and nuke them down with that, with the light beam. The AoE can just put the entire group into the ground if you don't have cooldowns lined up properly. So, I don't know that fight would actually be possible without a healer. So I am not surprised at all to see them bring in a healer for that.
I got to be honest with the army. 3 minutes and make that 10 seconds.
No.
Yep, they're dying at the spiders. There's nope.
They are not going to be able to time that key. This is really just a fight between the two teams, Coast Guard and Air Force. If either team wipes, the other has the opportunity to win. Now, if Air Force wipes, they're probably pretty much done because they can't reset. And you saw how close that last key was with no wipes. They finished it a minute and a half, 2 minutes ahead of timer. And this is another key level higher, which means everything has like 10% more health.
3 minutes, actually, I believe.
So that's a tall order to even be able to complete this key. If they wipe, it's going to be over. Coast Guard is going to have a little bit more
Heimdall
wiggle
goes
room.
down.
But
they're under 5 minutes for Heimdall. That's pretty
that's
good.
actually still like a really good split. Now, beat that sentry. You don't have time to wait for that sentry. You got to get up these stairs. You did see the Shadow Priest pop mine too, so everything's... No, the sentry pulled! No! That means you can't stop any of the healing casts. No! This might
Cataclysmic.
spell the end for them. I don't know that they can recover from this.
They might have it. They might be able
have
to.
This healer. How?
That's unbelievable. I think
These
the RNG
friends
is just
are
in their
some
favor.
Serious gamers.
Yeah, I that had to just be fortunate timing on their part.
No, it was all skill.
No,
it was all skill.
They used a combination of knockbacks and stuff to be able to interrupt the healing casts, and they focused on taking out the healer first because you can't interrupt when the sentry's over there, right? But you can still do like knockbacks and stuff to stop the healing cast, even if it's not a traditional interrupt. So they had to do a bunch of that, and because of that, they're going to be able to take that down, which actually allows them to adjust their route slightly. They probably won't need to pull all of the wolves
If I had to guess, they'll leave out a couple of those wolves from that big 7 wolf pool, which might mean they can set it up a little bit faster and not have the almost minute of downtime getting people in place. If they're able to do that and then do everything else the way they did last run, this is actually going to be really tight. They do actually have a chance still at this.
The U.S. Army, no more chances. That's
Sorry,
it for them.
friends.
The 25 Shadow Moon Burial Ground has been depleted. For the U.S. Army, they are still going to complete this dungeon, but they are done for the day. No more keys can be done. No more keys can be attempted. The timer has run out. So, looking at how the U.S. Army was at this point, Mary Elliott, where could we be expecting them to sit if, depending on what the Marines are doing?
Oh, look, I haven't even looked at the numbers for those guys in a while. I'm sitting here biting my nails about the Air Force and the Coast Guard. I can take a look at it for you and get back. I don't actually know the answer right now. I have not looked at my spreadsheets in several minutes.
So the Coast Guard is doing like a triple pull right now. They have like 7 or 8 mobs in there. That's probably a little spicier than they actually needed to be to just time the key. So that might almost just be them flexing a little bit and saying we can get a better time in here on the 23 than the Air Force did. But of course that comes with the added risk of it's a more difficult pull that isn't strictly necessary for them to do. And ooh, you do almost see someone go down there. They are able to stabilize though. They are able to get through that pull. So this is still really close, like neck and neck. The Air Force is a little further progressed in the dungeon at this point, but obviously they started a minute and a half earlier, so you would expect to see that. And they're going into the mini bosses here, saying they got one more pull before the mini bosses, and then you get to go. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm stupid. I misjudged where they are. They still have the hallway to do.
Yep.
I'm just brain dead.
The Coast Guard are just picking everything up and saying, hey guys, look, can you just follow us? I know we interrupted your party, but we don't really want to stay. We're just passing through, and everyone's chasing them out the door.
Yeah, here. Oh, this is a spicy pull here. For actually both teams pulling pretty big here.
I love it. Oh my goodness.
This is just like literally edge of your seat type of stuff, because if either team wipes, their shot at finishing this dungeon in time is probably gone, right? So nobody can make any mistakes, and is anyone gonna blink? Uh-oh, that's an almost dead Rep Pally.
Yeah, the Rep Paladin dipped dangerously.
We're good.
Low,
We're good. Got hit by Mortal Hue.
Yeah, you good. You're back in the game.
Not fun. That stuff hurts. Can confirm.
Wow, this is...
Everyone in the chat, bring your energy, because this is a nail-biter finish. And they're still... I'm looking at these clocks. They're so... Like, we have to watch the rest of the dungeon. I just want to know who wins.
For the capabilities of what the Air Force had stacked against them, and the lead that the Coast Guard was running with, potentially may have had a little bit of overconfidence and wanted to do that 25 rather than blasting through the 23, because then there was that realization, I think, Crazy Puck, that happened for the Coast Guard. Yep. Wait a minute, what is the Coast Guard doing right now? What are they getting? Did they really just time a 21? Okay, whatever, they 2'd it. Who cares? 23, they're not going to do that. Hey, wait a minute, they just did the 23 and now they have a 24.
Yeah. Uh-oh. So, let me ask this. If both teams successfully time the keys that they're in, where does that put them point-wise?
If both time, Coast Guard wins.
Okay.
Because they'll both get... There's a 1-point difference between them, and they will both get 1 more point. So it keeps the distance.
Okay.
If Air Force get a point and Coast Guard don't, we've got drama. If Coast Guard get the point, they just secure their win, and Air Force don't. So there's a lot of wiggle room here, but it's going to be, like I said, photo finish, and it could be Herja. Herja could be the thing that breaks
So-
both teams. We're just going to have to see.
Is it quite literally that if Air Force times this and Coast Guard doesn't, Air Force wins?
No, it is not that cut and dry. I believe at that point we go into a tiebreaker scenario. We'll have to talk to the
Okay.
admins, but let's. I don't want to hope for that. I want a nice, clear winner.
Oh, man. Oh, this is wild. Now, you do see the difference in what that sentry did here right now on the comparison between the two teams. You see Coast Guard has been able to clear out the regular trash and pull the two mini bosses actually ahead of where Air Force did. And a lot of that is just going to be down to having to do that sentry on the 24 and how much extra health that thing has compared to what you were planning on pulling is enough to set you back the 25 or 30 seconds to put you a little further behind than where the dungeon is. But that's not actually the metric that's going to matter. The metric that's going to matter is, do you time the key? Do you manage to do it successfully without dying? Now, on Coast Guard side, you do see a DPS go down during this double mini boss pull. That is not ideal. You see the first mini boss about to go down, though. I don't know if they have a battle res available right now, so they're gonna have to do the second mini boss down a DPS. The tank eats an orb but manages to survive. The good news is the ad they have left is the less dangerous one of the two. It's not the Ice Storm ad. Oh no. On the side of Air Force, we see people going down.
Can they reset? No, he's going to chase them out.
No. Oh no, you can't. I don't. Yeah, I think this guy
Oh!
resets.
Okay, they've got to get up and go.
This guy
They've
resets.
They
It's
have
not a
the
full
res
team wipe.
available.
They still have res. It's okay. They had a couple deaths on the board, but it's recoverable. But that certainly makes it a little bit more difficult. Now, on Coast Guard side, you see they are able to successfully take out their two mini bosses, so they're good to go. They're going to get the res out on their DPS, get everyone healed up, and they're going to go ahead and pull Herja. It looks like the tank is set up to do the inversion on Herja to make it a little bit easier. So you start on this side, and then you swap over here. You do the first storm in the middle, or the first Sanctify in the middle, and then you get the storm on the incorrect side, which gets you that nice fancy inversion unless... Now you got to go over here and then jump across. Oh! The tank ate an orb and goes down! They do get him up immediately, and oh, the shaman went down too, but the shaman used Ankh. They had two people die on this boss, but they are still okay and get to keep going. They have the inversion in place properly, so these Eye of the Storms aren't going to be quite as lethal. It's still going to do a lot of damage, but not quite as much as it otherwise would. But wow, they're right on the edge on this boss at this point. This is getting spicy.
It doesn't get any better than this.
And now
Right.
you have Air Force going ahead and starting on Herja. They're going to do the same thing. They're going to go ahead and try to get this inversion going. So they want to Sanctify first with it empowered on both sides. Then you're going to see it bounce to the blue side, then immediately bounce back to the Sanctify side. So you have an unempowered Eye of the Storm, and then they're good to go too. Now let's see if they can do it safer than what Coast Guard was able to, and hopefully be able to keep themselves alive through this, because they are on a 24, not the 23. Wow, they're blasting this
The
boss.
Coast Guard have only had a healer for 2 keys this entire weekend by my reckoning. Admins are trying to confirm if there's a third, but in my notebook, the only things they ran with a healer were the 24 and 25 Shadow Moon. If they complete this 23 Halls of Valor, even if they don't complete this 23 Halls of Valor, they have shown up with an incredible, incredible strategy that no one else has attempted to replicate. They did their homework before the event, and they came in strong. The Air Force, they struggled a bit on day 1, definitely struggled on day 2 to make up the ground. But day 3, they said, guys, what are we doing with ourselves? We have been steadily improving every event. We cannot let our track record stop now. now we need to claim at least second place, and they are fighting so hard for it. It looks like they've got Herja well in hand.
Guard's
I don't
down
want to
in
say
DPS.
it's perfect.
Coast Guard is down
Yep,
in DPS.
we've got the side-by-side. Same abilities going out. Them having a DPS down is a big deal, but I don't think it's going to be too crippling with how low her health is.
No, they'll
There we
still be
go.
able to kill it. The Air Force is obviously a bit behind on Boss's health compared to where Coast Guard was. A, because they started the boss a little later, and B, because their boss has 10% more health because of the 24. Or it's either 10 or 12% more health. So just a lot more total damage that they have to deal to the thing. They are holding up okay, though. We have the Sanctify going out, which is good. Boss is stationary. You just got to dodge the orbs, and you can mostly keep doing a fair amount of damage during this. Boss is at about 4%, so they are going to be able to take Herja down here, too. The tank goes down, but that's actually going to be okay because the boss is already dead. Oh, no!
Right?
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe. Okay, so now you release and run and meet up in the middle because now you got to go over to Fenrir's side. You got one more trash pull before you get to go down to Fenrir's side, but this is starting to look not great for Air Force with the 7 deaths and the little bit of time lost to that sentry. This is now getting really, really tight on whether this is still timeable or not. This is definitely tighter than they want it to be, and we're getting to the point of I don't know. I don't know if it's still doable.
I don't know either.
It sounds wild to say for a key where the timer is only half done, but anyone who's done this dungeon enough times, especially on higher keys, knows between running through all of Fenrir's area, getting yourself up to where the 4 kings are, and then going through all of the RP and the last 2 bosses, there is just some amount of time here that no matter what you do, you can't get rid of. The second bit of this dungeon, the second half of this dungeon, does actually take a pretty significant amount of time, and there isn't a lot you can do to mitigate that. Did Coast Guard skip the dragon?
I believe
Yes,
they
they
did. I didn't see them do it. I mean, I blinked. They move so
Yeah.
quickly. It's tough to tell
They
sometimes,
must
but
have.
I don't recall seeing them do it.
Okay. So they are really pressing for a speed run here, even given the issues that they've had. So this is, wow, this is coming down to the wire.
It doesn't get any better than this.
Marines slowly making progress on Fenrir themselves. They are just saying, look, we're here. We're here to play. Let's close it out. I can respect that, Marines.
Hey, you know, their timer's still on. They can't make the timer anymore, but their timer's still on.
And what better way to do it than, I guess, with like Halls of Valor, right? A dungeon that kind of personifies the fighting spirit, right? Prove
Yeah,
you're
it's
worthy.
Valhalla, right? This is
Yeah.
Warcraft's Valhalla. This is where warriors go after dying an honorable death.
So, this is like the most fitting battleground, in my opinion. It best place ever, honestly.
For Valhalla.
For Valhalla.
Of the 5 dungeons we had, I agree. This is definitely the nicest place to close out from a dramatic standpoint. Here we go. Air Force pulling Fenrir. They snuck around the back. First fight.
Okay. They're gonna... Okay, so they're going for a strategy that is technically a little bit faster. You see, they skip the wolves, and they're probably going to try to stay in this area and not pull those wolves until after Fenrir. And they're probably going to line up and do the same thing that we saw Air Force do in the last dungeon, where they're going to pull a bunch of wolves and put the ranged on that rock so that they can't jump. The problem with pulling Fenrir before doing any of the wolves is that, well, the boss does the scent of blood thing where he chases you. Now you see the dragon just standing there, the Dragthir just standing there eating it. I don't know Dragon's defensives, but obviously he was able to live. If you don't have a defensive that allows you to just stand there and live, you have to run away from that or it'll kill you. And this really only gives them the option of running down that cave, which just isn't quite as far. It's not quite as much room. And even for that Ravenous Jump, they don't have the same amount of space for you to spread out for that as you normally would. That doesn't mean it's not doable, obviously. It just gives it another added layer of difficulty.
God, these two teams though.
I think at this point, it's so close. I want to go back and forth on the ISOs. I want to watch them kill Fenrir and then switch to the Air Force because we know just based on the key difference, the Air Force is going to be lagging slightly behind. So I kind of want to watch the progress. Let's bring the Coast Guard up and start there since they're about to defeat this boss while Air Force is making their way
Well,
to it and just see how far off they are from each other.
Okay.
So I think what they do here is that they intervene from the tank
Okay.
when the
Which
scent of
would-
blood happens.
Which would
And
redirect
then-
the damage to the tank, and it's physical damage, so it's not that big a deal in the tank.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm like 90% sure that's what's happening.
That
but
makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. That sounds like something that would work. And now they've got about 3% left on the boss, so they are going to have not too much trouble finishing this guy off. So Fenrir is now down. Can we go back to the split screen? Because I want to see what they do trash-wise, but I also really want to see the Air Force team on Fenrir.
Oh. Okay.
Ooh.
I'll be able to keep you posted on the trash.
Wait, what happened?
All right.
Oh.
Moment of panic when we saw
Uh-oh. We're back here again.
Oh,
the Air Force
we're
back
back
up.
to the broken screen.
Nope,
That's not what we wanted.
I do like the stag beetle, though.
That's a lot of scene changes.
All right. There we go.
Hey, we're back. Almost there. Oh, the stag beetle. Okay, we're
All
back
right.
again.
All right, we're there. We're good. All right. Oh, they did those. They still split that. They're really running out of time here. They are really, really running low on time here. They're gonna have to pick up the pace here at the end.
It's what thinking about what they can do. They're just gonna have to, because they did get that initial early sentinel, right?
Yeah,
Potentially could
so
not pick up a
that-
bear.
I don't think it changes the bears. You still have to do the bear pull. I think it reduces how many wolves you have to pull. You might not have to do the wolf pull here, or you might be able to do less or something. But unfortunately, I don't think it actually changes the number of pulls that you have to do, which is really the piece that matters. It's not necessarily like how long each pull lasts. That's the bigger impact. It's how many individual pulls do you have? Because if they take out, say, 2 of the bears, that might mean the pull takes 5 or 10 less seconds, versus eliminating an entire pool could eliminate a minute or a minute and a half of time. So I don't know what they can adjust to save time off of that, unfortunately. Now, they could, in theory, do the kings better. They could do 3 at a time, where last time they kind of had some bad timing with killing the first king. They kind of missed on some clicks, so they weren't quite able to get all 4 of them. They ended up actually only getting 2 of them. If they did 3 of them together, that would definitely be a time save that helps. But that gets a little spicy on a 24. I still think it's worth doing. I think that's what they should do. But outside of that, I don't know where else they save a significant amount of time.
Just so you guys know, Coast Guard are killing the bears. The POV is just leaves from the trees, but I can see the health bars going down. They've got 5 minutes and 12 seconds left as they work on this pack.
Sounds about right for Dragonflight. The trees everywhere. It's
All
nothing
right.
but trees.
So they've got this pool set up. They better hurry up and get this pool going. Looks like everyone's on the rock, so go. 1 set of wargs, 2 set of wargs. That is 5 wolves. All right. So yeah, it doesn't look like they really get to eliminate anything, because they're going to do this and they still have to do the bear pull. So yeah, there's not really anything that they can do to save a whole lot of time here. They just have to really pump damage, because the timer says they still have 11 minutes left, but that does not go very far here towards the end of this dungeon. With how much RP
No, let's swap to the
is.
Coast Guard. They've just pulled the dragon, and I want you to watch these health bars
dragon?
melt in comparison. Yep, they've pulled an extra dragon.
They pulled the dragon now?
Coast Guard pulled the dragon.
I wonder if that
Yeah,
was
they did.
intentional or not.
They pulled the dragon
They
with
pulled
the yaks.
dragon. Oh, that's spicy. The breath. I know the breath can kill the deer. I wonder if it can hurt everything else. I've never actually tested that, so I genuinely don't know. But I know the breath, at the very least, can hurt the deer. Okay, it looked like it didn't really hurt the yaks.
So they just wanted to make a big spicy pool going out towards the end to have the percentage for the kings.
Yeah, I guess, but when this dragon dies, they'll be at 86-ish%. They actually pulled more bulls than they need to, because the kings are about 4% each, so that gets you about 16 count, and they're going to be at about 87. So they pulled a little bit more here than what they needed to. So I wonder if pulling the Drake was maybe an accident, and they had been trying to skip it with all the yaks and just missed. Because that's exactly what happened. Because with that yak, they're at 84%. They didn't mean to pull the Drake and accidentally did.
Oh
Now,
my goodness. Misplays on trash everywhere.
They're still far enough ahead of the timer on this 23 that it's fine. Even if they didn't plan to do the Drake, they're still okay. Wait, what the hell dragon did they... What? Where did they find another dragon?
It's an extra one hiding out in there.
I didn't even know there was another dragon in there. What just happened?
All right. Okay,
Rain
I
of
just want to let
Fire
you know
pulled
Air
it
Force
midair.
is now
Okay.
running back up as well. They're catching back up to the
Yeah, let's get the
same
quad.
point.
Let's get the quad. Let's
Yeah.
see.
Can we have the quad for a moment? I want to compare these timers. It's insane to me how close they are for the key difference.
Yeah. All right.
I don't. Air Force, come on, man. This is going to
Okay.
be
We got
a big one.
Coast Guard on their way up. We've got our Air Force friends on the way up. I see people playing in the back on the Air Force mini-map, meaning they were getting mugs. So I'm sure they got at least 2 mugs, if not all 3 of them. I'm sure Coast Guard is going to do something similar, if not the exact same thing. So you're about to see, on both these points of view, some spicy king pools.
I
they're
checked in
summoning
chat.
that. Okay, so they sent the people up on the Coast Guard side. They sent 3 people up and left 2 in the back to get mugs. So I guess they're going to do a 3 king pool, and they're summoning the people back because they wouldn't have stealth. At least the shaman wouldn't have stealth to be able to get back up. So let's see how many mugs we get thrown here.
This is too good. This is peak entertainment right now. By the way, I
They
saw
only
in
did one
chat.
mug?
Only did one mug.
They only did 1.
Meanwhile, the Air Force.
Air Force did 2, which is what I expected. No, they still did
Oh.
all 3. Are they gonna get the clicks? That's what matters, is not getting
Nope.
the mugs, but getting the clicks. Okay,
Oh,
there's
wait,
2,
maybe.
there's
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Air Force have the 3.
There we go.
Air Force got their 3.
Oh my gosh.
So Air Force actually this is a huge time save for them. It's still gonna be hella tight on this because they've only got 7 minutes left in this dungeon, and Scovald takes a lot. They've got to go okay, they activated the 3rd king, so they get to AoE these 3 down, which is good. But they've got 2 tyrannical bosses to chew through in 6 minutes. That's
5 minutes
a
on
tall
boss.
ask.
They.
Because
Oh.
Odin,
I mean, they did melt Odin.
how long did Odin take though? 3.5 minutes?
And he took exactly 3
minutes?
From the start of his RP.
Okay.
Because I remember
Yep.
I called at 6 minutes, basically on the dot. They started the RP, and I said that they completed the dungeon at 3 minutes. So
Okay. So you need
You know,
a little bit more than 3 minutes for Odin because he'll have more health this time.
Yep.
You're gonna have
About the same for Skovald.
you're gonna have to blast the living hell out of Scovold.
And they don't have their lust until Odin again. I mean,
Which
there
is
is the
fine.
hope that they lust. If they can lust Odin on the first burn, maybe that makes the difference. Whereas they did have to hold it for the second on the 23 that they just ran. That's a possible time save.
Looking at the timers, if they don't one phase Odin, they can't time this key.
I concur.
They
Here's
have to one phase Odin on a 24 tyrannical.
Guys, who do we watch? Skovald reached the middle first on the Air Force. They're ahead.
I don't think we look at anybody. I think we look at both of them. This is just
Yeah,
too.
you just gotta watch both.
You gotta watch both.
Yeah, this is too close.
Because
All
believe
right.
it or not, neither team has like an easy time from here, right? Neither
No.
one is like, oh yeah, we've got plenty of time to do this. They're both really, really tight. I think Coast Guard has a little bit more wiggle room. Air Force, it's gonna come down to one phasing Odin for Air Force.
They need to press all of their buttons in the exact order that they are designed to be pressed.
PI. Nothing but PIs all day.
Run, don't die.
It's so close that the actual particle effects of Skovald's abilities are happening within seconds of each other. Like the big green fireballs, the Aegis use. This is amazing. If you are here in the chat, let us know. Get some hype going. We're going to be able to crown a winner in just minutes for the AFDL 2023 Spring Clash. And what a way to go. I am so ready. Skovald dying. It's 4 minutes and 45 seconds for the Coast Guard. 3 minutes and 50 seconds for the Air Force. I don't know.
I mean,
I feel like they need to be starting Odin now.
well, for a two phase, yeah. Both teams are getting to the point where, I mean, Air Force is 45 seconds away from being required to one phase Odin.
Their lust is back up in 60 seconds. They
Yep.
will have it at the start of Odin that they did not have
they're
last
gonna
time.
need it.
Or do they use it on Skovald?
No, they're gonna need it. They're gonna need everything. They're gonna need the freaking
No.
kitchen sink at this point.
Yeah, you can't use it on you.
This is
but
it.
Skovald still has so much health. He still has 38% health.
Oh, yeah, and the melee has to run back over to come back to him. Loses a little bit of uptime there. The arena is starting to become a green goop. Really does remind me of the good old Legion days that I didn't play, but everyone tells me is great. It's
Legion was
it's a
fun.
tight timer.
Even the health percentage between these two teams is neck and neck. I'm looking at Skovald's at 16 for the Coast Guard and 20 for the Air Force. Like, having those 4 DPS is making a big difference for the Coast Guard. They're just slowly edging out. Remember, they started their fight probably about 1, maybe 2 seconds after
Yeah.
the Air Force. It is on a lower key as well, but
Ooh.
still.
Bunch of people getting hit there. Thank God they have the Evoker. Blast people.
We're glad
back
they
up,
brought the
but-
healer.
Uh-oh. Healer, go heal. Healer, go heal. Big heals. That rogue is very hurting. All right, we're getting close to the end of this boss for both teams. And
I don't.
both teams are going to have lust for the first burn phase on Odin. And
Okay.
it is very much a requirement for Air Force at this point. They have to one phase Odin. They have 2 minutes.
2 minutes and 36 seconds for the Coast Guard. 1 minute 47 for the Air Force. I don't. It's not doable.
You have to one phase,
I-
but on a 24 tyrannical, I just there's no way.
He's still got to jump down. They're going to have less. Okay, 1 minute 30 seconds he landed on the floor. My face is pressed to my screen right now.
Oh man. Oh, what an ending.
This is actually a lot of fun to watch, regardless of whatever happens here. Seeing these two teams be kind of like
Activate
this against each
stupid
other.
boss.
1 minute 12 seconds on the clock
Coast
when
Guard-
combat began for the Air
Yeah,
Force.
the Coast Guard has began their pull. Now the Air Force with theirs. Speechless.
What's the timer for the shatter happening? It's like a minute into the fight.
Which team?
Air
Which team?
Force. What's the timer on shatter?
Air Force. 13, 12, 11, 10.
No, they.
They had 7 deaths. The 7 deaths could be what breaks
it's-
this. They need that extra 30
That
seconds.
Sentinel. That Sentinel or the deaths. Here comes the Shatter Spear. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, you do not want to be stunned going into these marks coming out. Go to your mark. Go to your
Boom,
mark.
Lust goes out.
Lust is out. Stay alive. Get to your mark. You now have 20 seconds to kill the boss. Good luck.
Oh
Good luck,
my
dear friends.
gosh.
We
90%
salute you.
health. 5. Oh,
It was a valiant effort.
Air Force.
Oh,
They
man,
tried
what a
so hard
heartbreak.
and came so far. Let's just look at this. The 35 seconds that they lost to these deaths is absolutely going to be within the margin. They're 11 seconds over the timer now. The boss is at 84% health. As soon as they can run back in,
They won't kill. You basically don't do damage to the boss outside of the Empower phase, so they have to wait till the next Shatter to be able to kill the boss. Now, notably, on the side of Coast Guard, they just got their second Empower phase. They have 15 seconds to take out the boss. The boss is 4%, just for them to time their 23. And of course, that boss has a lot less health than the Coast Guard or than the Air Forces did.
Is this gonna be?
So,
Yeah, let's-
oh man,
let's bring up the
They-
bring up the Coast Guard full
Wow.
screen because
Coast
we
Guard,
have our
they
winner.
both deplete by a matter of seconds, so Coast Guard ends up winning. What a finish!
What a finish!
Wow.
There it is. The beautiful logo of the Coast Guard Gaming. Your victors in the 2023 Spring Armed Forces Dungeon League. What a
Wow.
What a moment. What a
Wow.
I don't have fingernails anymore. I gotta
That was a wild last 38 minutes.
My emotions
Ooh.
are okay, let me just tell you, they both had 7 deaths. Their timers were off by 3 seconds and 38 seconds, I believe, respectively.
Wow.
They didn't have those deaths, right?
On screen, the bosses died at almost exactly the same time.
Oh man.
Just, we could not have asked for a better photo finish.
Man. My heart's been pumping. What a wild way to end. What a great showing from these two teams. Absolutely giving it their all, pushing it right to the very end, getting that one last dungeon in right as time expires, both dropping in the key, less than 2 minutes left to put a new key in. So literally last chance. And not only did they both manage to actually complete the dungeon, even though it was 3 and 30 seconds over time, they managed to go through and like one-shot a dungeon on a new highest level for each of them. Even though it was just very slightly at a time by literally that much, they just went in and blasted through the thing on their first try because they knew they didn't have an opportunity to do a reset. What a wild way to end this tournament.
Crazy indeed. I mean, you could have imagined the panic that the Coast Guard may have been feeling there.
Even Thor's
when it
feeling
came
it.
to. Even Thor is feeling it. We got the special guest star, everyone. Thor the cat. Which I think is appropriate once again for Valhalla, right?
Yeah.
We got Thordrum.
Valhalla Kitty.
Valhalla Kitty. But it was like I was saying, I bet the Coast Guard was feeling a little bit of the pressure when they realized, okay, the Air Force, where did they come from? We had a massive 8-point lead going into today, and somehow the Air Force was able to close things back up in a miracle run that can only be described as wow. Impressive, for sure.
Yeah, great
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean, also absolute shout outs to the Marines and the Army. They performed so well. The Marines, they were our defending champions, and it just didn't happen for them this time. I think that's only going to make them hungrier for the next event. The Army, compared to their day one performance, this is a different team that we saw today.
It is.
Day one, they struggled. You could see there was just a big mental barrier that the team was hitting. They came back and they said, all right, you know, in the last hour of the day, let's focus up. Let's get going. They made a good comeback. Day two, they said, you know what? We're not going to let that happen again. They faltered for a little bit and managed to get themselves right back in the saddle. They were second place and holding ground. The Air Force just, you know, absolute dark horse, like you said, came out of nowhere to claim second. Everybody did an absolutely fantastic, fantastic job.
Yeah,
They did.
this was remarkably close.
And now we can only imagine what the next AFDL is going to look like. But while we let that ruminate in your head for just a moment here, we're gonna get things set up for an interview, right? We're gonna bring in a member from our winning team and poke their brains and see what exactly their thoughts are on this 2023 spring AFDL.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
I think they should actually be
Ooh.
loading up right now, Sam. I
never
don't. I
mind.
don't think we're
Oh.
going to break.
No break.
No break?
Who needs a
Awesome.
break?
Woo.
I
Hi.
think I can see them in Discord, so I think it's just production. Oh, wait, you're here.
Hi.
Whoa!
Hello, friends.
Oh!
Hi.
Oh, so okay. Well, we're being joined with from the Coast Guard Gaming, Foos, the tank. Test 1 2. Are we all hearing and everything?
We can hear you in Discord.
Woo.
Okay, you're in a Discord with us.
Perfect.
That's a good thing.
I like.
Yay.
Okay,
Hi,
well,
friend.
Foos, listen. We got a little bit of history going on, right? You're the one who, I wouldn't say bribe, right? But you know, you're out there.
Hang on a sec,
So-
Sam. I want to make sure we're all clear. I know we can hear them, but I think they're still being set up on stream. Can we get a confirmation from production when Foos is ready and audible to them? I don't know if we're getting a camera. I just want to make sure we're 100% ready to go because we definitely want to
Yeah.
get these questions answered.
All right. I think.
While we're waiting, Crazy, how was your first AFDL?
This was
Did
fun.
you enjoy dropping in this Easter
Yeah,
Sunday?
this was fun. Can I do this again?
I'd love to have you on again.
I want more tournaments like this.
I'm gonna
I
make-
love photo finish type stuff. This is great.
Yeah, I'm gonna make the executive decision here, Crazy Puck. You're back on.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I just got the confirmation. Foos is in our ears and in yours. Hello, Foos. How you doing?
How's it going, guys?
Hey.
And he's
Going
on screen here
great.
with us. Foos, how you
Awesome.
doing, buddy?
Feels good. Feels good. We were sitting in that academy and we saw the Air Force really chugging along on their halls of valor, and we realized we had to right the ship and start taking take day 3 a little bit more seriously.
Right. So listen, past 2 AFDLs, second place, twice. And now, the champions. This has got to be that moment. What did it take, Foos, for you to be able to get here?
We took, I know me, Scotty, and Tacos, formerly Toes, we were in AFDC 1 and AFDC 2, and we had that second place, always a bridesmaid, never a bride feeling. So we took it very seriously this time long and really buckled down. And, we're all mythic rating Razageth. We're all doing keys. I know I'm close to getting my title, 1% title. Scotty is. I know Toes has already got his,
Good for
past the
you
cutoff. Like, we've taken this very seriously. And then just shoring up the roster with that. I mean, you saw us, we were bringing in the Rogue, bringing in the DK, bringing in the Feral Druid, on it, having a nice rounded roster with a lot of diversity and letting us, every key we had a different roster ready to go.
We might be looking at the echo of the AFDL right here with the Coast Guard. I mean, you guys are getting top 0.1% titles. Oh, sheesh.
Yeah, what is that, like 3,200 IO?
32, 3250, probably 3,300 at the end.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. I want to ask, what happened with that Storm Drake?
So I haven't looked at the logs. It happened to us on our 21, I believe. It's either Mechanos's Blade Flurry, which I've done keys with him before, and that's been an issue, or it was Scotty's Rain of Fire. I'd have to look at, like I said, I'd have to look at the logs and go back on it, but that was not. It's actually funny because we skipped the first Storm Drake, and I reminded everyone right beforehand that make sure we go to the right and skip the Storm Drake on the way out. And as soon as they said that, the Storm Drake comes from the sky, and I was like, I guess I should have specified which Storm Drake we're skipping better, because we definitely grabbed that one as soon as it happened. And I mean, and that cost us the key right there.
Yeah.
I mean, we all played. It's 5 hours of keys. We were all playing sloppy at the end there. I died on Herja. Scotty died on Herja. We had a lot of deaths. We missed timing it by 8 seconds. That should have been an easy key, but in the end, we showed up on the other dungeons.
Oh yeah.
We really wanted to do that 25 Academy with 4 DPS because there's only been one other 25 Academy ever done with 4 DPS, and we only wanted to go that way.
Yep.
So we just wanted to like set the tone for like we're doing stuff that you can't even do on live, or even the best players can't even do on live. But it didn't work out. We kept on wiping on that semester. We kept on finding pain points.
Yeah, I mean that's a big key.
Oh
We
my
watched
gosh.
you guys prog that, even just that first pull at Tree Boss, pulling everything together. That took like 4 or 5 tries for you guys to get down, and then all of a sudden you had it consistently. You did it like 3 times in a row. Was that something that you had tried before this event at that level?
The 4 DPS on Academy at a 25. No, we did not try that at all. We tried all the dungeons. We tried all the dungeons at 21 21s with 4 DPS. We all agreed that it was possible and we'll do it. And then we said before the tournament started that we'll keep doing 4 DPS until it doesn't happen. It's not easy anymore. And it never stopped. We did the Azure Vault with 4 DPS. We did the Academy with 4 DPS. If we got quarter stars, we would have done 4 DPS. The Halls of Valor, you can't do Herja with 4 DPS. You need so much healing. And what's the other Tyrannical boss we got this week? Was it Ruby? No, Ruby we got fortified. I don't.
Shadow Moon
Moon,
is
yeah.
the only other
We
dungeon.
can't do 40. We can't do 4 DPS. The first boss will just kill us. We had 4 DPS, and then the Ruby, we just got terrified. We didn't want to see Ruby. Every time we did Ruby, we messed up, and it was super sloppy. And every time we hit the finishing, bruised and battered, and we didn't want to go in that dungeon ever again.
It sounds about right for
Yeah, we've
Ruby
all
Temples.
felt that at Ruby at some
I
point.
just we'd won nothing. We coming in today. We wanted to see Vault or not good. We got Vault. We were happy with that. Yesterday we did not want to see Halls of Valor, but that happens. And then we did not want to see Temple, and we didn't want to see Halls, and so we lucked out half of those. If we got Temple today, then it would have been a lot rougher, and we would have to do a lot of crazy stuff to get through that.
Oh, so what you're saying is we missed out on the crazy stuff.
See?
Okay.
Oh, so
This
this
is
was,
what
this
I
was
was
a
saying.
calm event, yeah?
Good to know. Let me just make a note of
No
that.
more Temple.
Um,
season 2.
Yeah,
no more Temple.
Temple.
Sorry, I'll cry.
That's
Sorry.
it. Well, that's assuming we stick to seasonal dungeons, right? We can do anything at the AFDL.
There's no more
so
season, so there's no more seasonal life fix.
It's going to be interesting going forward. I'm definitely looking forward to how those changes impact, the strategies that everybody gets to employ. My question for you, obviously, you already mentioned you did the 4 healer strat for most of it, and you said, no, when we get to a certain limit, that's our point. But you had a massive variety of characters ready to go. I have to do an actual tally, but I think you had the most, classes per player out of any of the teams, just based on what I've got here in front of me. Is that because everyone naturally multi-classes, or do you, say, okay, what are we missing? Who wants to go train that? What's the situation with your team for class?
So Tacos is just a really good healer. Toes is just a really good healer and will heal on anything that's meta. You will not find a better healer in the armed forces. I haven't seen one. So if it's he loves Paladin. So The best part was our best healer this weekend was a Ret Paladin. It wasn't even an H Paladin, it was just a Paladin in general. So he wants any reason at all to play Paladin, but he'll play any other healer. I know on AFDC 2 and AFDC 1 he played Paladin, and then for Karazhan he played Shaman, and we begged him to play Priest because we have a Warlock, we want a PI, and he said no. And I think he was just messing with Scotty mostly, but so yeah. And then Scotty plays Warlock. He plays every flavor of Warlock. I'll play any tank. I played mostly Prot Warrior this tank. Prot Warrior was just the best choice. I don't play. I take it back. I don't play Prot Paladin. I haven't played Prot Paladin at all ever. But I would. I wanted to bring in some Brewmaster, but we decided Battle Shot was better with the 4 DPS comp we had. And Mechanos plays Rogue. He was our sub. He was a sub for us on AFDC 2 for DK, and it wasn't. We already had a DK, and it wasn't. He didn't want to be a backup, so I told him, "Hey, we need a Rogue. If you can get a Rogue going next season, I can pretty much guarantee you a roster spot." And he played Rogue all season, and he showed up for Halls of Valor. He showed up for Ruby. He one of our best DPS. Kaboom or Guns and Rune are new. They both play Druid. They play Druid and DK, and they just the wide variety of roster spots. Mirren played Hunter last year. He was ready to play Hunter this year, but Hunter is very squished, and we didn't want to bring that into hierarchies. And we had the Shaman. The Shaman all fields is just so important. You see him; he's running around in Ghost Wolf the entire time. He's his own pet. So
staying alive.
That's awesome. So my last question is going to be, quick as you can. What dungeon are you most looking forward to coming back for season 2?
So I never played the BFA dungeons, and everyone keeps on talking about how great Freehold is, which scares me because
Freehold's fun.
It's just gonna be, if it's just a Freehold spam, I gotta get my 15s or 20s in for the week now. I'll just do Freehold, but I like I like Vortex Pinnacle because I played during that time, but it's so different now. But I'm just gonna have it's gonna be me, I don't know, 10 years ago when that dungeon came out, and it's supposed to be me being a young guy in the barracks playing WoW again, and that's what's gonna send me back instead of instead of kids running around, it's kids that are in the military. So it's just a nice little. It's just gonna send me back. It's just the feels are gonna hit every time I enter that dungeon. So Vortex will probably be that.
You're making me feel over here. You breaking down the caster walls that I have. So, Foos, a big thank you though, buddy, and a big congratulations to the Coast Guard Gaming for being able to take home the first win they've ever had here in the AFDL. And I'm really looking forward to what you guys are going to be able to accomplish in the future.
Stoked. Ready for the next one.
All right. Now, that is we're starting to close things down here a little bit, but Marielia, I think you still have one more thing to tell us.
I do. Before the stream ends, we've got a small announcement to make. If you enjoyed this weekend, there's more. The AFDL is not done. We've committed to more events this year, and we've had some amazing charity support, so make sure you keep it coming. The GoFundMe is going to be open all season as we run multiple events. So let us show you what's up next. A little bit of a teaser. There you go. We are going to be running a surprise extra stream this month. Same teams are going to be coming back, at least some of them. This is like a last-minute edition. Everyone had so much fun. We said, look, before season 2 starts, we want to get one more round in. So tune in on April 2nd. Details will be coming out on socials. If you don't already, follow us on Twitter at AFDC_events for all the news. It's going to be Speed City.
Holy cow.
Awesome.
And even better, Marielia, it seems like all 4 teams have confirmed.
Yes.
So it is all season 1 dungeons. No affixes. That
Nice.
means it is time to blast. I'm chomping at the bits because I want to do that. That sounds like so much fun.
Yeah, can I get
It's-
in on this?
Yeah, can we?
I just want to run the
Hey,
dungeons
you
with no
know,
affixes.
I think what we need to do is maybe have a bit of an all-star day, or we'll do like a
slide
casters
in the
try
casters,
and
yeah.
play the
Yeah.
keys
Oh,
that
gosh.
these teams smash
gosh.
day. I don't know. It's an idea. We can
that'll
bring
be
it
a lot
out
of fun.
there. AFDL's all about having fun.
It is all about having fun, and I think for this weekend we all had fun. So Marielia, Crazy Puck, I had an amazing time with the both of you on this test. So Crazy Puck, I'm going to start off with you. I want to get your closing thoughts on what happened this weekend, even though you joined us for today.
This was pretty damn epic, I gotta say. Obviously, it's my first time being involved in this, and I can't really wait till the next event. This was fantastic, and what you guys have going on here is incredible. The teams are obviously putting in a ton of prep. Everyone played out of their minds. Coast Guard just annihilated everything. I can't wait to see what comes next.
Ooh, I can't either.
Look, I can't stop smiling. My face actually hurts. I'm genuinely attempting not to smile, and it's not
would you-
working. That's how much fun we had. The adrenaline from that photo finish is real. Like, I literally can't stop, and my face hurts. Sam, sign us off.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, though, Marielia. It's just been non-stop smiles. So, everyone, a big thank you from all of us here at the AFDL. We'll see all of you on the next one. We hope your weekend is cleared, that you have some snacks ready, and most importantly, that you are excited here because the AFDC is back and it is better than ever. And things are gonna get real spicy today.
2.3, 2.2. Oh my God, the holy paladin might have this. There are 29.
Look at that. Bill, put your finger back on that release spirit. Put that back on there. You release spirit immediately. Release spirit immediately. Release spirit immediately. Go and take out the mobs. Wait a minute. Hold on. I have doubted again. 1 second. They timed it just. Oh my
Go,
gosh.
go.
0
Oh my
seconds.
goodness.
Literally 0 seconds.
I've never seen a 0-second clutch before.
Yeah, they got the +2. They've got the +2. The Marines are. Oh no!
No.
They might still have this though. They might still have this though.
Oh, he's at 1%. We expected to see more priests than we have. See, we got the Resto Shaman now. We've got another team running the Resto Druid. We've got Paladin in the mix. There's a lot of fun and flavor.
You know, I cannot believe everything we've been seeing from the Navy to the Marines or to the Army. This is insane. The Coast Guard has been doing insane. Everybody's been doing insane.
Feels satisfying to bring home #1.
They have it. They have it in the bag. They're doing a DPS a second. 1% of health a second. Koromar is bouncing around all over the place. For the Marines at the last 10 seconds +2. This 25 iron dots. You're no longer racing against the haywire, but you're racing against the potential for a +3.
Go, 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 Pop Lust. Use everything you have. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. I don't think they're gonna make it. No.
The Coast Guard just barely missed it.
This was the most amazing Keystone event in recent history.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awaken.